We back? Wait, is it here? Damn, I gotta make y'all click. Are we live? Okay, that should be right. Right? We're back. Amazing. Okay. The VOD is saved. If you guys want to look at the VOD, I will link it real quick. How about that? As a sign of good faith. Oh, that VOD was 14 hours. I think you can. Oh no, it wasn't. 2 hours got cut. Whatever. Let's try this. Thank you. You are my best friend. Thank you. You are the legend. Bum ba da 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 da. Bum ba ba ba. Wait. Okay, makeup at 275. Is that a good goal? What did I just show? Okay, wait. So makeup, we'll do makeup is 1 as an option for the poll. Wait, I'll do a tattoo. I'll do a tattoo. I'm down for that, actually. So makeup, waxing, tattoo, and what else? Wait, oh wait, shit. Okay, hold on. Fundraiser's going back up. Damn, we cut the concurrence in half. One sec. Good, thank you for reminding me. Chris is coming on in 1 hour. We have 1 hour to... Dude, I can't... I'll put a sweatshirt on over when I talk to Chris, but... Adding fundraiser. Creating fundraiser. Yeah, I'm adding it now. Unrwa stream. I'm sorry to whoever is gonna see me typing in the answers that are required. Like thank the fundraisers. I just said thank you. I think that's sufficient. Okay. Tattoo of the Raider of Ramallah. Oh my god, dude. As a $500,000 goal, that would be so funny. getting an no, that's I'm not doing that. I'm not getting a fucking an former IDF soldier tatted on me. That's insane. That would just be hilarious though. Dun 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 dun. Pin the link. Yes, thank you. Thank you. You guys are on it. You guys are freaking on it, man. Tell me if that link click pin works. Okay, give me tattoo ideas, because I like that as one of them. Brain. I'm such a good streamer. Goals. So, hold on. Tattoo, TBD. What was 275? Wax leg. Or maybe tattoo could be 350. And makeup. This might be a lot. That's gonna hurt so bad. 275. Yeah, makeup is kind of lame. I agree. It's like, whoa, your punishment is doing girl. To be determined is what that means. So like, I mean, it's kind of self-evident. I don't need these, do I? These green check marks. Ears pierced. Tattoo TBD means we are gonna choose which tattoo. Oh, watermelon tattoo is dope though. Okay, wait. Watermelon tattoo. Tattoo of my cat. What else do we got? Let's see. Makeup. We got to switch that one out. Bleach brows. Fuck. All right. I'll put that there for now, but a BadEmpanada tattoo. I'd get the logo on me. That'd be awesome. Just like an empanada with sunglasses and a hat and a cigarette. That's kind of a fun story. Ugh. Ultimate cancellation. Or just an empanada. Yeah, an empanada would be more like a dog whistle. What's the difference in the two fundraisers? They're the same thing. It's just that one of them is more direct with donations on YouTube. And then the other one is a click to a link that's like the full fundraiser. They're both 100% going to Unrwa. Stop saying kiss Hasan, please. Wait, I shouldn't Streisand effect that, huh? Bicep curl competition. Go get Jardia. Wait, hold on. Kitty is stirring. This is real, by the way. I don't want to touch. She's so jumpy when she sleeps. Let's see. Okay, so tattoos. We have watermelon. We have my cat. Baby cat is her name, by the way. My cat. Tattoo options, watermelon, baby cat. What else? What did we did? We did hit the Quan. An empanada. Dude, that's gonna win hands down though. My own face? Nah, that's crazy. That's crazy. Also, keep donating, please. Please keep donating. We're so close to more. Oh wait, did the fundraiser restarted? A Samsung logo. Soldier Boy. No, a lot of these are just too cool. Hasan's face? You guys are insane. Yeah. Here, I have a poll. I have watermelon and baby cat on the poll. Okay, let me see. These are the options. Keep donating, you guys. Waiting to see something good. Olive tree. I mean, that's just a tattoo I would end up getting. That's a cool tattoo. But I guess so is watermelon. Unrwa logo. A ride or die Unrwa funder. Oh shit. Hugo, what up? Ugopnik in the chat. Yes, you can do something. You can come on stream tomorrow. Should I just keep going? Because today there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 guests. Tomorrow there's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, Monday. You can come on Monday. If you're so I guess because you're time zone +8 from me, so it'd be like maybe your Wednesday morning or something, or Tuesday morning. There's a bunch of more people I want to have on, so maybe I'll just keep going. Just message me on Discord. I have you on Discord, I think. Okay, wait. Let's see. What do we got? Yuko Pog. My mustache. A neck tattoo? We could do a neck tattoo. No. That's unnecessary. I need to go take my meds. I'll be right back. Thank you for reminding me. Brainstorm and amongst yourself choose good stuff and think of good stuff and be smart. Oh, wait. Last 50. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Is this low enough for you? 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 6, 7, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45. This is 195 actually. 196, 197, 198, 199, 200. This is what we're going to do now. Because I won't be able to do that again. Please donate though. Because I'm beautiful. And a genius. Sorry. More push-ups. We're not going to get that many more spins. Okay. Oh yeah, my feet were out. You guys are getting bang for your buck. Taking my meds right now. Okay. I don't want to move her, but watch. Baby. Raytheon tattoo? You guys are insane. Kafia pattern tattoo? Wait, okay. Cat, baby cat. Wearing. That's overpowered. That's going to win. Luigi. I need a shower still and do the Maid outfit. Timothée Chalamet. Olive branch. That one seems to be a hit. Tattoo of Hasan's armpit on your armpit. So true. Empanada written in Chinese. I don't think I could dye my hair before the shower, can I? Yeah, these tattoos are so cool, though. Mao tattoo. I'd get Mao. Maybe I will get the Arabic tattoo pass. Top 1 most beautiful languages for tattoos. Sabra hummus is good. Sabra hummus with a big red X through it. I'm seeing some good stuff. Fuck Sabra. Hate Sabra. That's the one. That's the one. Who needs to get banned? These seem like the one. Who needs banning? Palestine in Arabic is the coolest tattoo I could ever get. That doesn't feel like a punishment. Neither do any of these, though. I don't see Lamau in the chat. I think these options are good. Coexist. No, that's fucked up. That's fucked up. That is fucked up. I do have mods. They're just all mods asleep. Dude, coexist tattoo. Please pick hate Sabra. That's okay. I'll do that as a I could do that as a higher goal. 400k maybe. I do not want to coexist tattoo. That's so fucking cringe. Oh my god. Okay. We'll just say that because that's fucking brilliant. You guys are so smart and funny. Okay. I'll get both if we hit 400k. If it doesn't allow you to donate in your region on YouTube or on that link, can you use a VPN? Does that work? Okay. Starting the poll. Let's go. Minimum. Everyone in this chat said vote. Whoa, really? God damn. Okay. Dude, Coexist is so cringe. But wow. It's, yeah, by a landslide, damn. Okay, 40 minutes. I'll do the Coexist if we get 400k. No, it has to be the logo, like from the bumper sticker. I'll do it on stream too. I'll see if I can get someone to come tattoo me. Okay, well, I mean, that seems like a wrap. I don't see, statistically, not to be Steve Kornacki with it, but seems like it's over. We're calling the election. Donald Trump has won the election. Final. Where is this? Okay. Did I spell that right? I'm so cool. Stop the count. Stop the count. We did it. Tattoo location is another poll we'll run once we... I'm gonna get a bunch of tattoos. How about this one though? We're making money moves there. Ah. Boom, boom. Okay. No, Coexist will be regrettable, but it'll be like a fun story. Will it? I'll say, it's ironic. Okay, be right back. I need a shower. I took my meds like an amazing angel. And freaking, yeah. I do want to get the Hate Sabra tattoo because I think that's so much funnier. Let's refresh the fundraiser. Hey, while I'm gone, can we juice this thing to 190 as a beautiful shower surprise? I need to hydrate. I need to eat. Whoops. God damn it. Sorry, guys. Here are today's guests. Also, we need to add another thing, a browser source. because I should actually put the cat's name here, to be honest. One moment. Her name is Baby Cat. Okay. I don't think I have time to bleach first. Because I have to have it in my hair, don't I, for a little bit? Okay. Bleach, then shower, then maid outfit, then sweatshirt over the maid outfit. We can do that in 30 minutes. I'm going to shower quick. Don't wash hair. Yeah, 20 to 30 minutes. I'll do this after. Well, when I interview Chris Kunzler, like a smart person, I will need to not be wearing a maid outfit. Sorry. Okay. I'll also add the goals here to the chat. This is so much shit on the screen. Sorry, everybody. There's just way too much shit on the screen. Hello? Okay. Wait. Where'd that go? Sorry. Okay. I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. Be right back. One second. One second. We're here. One second. One nice feature is that this makes bell sounds. The cat likes it. All right, y'all. You ready for this? Pretty good fit. Oh, should I do like a Marilyn Monroe thing? I need to raise the camera a little. Sup, I'm here to clean your shit up. You said you need it. You said you got an infestation or something? I don't have a duster. Amazon didn't send me a duster, but I'll use my hands like a man. Type shit. Should I pose for the screenshot? His ass is not cleaning. I feel like it fits all right. After all those squats, it's not happening. I just texted Chris Kunzler. I was like, hey, can we delay 30 minutes? There's important stuff going on. The important stuff in question. How fast can I spin while keeping my dignity intact? This is for when we need to really go to work. Wait, you're right. Uneven socks. Is this enough? It also came with these. I don't know what that's for. I don't think that's a thing. Alright. Alright. Sure. Yeah, I think we got it. What do we think? Approve? I will keep it on. I will keep it on, but for certain interviews, I will not keep it on. I need to send some. I need to do some work. So, if I kind of scooch down. Ah! Sorry. All right. Well, I'm doing some typing. Hope y'all don't mind. Can you make the ahegao face? Ahegao, no. There's a limit. But I could set that as a dono goal. Just do one ahegao face. Just doing some spreadsheets. Chris is coming on at 9:30. Because there's just a bunch of stuff I need to schedule. Oh hey, chat's on the screen. Classic. Hit the gritty for Palestine. Where the fuck is the schedule? Sorry, one sec. Goals, made, final, guest, task. Chris is coming on in 35 minutes. But all my stuff is gone. Where's my stuff? Okay. Let's see. Sorry, folks. Give me a moment. I'll see if Overzealots can push back just a little bit as well. We got this. We got this. We are so back. Also, the actual dude. Okay, wait, hold on. We're at 192,000, but there's also another 20K from YouTube, and whatever the YouTube is at right now on here, add that in as well. That is insane. One second. Where's my phone? Whatever. Okay. Yeah. Ugopnik's coming on. It's closer to 210 or 215,000. So yeah, we're basically killing it. Keep donating though. Let's get the Unrwa website fundraiser, the link which is pinned and in the description, to 200,000. Zionist banned. Goodbye. Yes. Everyone like the stream as well. Should I put this in the thumbnail of the stream somehow? No, that seems like a little much. Oh, I also need to make sure people understand that this is in PST. Keep going, keep going, keep going. I also need to add a browser source that can show the third fundraiser thing. Hi, Kitty. What is that? Recommended. Don't worry about that. We don't talk about it. What is that? We don't talk about it. Don't worry about that. We don't talk about it. You know it's fake because I wasn't. We don't talk about it. Don't worry about that. Because you saw me. We don't talk about it. You know doing normal, being normal and sleeping without it, and I'm so brave. Because you saw me. We don't talk about it. You know doing normal, being normal and sleeping without it, and I'm so brave. Hi, Kitty. Because you saw me doing normal, being normal and sleeping without it, and I'm so brave. Hi, Kitty. Because you saw me doing normal, being normal and sleeping without it, and I'm so brave. Hi, Kitty. Because you saw me doing normal, being normal and sleeping without it, and I'm so brave. Hi, Kitty. Because you saw me. Hi, Kitty. Being normal and sleeping without it. I'm so brave. You saw me doing normal. Hi, Kitty. Being normal and sleeping without it. I'm so brave. I think she's scared. I think she thinks it's real cat ears. I think she's scared. See how safely and modestly I just stood up? Oh, my bangs are back. Okay. Oh, fuck. Modestly, I just stood up. Sorry. Bangs are back. Where is that coming from? Oh, where is that coming from? Oh my god. Sorry. Okay. I'm so sorry. That probably sounded crazy. I'm so sorry. My bad, y'all. Okay. We're back to normal. I think. Okay. Let's refresh. We're at 193. Plus, dude, I need to get a fucking calculator. Okay. Hold on now. I need to go through and remove all the browser sources that... Oh, we had... Dude, I don't even remember what's happening on this stream. We had Gokanaru on last night. Gokanaru is back, and he's purple. Hey, kitty. Hi. Hi. Come here. It's okay. It's okay. You're okay. So for those wondering, this is baby cat. Me and her are alike in a lot of ways. Hey, baby. She doesn't love to be held, but if I scratch her, she calms down a little bit. It's okay. I don't know if that's ethical necessarily. Okay, let's go up and a little to the right. And that's better. That's better. Okay. How does that sound? Let's see. Dude, if I were to need to spin the wheel every 5K, what would that be? Literally 20 spins? It would be like 18 spins. Refreshing stream, refreshing dono. Guests doing this. Just me. The fucking bug. Okay. Sorry guys. We were having real bug talk yesterday. I didn't mean to do that. Here's my brainstorm screen. Let's go. Here's my wheel screen. What is this on top of there? Yeah, I forgot the wheel was fun. Let's give it another spin. Chris is coming on in 30 minutes. Let's give the wheel another spin. I'm missing something though. What am I forgetting? Oh yes, to text people back. Wait, let's go real quick. Okay. There we go. I feel pretty calm. I took my meds. Yeah, the wheel would literally kill me. Zibidip ba da ba da do. Zibidip da ba da da. 193, 3 for 74. That sounds like it's not enough. That's what I'm thinking. I do need to stay hydrated. I'm all out of water, but I have a cup. Oh, that's something I need to do. Confirm with some other guests, like Westside Tyler. And we can't spin the wheel right now. We have important work to do. Yep, we got Overzealots coming on. We got Chris 930. If RM Brown, if I can get a contact with RM Brown, that'd be cool. Where the fuck is my phone? Oh. I can't do my fingerprint scanner with this, with these damn gloves on, but the keys are gonna be so clean. Tara Mooney. Sorry to out Tara, but she texted me. I think we might be doing another day. Let's see. What should I set an extra day at? I need to change the thumbnail, and I need to eat breakfast, and I need to. Here we go. I have my laptop now. Goat streamer. This fucking thing doesn't. Oh, remind me also to take my maid outfit off. At 9:25, please say sweatshirt. Spam sweatshirt. I need y'all to remember to do that. Okay. We're making it work. We're making it happen. We will not. We already forgot. Refreshing fundraiser. If it's not at 194, I'm gonna lose it. Alright, I'm losing it. What's the point of the outfit then? Well, I mean, you already saw the point. To be gorgeous when it's not distasteful and respectful to people that take this stuff seriously. Wait, Mike from PA messaged me. I forgot. You got Nick? Ayyrabs is down for tomorrow, I think. Holy crap, Lois. Oh yeah, Matt Lieb. Fuck. Matt Lieb. Can someone go through and check if there's anyone that I follow on Blue Sky that Matt Lieb follows? Is that possible to find? I'll check. Okay. 20 minutes. Chris is on in 20 minutes. I need to eat. Thumbnail. I'm such a genius for writing a list of things to do. We're doing it in order of appearance. Sorry to the Ayyrabs podcast because I only am putting Frogan on there for lack of time. But Raf and Capri Sun Poppy are my goats. Who do we got today? Oh fuck, I forgot to text Pete in back. We're getting there. We're making it work. We're getting there. We're making it work. Yes, 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 yes. Skibbity bop. Should I do Skibbity Toilet, guys? Should I do Hawk Tua? Think of the possibility of streaming. Hawk Tua. Yeah. Yeah, I'm thinking I'm the GOAT. Wait, when is... Oh, Denims is coming on tomorrow. How come no one told me my cat ears were crooked? What's the point of having you in here if you can't help me and do everything for me? Ugopnik might, I think, bring on... Dude, if I could get Finkelstein, I should have emailed him. I will email him tonight. We might need to do a pause to plan thing where you do not listen to anyone here. I'm doing a thumbnail. Gyart. One, two, three, four. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Today's guest lineup is now pushed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Is now. Yeah, the deprogram boys, that's what I mean. Will the Maid outfit fly with Finkelstein? Nope. I will not do that. Noah Colwyn. What did I miss? Noah, go on Chapo. Chapo, go on Noah. I'll ask Hasan to link me with every cool famous Bernie, bro. Did I close down the stream? Oh, should I do crypto scam? For 1 million? I need to eat something. That's another. I have Lolo's number. Oh, Anthony Sargon, do not worry. Yeah. Let's do it. Okay, thumbnail's been changed. Title needs to change to 200. 194 plus 19 is 200, 2,000, 204, 205, 214, 215, 116. Let's 216K raised. Smartest American. Brace Belden would be amazing. So awesome. What's up? Thank you for the donation. I will eat before Chris comes on. Bleach job will happen at 1 p.m. PST. I just put 1 p.m. PST into my calendar at 1 p.m. PST. Bleach. I'm not even going to get to game. Aww. I'll add it to the schedule. Bleach reference. This logo needs to go here. This is misinformation. Okay, I have text Anthony Sargon on the list. Victory Royale. Fortnite wasn't really running. Hasan is on at 8. Nile is on at, I think, 11:30 p.m. So there's something I could do at 10. What should I do at 10 p.m.? FD is coming on 6 p.m. Pacific time tomorrow. Go bald. Ooh, yeah, can I do that? How do I add a local time function? I guess I could do a, hold on. I could do hello. Be right back. All of this to put a damn clock on there. Oh, it's all good. It's all good. Wait, the bug was still on the screen. Oh, this is so stupid. This is so awesome. Wow, it's so beautiful too. There we go. Thank you for that. I like that. I appreciate that. Okay. Chris is on in 10 minutes. I'm gonna go grab some food. Thank you to whoever suggested that. Change my shirt, right? What time is it? 9:20? Sweatshirt, sweatshirt, sweatshirt. Eat, eat, eat. Refill water. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Right back. Okay. Chris, 5 minutes. I had a burger and fries. As is my duty. Sweatshirt, sweatshirt, sweatshirt. I got it, I got it. I gotta remember to do a stream introduction. Get back. I was like, what if I put a sweatshirt on but forget the ears? What if that happened? Wow. Don't look. Curves. Yup, pink Nike. Let's get our guest screen ready. Also, what are we at? 196? That's it. It's the best you could do. Can we get the wheel out in post? Ah! Ooh, excuse me. Sorry, that's gross. Alright. This seems more normal. This seems more normal. It's kind of high up, but you know, fuck it. Shit. That's okay. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, kitty, hi. She almost stepped in my egg sandwich. La 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 la. play. Go play. Have fun. You little kitty. Maid costume poking out. All right, everybody. One moment. Who is this Chris guy? We'll find out. You're about to find out, pal. I need my headphones. Yeah. Hold on, I'm not getting audio. Not getting any audio. Oh, guest name. True. I think I got that right. Okie dokie. I think we're ready to go. Oops. Wait, I'm not getting audio.
Hello?
Chris, hello. I am not getting audio. Give me one moment. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Yeah. Can you
And
hear
the
me?
Chat can hear you. Sorry, give me one moment. Okay, I think I got it. Hello?
Hello?
What's up? How we doing?
All good. I can't see you right now. I don't know if you want me to see you or what would be preferable to you.
Yeah, let's do that. I think this should work. I have one feed going to OBS and sometimes two feeds. Stuff gets crazy. I do think I have another actually camera. I think it's nice to have a FaceTime. You'll have to excuse the giant colorful wheel behind me. We've been doing all sorts of shenanigans on stream, so.
Yeah, I've seen you're wearing a maid's outfit now, right?
Wait, you know about the Maid outfit?
Yeah. Don't worry, I've seen it.
This is so unprofessional. I'm so embarrassed. Yeah,
I haven't
it's
seen
covered up.
I haven't seen the dyed hair yet, though. I'm guessing that hasn't come in yet.
He's been paying attention, guys. He knows. Damn it. All right. We can dye. I'll dye it if you want to be there for that. We can do that.
Oh, awesome. 100%.
Okay, one sec. 3, 2, 1. Sorry, one sec. How was your? It's afternoon, right? Around 5 o'clock.
Indeed, indeed. Yeah, not particularly exciting today. I was at the there we go, perfect, amazing.
Nice.
Yeah, I was at it was the sort of big UK protest yesterday, and it was pretty good. They've been a bit shit in recent months, but yesterday was, yeah, a lot better. There was a big turnout, like 500,000 people in London, so pretty standard.
Palestine protests.
Yeah. It's like they say it's like it was a Nakba Day anniversary thing. So there was people speaking. You know who Greg Stoker is? He makes like videos. Used to be in the military. He was there. Couple of Palestinian Authority people. Hossam Zomlet, who's like the UK ambassador, and then Jeremy Corbyn, if you know who that is, was there.
Oh wow, yeah, that's awesome.
Yeah.
That's cool.
Yeah. So I actually had the opportunity to speak to him yesterday, interview him. So where's the
wow.
maid outfit? Where's the maid outfit gone?
Okay. It's hidden. Do you want me to remove my sweatshirt or?
I think it's what the chat wants.
Oh no. Okay. All right. Well, I guess we're content creators first and people second. So I will do what
influencers.
Yes, what the mob online wants me to do. Let's do that 1 second. Damn it, Chris is funny. This man went to college. This man's the only influencer to go to college for this shit. Hold on, let me see this.
Fire.
There's a part of the outfit that we'll have to go. I don't know how it happened that they're usually synonymous, cat ears and maids, but they just combine them because people cosplay as cats.
Something to do with Japan, maybe? Don't know.
It could be a weeb thing. Totally could.
I think it probably is.
Okay, cool. All right, so we got Chris Kunzler, TikToker, YouTuber, Middle East studies doer. Is that correct?
Yeah, indeed.
Amazing.
So I have an undergraduate in Middle Eastern Studies and also a master's in Middle Eastern Studies from the University of Exeter. From Ilan Pape fame, it's really the only reason that anyone would know where it is.
Yeah, I heard you mention that that he was present there for some of the studies, or I guess
so Ilan's
or mentoring, but
just a part of the program. He's a bit of like an international guy. Like he's always doing things, which is quite surprising. He's quite an old bloke, but he's like all around the world, and he is there. So he like one of my modules. He like was exclusively with him. So I just wrote an essay and had like a few meetings with him. He's a very nice guy. He's quite quirky as well, which obviously he doesn't come across in like when he's talking about Palestine seriously. But he's quite an interesting guy.
Yeah, that's awesome.
And so yeah, he was there. It's just that some people are like, "Oh, you were like Ilan did everything for you." Ilan's great, but there are other great people at Exeter, and there are other things beyond Palestine to know about, basically.
Yeah. What was your experience like there, other than I guess the academic part? Like, because when did you graduate, or when did you finish undergrad?
So I finished my undergrad in 2022. Took a year out, and that's when I started like filming videos. Recorded a video about cancel culture in Palestine in January of 2023. I was like, oh, cancel culture is this funny thing, I actually think it is a really important thing to talk about. And I mean, in fact, you know what, you're an even better example of that. You have been someone has tried to sue you, to deplatform you, because you decided to say, hey, you've said inappropriate things about Palestine. Whereas, if you've been saying like inappropriate things and you were a right winger, no one's going to sue you, because most of the people you'd be criticizing don't have any power to do anything. So yeah, Exeter's great, and there's quite a diverse community of people, a lot of experts, and I grew up somewhere and people can probably tell this by my British accent and the way I speak. You can tell that I'm quite posh, and so kind of where I grew up wasn't very diverse. Whereas being at university and being around Palestinian people from the Middle East, it's a good experience. And I mean, actually, I got my master's in 2023, 2024, and I think it was better to be around people, but it was also a very difficult time having, colleagues who were, I say colleagues, like fellow students, lecturers who are deeply affected. Like one of my lecturers, and I was wondering whether I should say this, but I can say it because she wrote an article with her. One of my lecturer's best friends was Shireen Abu Akleh. She grew up with Shireen, and then obviously Shireen was assassinated in was it 2022, I think, or maybe 2022. And so obviously, it's interesting because someone was saying the other day that I had, no personal connection. And it's interesting, because obviously it is quite a personal connection, and you see how deeply Palestine affects people. But yeah, it was a good experience all in all.
Yeah, I can't even imagine. I mean, that's having that connection is I guess, yeah, it's like people want to say that you're not there, so why do you care? That's like the low level sort of talking point, but it's like it doesn't matter whether you are there or not, it still matters, but you actually, have a connection to that. So that's I mean, tragic, but important.
Yeah, it's a difficult thing. And also obviously there was people who were from Gaza there, and like, just hearing about their experiences and dealing with a university that's like the UK didn't ever get as strict as America has at points, but basically it was still very difficult to have a university that, was not willing to do anything on Palestine, with students who were like going through experiences to do with Gaza, basically, like horrifying things.
Yeah, I mean, I thought about, I know you mentioned you want to get into a little bit of what you're working on now academically, and I want to get into that, but I guess a last kind of point on like your first video talking about censorship used by the right and censorship used by like Zionists and the powerful. I feel like there's I don't know how I guess active on social media or in internet politics you were from 2017 to 2020, or maybe 2016 to 2020, but I feel like the unironically the cancel culture setup that happened, that a lot of people were talking about, mostly right wingers, ended up being weaponized against I guess against the same people that were kind of pushing it initially. Not that the people pushing it had any like systemic power to do so, but I just know, I think was a part of like the online culture that was more geared towards liberal identity politics and things that upon reflection are far more inconsequential and far more setting up a framework where that can so easily be turned against you. And then now we've seen, whether it's college campuses, whether it's just general media coverage, political coverage, Rashida Tlaib being censored in Congress for saying "from the river to the sea," like it all adds up to the same thing. And I don't know, I've been thinking about that more lately in terms of like how badly did we mess it up, or how much was that already established and inevitable in terms of what would happen.
I guess in a sense it's kind of like focusing on interpersonal versus structural, really, and like a sense of dealing with interpersonal racism, bigotry, and things on an interpersonal level. It matters, it hurts people's feelings, and I'm not just saying that to like diminish it. Like seriously, people's feelings can have like serious effects on their personal life. But the bigger thing is much more the structural element of, like racism pervades the world, and we basically have a vast amount of people around the world who are basically designated to just be workers, perhaps because they're Asian and they're portrayed as being better, more industrious workers, or people who are forced down mines in somewhere like Congo. And all of this is basically racism that is global. And also, importantly, people being exterminated and designated for death in Palestine. And I think that there are still a lot of people who exist within this structure of like wanting to just sort of, I don't know. I think about this a lot with, I don't know, are you on TikTok at all?
Not really at all. No, I don't use TikTok. I should, but
So a big thing has really been the Arab slave trade. A lot of people bring up the Arab slave trade and they're like, well, Arabs did slavery and they're kind of racist to black people. And there is definitely racism in Arab society, 100%. But whenever someone brings this up, they don't really bring it up in a context of like, what would this matter today? Like, how do these societies still exist with really extreme racism? And in the case of like, the United Arab Emirates and stuff, they literally have like South Asian people who go over there and they basically steal their passports through the kafala system. They have a sponsor who then lets them work for a few years, and they're basically paying off a debt that they accrued when they got there. And it actually has similarities to like So basically, one of the reasons that the Gulf was rich initially is there were loads of pearls there, and they used to get predominantly black people that they bring over, and they weren't really slaves, but how they turn them into slaves is basically say, right, here's an advance of money. You have to get X amount of pearls and go away for this amount of time, and they'd go, and whilst they were pearling, they'd give that to their family, and then basically they'd still be in debt when they got back, and so they'd have to keep on working perpetually, and so you kind of like there's this long legacy in the Gulf, and people are much more interested in just sort of being like, oh well, Arabs are racist, and it's like, yeah, but I'm sure that there's racism in Arab society, rather than dealing with anything wider and talking about how Sudanese people are exploited by the Emiratis today.
Yeah. Yeah, just not taking the broader context into consideration, I guess, is a theme, especially on the internet. But I mean, what has that experience been like in terms of talking about issues like that, sort of more nuanced things or more bigger picture things on the internet and on TikTok and on, I guess, now YouTube? Like, how does that feel differently? I guess I am more content focused with a lot of the things that I think about, but you can bring that, I guess, to any like offline context you want. But do you see that being difficult to deal with, or like does it change the way you want to talk about things?
I think TikTok is a really problematic platform because of the form of the content that you have to make. At least with YouTube, you can make something longer, and I can include sources in a TikTok video, and people will generally seemingly watch about 20 minutes of a YouTube video on average, 20, 30 minutes. Whereas a TikTok, most people are watching like 20 seconds. And so what does well on TikTok is really like clickbaity shit, like stuff that's like, did you see what happened at the Oscars or something? And people want that much more than they want like, hey, there's this very serious thing going on that involves Palestine, of course, but is also much wider. And even on the topic of like, Ethan and all these people, you can use it very differently on YouTube to basically make like your video was effectively about manufacturing consent, really, and being able to just reel off a vast amount of sources and information that actually affect people, and in a very different way to a very short TikTok. And so I think in a certain sense the form of TikTok in of itself is a problem, that it's basically for short attention spans and like grabby headlines. It's and you can do good things. And prior to October the 7th, I'm actually much more proud of my content before then, in the sense of like I would make so one of my most popular videos is like a long form explanation of like people saying like going through very quickly each negotiation from the Peel Commission in 1937 up to the Oslo Accords, and in 5 minutes, and basically being like, hey, people say these things about the Palestinians and they're not really true. And because that's actually something that is so cut and dry, and where you have like, the all-powerful state who has continually refused to abide by any peace negotiation or behave seriously with them, it's simple to do that. But like a lot of this stuff, I think it has a problem that YouTube doesn't have, us in a sense of like, it's not just about headlines, and YouTube can actually offer people a deeper engagement with the subject and trying to push something. Whereas I think TikTok kind of has a problem with, hey, look at what happened at the Oscars or something. Also, please let me know if the answers are too long or anything.
No, that's a great answer. I guess like the corollary thing that I think about as like a more YouTube focused thing is that I think you're totally right about attention spans, the shorter content. I think you understand this as well based on how you've like framed the videos you've done on YouTube, that there is an element, these are jingling, I need to take them off. There is an element of, it's distracting me, and my cat's about to jump on me from the computer and turn the stream off. There's an element of and sensationalism and, talking about the Oscars or whatever else that comes into play when you're deciding on a title and a thumbnail. And I mean, I guess use that and fall victim to it, whether it's, people view it as a good thing or not to get more views, but it is still using the lens of an influencer to talk about a broader issue. And you've talked about that a little bit in terms of like, because people were, I don't know if they were saying like you're farming drama off of someone, and then you responded basically saying, no, I'm using this person to spread the actual information about this issue to a group of people. Like, I don't know if you thought about it as to a group of people that wouldn't have already seen it, or just to the most people as possible, but it's still there's a trade-off there where you're obviously doing that successfully. The videos are getting more traction, but at the same time, it's being pushed into an ecosystem, a framework of media consumption that does prioritize the, in the same way a TikTok about what happened at the Oscars will get boosted much further than other TikToks that are more informational. And even though, like, as resources, like you said, you're more proud about your video about like the history of negotiations, it's still, I mean, that's like as good of a resource, being concise and clear and being like, okay, someone's telling me they're sharing Zionist propaganda about how Hamas doesn't want to make a deal. Let's just go through how that's not true, and also how it has never been true when it comes to Israel. You're able to send that person that directly and say, here's this piece of information. But there's a trade-off where, I mean, the video went viral, obviously, which is good, but then, how much more viral could it have been if you presented it in some other fashion that was more attuned to the TikTok algorithm, or if you put it in a YouTube video that was more, like, I don't know how, I mean, videos do well about things like that, but it's like, at what point does trying to use those tools for maximum engagement cross over into actually, I guess, watering down the message or distracting from the message, Is that something you think about?
I do, and I do think, especially now, it's like I've made two videos about Ethan, and it's hard not to make a video about Ethan again because he says things that genuinely wind me up. It's okay to talk about him, right, with everything that's going on with you. Okay, perfect. And yeah, it's hard not to, like, because there's so many things he says and does that you want to make videos about. But in many ways, it's, I think that there's also a certain point of just like, there does reach a point where it's like you don't need to keep on making videos about something just because you can and just because it's getting views. I think that kind of my point is with, especially, I think on YouTube though, it's easier to basically have that wider point. As I say, like, your video is much more about manufacturing consent. And I tried to talk about Orientalism in my first video about Ethan. And Orientalism is like the first concept I was taught about at university. It's not the best book in the world, but the concept, and it extends well beyond Edward Said. It was first written about in the 40s or even the turn of the 20th century. And it's like people may start to see, oh, hang on a second, this is what Ethan does, but he's just one example of using us and them, where because he lives in this world of like, hey, Israelis are actually like me, and a lot of them are Westerners, and even the most crazy of them are still sort of like me. You don't really end up in that. You kind of still make a distinction between how Arabs act, their sort of motivations, what's going on in their minds. I think there was one point that I particularly noted, which is like when Ethan was talking about Hamas brutality, he said, oh, they're Islamic in terms of their treatment of protesters. And this is a side note that I'm not sure many people would actually know about. And I've been thinking about it a lot because one of the things that you sometimes see liberal Zionists or even these Palestinians who post online, but post things that I think are a bit questionable, even if they're not full on Zionists, they often say, well, the Palestinian Authority, which is the rulership in the West Bank, could take over. The Palestinian Authority are equally as brutal and as murderous in any way, in any comparison to Hamas. They murdered 2 people recently. I don't know who they were, but in 2021, they murdered a guy whose name is Nizar Banat, who was just a democratic activist. He wasn't like violent. He wasn't Hamas. He wasn't anything. They murdered him straight up. They cracked down on non-violent protests. And so the way that people talk about this, I think that people just, I don't know. I can't really, sorry, I've kind of gone off the point.
Like they were silent on that issue. They wouldn't ever give the same amount of attention because it's being done for different reasons to a different group of people and motivated by a different group of people.
Exactly. And when it comes, when it's not someone who's like big, scary Muslim, and there has to be like a deeper cultural explanation of, hang on a second, even these people in closer proximity to the West are, are torturous and murderous, and their regimes are nothing to marvel at. What you start to realize is this isn't fixed by basically going, oh yeah, there's one bad group who needs to go away and that'll all be fine if Western influence still remains in the region, because most of the countries, the countries in closest proximity to the West aren't exactly brilliant in terms of human rights, freedom, democracy,
Yeah, 100%. I guess one thing you brought up there is the role of that sort of collaboration from, I guess, non-Western sources. And is that kind of along the lines, is much of what you touch on there along the lines of your thesis, is it? Your PhD thesis?
So it will probably end up being my PhD thesis. I'm not 100% sure because it's not very extensively written about, but it's effectively about the dialectical relationship in Orientalism of like how there are, and Edward Said mentions it like a couple of times in Orientalism, but it's a bit of a shaky point for him. Basically, there are people from the Middle East who have always affirmed what Westerners wanted to hear. They say it in a certain voice, and they basically go back to them. They go, well, I'm an Arab, and I actually agree. And there are a certain amount of people who buy into this sort of identity politics, and are like, well, they're an Arab, so they can fall back on their identity, and it must be right. And they can ignore every other person in the region. And the most guilty of this are the United Arab Emirates. They constantly they did like a performance to Trump recently with all the people like shaking their hair around to show that they're not Muslims. And they actually make a point of really hating Muslims, especially in their foreign policy. Mohammed bin Zayed, who's the leader of the UAE, tells all these weird stories about 9/11. He says that he wanted to join the Afghan jihad against the Americans, and then his dad convinced him not to, I think. And he also tells this other story that basically after 9/11 they changed and they were going to fix up, even though actually all the money for 9/11 was through Dubai's informal money lending system, or a decent amount of it was. But yeah, these people basically sell a false vision to Westerners, which just gives people what they want to hear, and loads of people just buy it. It's people like Ahmed Fouad al-Khatib, the Palestinian collaborator with Israel, Mossab Hassan Youssef. He tells people that Islamic people are monstrous savages who want to kill everyone. And because he's a Muslim, people want to hear it from him because he can throw in a little word or two of Arabic. People love to hear it.
As a Palestinian, the magic words.
I mean, there's also a guy called John Aziz who's not managed to sort of capture the hearts because he's not like he's not such a an interesting guy in terms of Mohsen Hassan Youssef is crazy, so he's pretty appealing to
he's
sort of Zionists.
Like a paid agent of the state, right? Or
100%. I mean,
yeah.
But I think that perhaps and I mean, this is sort of, I made a video which was about it with Alika Labon, who she constantly goes, well, I'm Iranian, and these Western college students who are protesting for Palestine, they don't actually know what it's like. They don't know what we're like in the Middle East. Because I have Iranian heritage, but even especially on the topic of Iran, a lot of people who have talk about it on the internet lived there a long time ago. They don't live there anymore, and they kind of just talk about it in a very funny way.
That's like the liberal identity politics standpoint epistemology kind of thing is. I mean, I've always had a more what's the word? I guess a view of it that is more like I'm more likely to agree with how it's talked about, especially like within my first few years of thinking more about politics. I guess post 2020 George Floyd protests, like there was a lot of stuff that came out that I thought was very valuable, but at the same time, kind of like we were talking about before, like it is now being used as a tool by the oppressor in a way that is so much, I mean, it's nefarious, like it's not an accurate reproduction of these theories, but it's also so much more successful because it's being used by the powerful to silence criticism of Israel, for example, or silence or I guess boost Western narratives about Middle Eastern countries. And I don't know, that's same thing with like false anti-Semitism smears. It's like using the identity of Jewishness to, rationalize the most horrible things you can, because it's, I guess you have to take this person at their word that their lived experience will be relevant to the conversation, more relevant than the material reality of what is being done in the name of that lived experience, if it's even actually lived, because a lot of time, a lot of it is just propaganda. Oh, sorry, I was moving my camera. But yeah, what do you think about that?
I agree with you. I mean, obviously the best example is completely what is happening recently. I don't think it's been such a thing actually, I guess it has, but it's been more college focused and campus focused. In the UK, it's been much more focused on these London protests. We're told that they're hate marches, that they're like anti-Jewish every single week. And, it is literally done with one explicit goal. And it kind of goes in and plays off the idea of, oh, and it's funny because the biggest people picking this up are Fox News. In the UK, there's an example called GB News, which is just some new UK Fox impersonation. And then like right-wing mainstream media. These are all the people who basically spent their time demonizing George Floyd-related protests, selling misinformation about them. But all of a sudden now, they are very bought into this idea of like, oh, we really care about what's happening to Jewish people. But the truth is they don't care, because the vast majority of the language that is used to demonize Palestinians, pro-Palestinian protesters, and people who are like involved with it, it's the same language that was once used against Jewish people. In here, people always say in this country, oh, Muslims don't integrate, they're aliens, they're strangers. And
Global
this is
Day
actually
of Jihad.
This is the shit that they used to say this about Jewish people. There's a guy who wrote, I can't remember his name, but there's something called the Aliens Act in the UK, and he literally was saying Jewish people are the only people who have never integrated into Western society, and it's just being turned around now, and they're playing on the exact same tropes and using it to demonize people, to claim they're violent, that they're responsible for the degradation of Western society, that they want to destroy it. And it's abhorrent rhetoric spewed by people who don't care about Jewish people either. And Jewish people who are buying into it are foolish, because, these people will be very quick to turn on you as well at some point,
Right.
Like, think about the people that Ethan has recently associated with, and people who have been racist and abhorrent their entire lives. Apparently, all of a sudden, they now care about Jewish people because Hasan talks about Palestine. And someone like you, like they're like how visceral and how like vile some of the actions taken against you, like people sharing, things that just should not be published on the internet about you. You just look at that and you think, God, it's ostensibly like someone like you who's the bad guy who made a video about, who made a very fair and reasonable video talking about genocide.
Yeah, it's the hypocrisy, the double standard that is so, like, I don't know, at one point it would have like made me mad, but it's so incredibly predictable after seeing it for, I mean, years, almost 2 years now, and before, but like specifically with this issue, it's been very galvanizing in terms of seeing how little these principles actually matter to people when it can't be, used against, I guess, crushing dissent against like Israel. But shoot, lost my train of thought. I had something. You can keep going if you want while I think, but sorry.
Yeah, no, I mean, I totally agree with you. Like, all of this stuff just serves Trump's agenda, like, honestly. And I mean, it's funny as well, because obviously the same people who cried out against identity politics are actually those who believe in very strict identities of like, we are white, cultural, Christian Americans. Also, they often say Judeo-Christian, even though obviously the history of Judaism and Christianity, I don't really know how. Yeah, it kind of papers over quite a big part of the 20th and 19th, and actually many centuries before that, of Christian treatment of Jewish people that is just totally ignored, because now it's about hating Muslims. But yeah, people who rely the hardest on identity politics and these creation of very rigid identities, as opposed to the Palestinian struggle, which is a thing of saying, I know there are people who talk about mass expulsions and such, but there are also the one state solution, the one democratic state campaign, which is headed by people Pape, a few other key figures within a few other Jewish Israelis, and then quite a lot of Palestinians. But they're basically talking about, hey, we want to change and live in a society that's like a beacon for the Middle East, where we try and work with other progressive movements in the region to basically build something that's better for everyone. And yet, apparently, Trump is the protector of Jewish people, the person who wants something good.
Right. You brought up the, I guess, one state solution, and I've been thinking about lately you'll see a lot of times people asking about the solution and asking about what needs to be done and how we can get quote unquote peace. And most of the time, the people asking that don't even really want that or care about it, right? They're using it as a way to distract from acknowledging the material reality. But I guess how do you think that things like that can better be spoken about, to where it's always framed around the fact that, like, especially since October 7th, the conversation cannot proceed if there's no agreement on what has happened and what is actually happening, because I mean, it's the future and unpredictable, but at the same time, to me, I see conversations about that, and it feels like, I guess depending on who's having it, it can be unproductive almost, even though
Mhm.
it's still an important conversation to have to those who are genuinely looking for long term some kind of solution and some kind of real peace and justice and retribution, I guess.
I mean, the thing is it's very distant is the first thing. Like in terms of reaching that point of like, hey, we're talking about a one democratic state campaign. It requires like completely dismantling the Zionist project. And when someone brought it up at university, I actually sadly missed this because I was somewhere else, but there was quite a heated debate between a lot of the Palestinian PhD students and people who were like talking about the two-state solution and big questions about like, well, who controls the army? Because would you? I mean, people. So I'm sure that there are some people who could say, well, Hamas would come in and kill everyone. But I mean, if you left the Zionist project in control of any form of army, it would be very troubling. And there's also, I mean, there's a very troubling point as well. Um, of right now, there are 700,000 people who live in the West Bank. I don't know what percentage of them are like highly ideologically committed settlers as opposed to people who are living there because of the huge economic benefits. But there are a lot of religious fanatics who believe that if the state of Israel, because it's secular, gives any land away that it has stolen from the Palestinians, that it has committed an affront to God, and they will fight against the state of Israel as hard as they would fight against the Palestinian people. In 1979, when Israel dismantled settlements in the Sinai, there was quite a lot of like animosity between the settlers who lived in the Sinai and the Israeli military. And there were some people who actually tried to blow themselves up in a bunker, so like a group of fanatics. And so it's like a difficult point, basically, of like you're looking at something very far away, but at the same time, there is an entire international community meant to uphold international law. If you uphold international law and ensure you don't go down the same pitfalls as South Africa of enshrining private property accumulated via apartheid, you let people return to their land, you have a redistribution of land that was taken from people. And also what is somewhat unique about Palestine amongst settler colonies, most other settler colonies lived, the indigenous people were nomadic, or they lived lifestyles where they moved around. For example, in the Americas, most people did not have settled lifestyles. There are examples like the Cherokee, I think, in Georgia. But in the case of Palestine, people lived in built up houses. There are so many houses that were literally just taken over. And when they were taken over, they had everything in them: pots, pans, clothes, pets, photo albums. All of these things were taken directly from Palestinians and given to Jewish people. Tom Segev talks about it. Jewish people went from being destitute refugees in a matter of days, effectively, if they got a house, to all of a sudden being new people within their land. And so these are like the key things to be addressing. The right of return is enshrined under international law, and there will be people like, oh, well, that can't happen because Palestinians will harm Jewish people. I mean, what is happening now has to stop, and there has to be justice for Palestinians. They can't be living in camps in Lebanon anymore. They can't be living in camps in Jordan, Syria. They're not from Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon. They are from Palestine. They have lived in these places. And people who often like to say, well, the PLO went in and destabilized Lebanon. None of this would have happened if Israel hadn't expelled these people. Like, Palestinians should just have stayed in their homes. People had things, they lost things, and they've never given up on that idea. Gaza is entirely Gaza is the way it is because there are too many people in a place that they are not from. Like, it's as simple as that. People, why should 2 million people live in a place where I don't even know what percentage of them actually are descendants of people from the Nakba? They're from Haifa and places nearby. They're not from Gaza. There's
Yeah,
a
it's like
small amount that are.
70% are refugees or descendants of 70 to
Mm.
80.
And there's even like, I mean, my friend was from there, and she kind of went into like some details. People go to different schools, so I think you go to an Unrwa school if you're a refugee, whereas someone a Ghazawi, as they call them, goes to a like a school run by the local municipality in Gaza, and you wear different clothes, school uniforms. So there is like a distinction, and there's also an animosity in a sense for in some cases where people were like, this is not a normal existence. It's been cut off from the rest of the world for such a long time. And I don't know. And I think that when like you're addressing anything to do with Palestine, it's sort of this thing. I've always been interested by a guy called Abdul Razak Takriti, who's like a Palestinian historian, absolutely brilliant. he was talking about this, and he was like, never ever see Palestinians as rejectionists, because Palestinians wanted to live in their indigenous homeland. They articulated, don't bring settlers here. Do not allow another settler colony to be established here that will marginalize us, or there is going to be serious problems. And look where Palestine is now. This is where everything comes from. You have to discuss at the root cause. There were people at that time who said, don't bring over settlers. That is what we don't like. We don't disdain Jewish people. We disdain the fact that we know very clearly that they seek dominance over us. And so I think it always has to come back to this and speak about addressing it. If it wasn't for the ethno-supremacist project, we wouldn't be here. So that has to be addressed, and things that have been accumulated via it can't be kept.
Yes, how can we maintain that focus on the history? Because I think that is so ubiquitous, where the conversation starts. Obviously, the phrase, what's the phrase about before October 7th? Like, things didn't start on October 7th. It's been, almost a century, or I mean, I guess you could say since the founders of Zionism, further than a century. How is it? How can we? And I don't know if "how can we" is the right word. I guess when you see that happening, what do you feel like is the best approach to reframing it around history? And do you think doing that? How much do you think doing that will play a role in eventually finding justice?
I think increasingly that this is all I really want to talk about, because, people can say what they want. Palestinians did not just start massacring Jewish people for no reason. There was no native has ever given up their land for free. And on the topic of history, Israel, no colonizer has ever got a deal from the colonized where they got 78% of the land. The indigenous people accepted 22% without even shored up guarantees. It was meant to be an interim agreement. They did everything that the colonizer wanted and got nothing in return. There is no argument that Israel has behaved normally, behaved morally. It has shown no interest in a Palestinian state. None of them ever have. And so the whole point is Palestinians, I don't care what people say about Arafat. I do not care. The guy was more of like an international superstar who was accepting a two-state solution, basically, at this point by the 80s, really, I think, is the point that he basically fully accepted a two-state. Palestinians resisted non-violently in the first Intifada, huge non-violent resistance that was met with brutal repression. And so this idea that Palestinians haven't tried for peace is utterly ridiculous. There's only one thing responsible, and it is Zionism, an ethno-supremacist settler colonial project that had no space for the indigenous people of Palestine. And I think that this is always the most important thing. The settler colonial framework is injurious to the Zionist idea, because it shows that they came with the explicit goal of marginalizing the Palestinians. You can, if anyone wants to read about this, Adam Schatz wrote something called "We Are Conquerors" in the London Review of Books, and it's about David Ben-Gurion, Tom Segev's biography of him, and it just has some crazy quotes. And I mean, I'm sure that people know this kind of stuff, but it's basically, just about David Ben-Gurion, the things he said about how he had no place for the Palestinians. They knew they were bringing a nationalism to the land where they didn't want Palestinians included, and that is the most important history. There is no way to change that. The Zionist project didn't come with humanitarian goals. It wasn't about bringing refugees. In fact, they've had very problematic engagement with people who survived the Holocaust and went through it. You can read about this in a lot of Tom Segev's work, which was originally written in Hebrew, one of the most esteemed Israeli historians, who said a couple of weeks ago that Zionism was a failed project. Jewish people aren't safe. The vast majority of refugees didn't go to Israel. And in fact, it is better and safer to be a Jewish person not in Israel at this point. And so why are you sat here trying to give explanations for this project that is putting Jewish people at risk, that is killing tens of thousands of Palestinians, has dispossessed and marginalized them? And this is the center of the conversation. And I think actually it kind of goes back. Settler colonialism has its problems as a framework. These are things worth talking about, but they're like quite complex intricacies of like it as a theory and the person who came up with it, Patrick Wolf. But as like an explanatory tool of saying, hey, there was no space, that settler colonialism always seeks to eliminate the indigenous population. That's just such a powerful explanatory tool, because it gives no space for saying, oh, well, you know, they came as refugees. Even if people came as refugees, people fled to America as some people, it was a smaller number, fled religious persecution and went over to America. They still took the indigenous people's land. They still participated in that structure. And so this idea that it makes it okay because people are refugees or they're the descendants of refugees, no, it doesn't. America, the UK, places like this could have and should have been absorbing far grander numbers of Jewish people and wouldn't have produced what we see today and the dispossession, extermination, and marginalization of Palestinians if we didn't set up this thing in the Middle East that sought to dispossess people, that sought to give them no space in their indigenous homeland, that always moved towards wiping them away.
Yeah, I mean, explicitly from the jump, they said what they wanted to do. They said how they were going to do it. They said that they knew it would be a problem, that the indigenous population would not accept their project, and then they did it anyways, and they, in some ways, succeeded. With the power they were able to wield, and like, I guess that's what it should always come back to. But there's so many layers you need to peel back first. Talking to someone that I guess has sympathies for Zionism and has I guess maybe just a more like a Western view that is, so jaded by propaganda, by just ubiquitous media coverage of lacking completely the Palestinian perspective, the history from the Palestinian perspective, to where I don't know that a lot of times becomes this feeling of sort of insurmountable, when you're trying to do it, insurmountable project of dismantling this thing for more and more people. Obviously, the dial is turning. Like you saw that recent poll where I think the majority, like 52% of Americans had either had a negative view or no longer had a positive view of Israel, which is, I mean, I think it's the highest it's ever been. And that is a testament to, the response to a genocide, seeing a genocide, and the testament to, I guess, we don't know for sure explicitly what the plans were, but surely, like you can, I guess, imagine in the implication that October 7th was planned to bring Palestine and Gaza back onto the map and back onto global awareness, and for that reason, it worked. It absolutely worked.
Mm-hmm.
The only reason I'm talking to you right now is because of October 7th, which I think about that a lot, where it's like this. I guess just once people put eyes on it, once the truth comes out and is acknowledged and is repeated and drilled into people's heads and over, when the history is tried to be obscured, it's challenged, and that challenge starts to win, as we see with public perception, then, that's like the first step, I guess. But a lot of times it does feel, I don't know if you ever feel that, like a frustration with seeing how far we have to go, even though you're doing as much as you can, right?
I'm guessing you and probably your chat wouldn't know this. So the UK claimed to suspend a certain amount of arms licenses to Israel. Our new Labour government claimed to do it pretty early on into their rule. I don't remember exactly when. And as it turns out, in 3 months, the Labour government sold more weapons to Israel post October the 7th from 2024 onwards. They sold in 3 months more weapons that were given to Israel in 3 years of Tory, so our right-wing government rule. It's kind of mad because we have this huge public perception that is against it. We have a growing number of even people in parliament who are like, and actually, especially recently, even media outlets who are starting to realize Israel is, I don't know if you've read, I think his name's Alex DeVille. He's like the famine expert, one of the lead famine experts. I'd recommend reading it, and probably to your chat as well, because it's quite shocking. He refers to Gaza as a cordon sanitaire because people are basically not getting diseases in the way that people thought they would, in part because of the polio drive that occurred last year. But what he is saying is it is basically a testing ground to see how long people can survive with no nutrition. America ostensibly next week is going to set up these ways to give people aid that involve some despicable system of surveillance and AI. But what is currently being done in Gaza is unbelievable. And it does keep on feeling like there has to be a breaking point. But at the same time, it feels like our current leaders are so committed to it. Like Trump or And this is the funny thing, you know, I don't wish to comment on the election. I understand Trump stands for like something much more racist, but in the UK, we literally got, you know, the left wing win, the Labour Party, people who had said over and over again nothing about Israel. And what have they done? They can't even really condemn Netanyahu. They can't go fully in support of his arrest warrant. They can't do anything about the ICJ case. They don't do anything. They don't care. They don't. We got the left wingers, you know, we got them. And look what they've done. Nothing. They have stayed as close with Israel as they could. They have secret meetings with their leaders. And so it's hard in that sense. But I do also like yesterday seeing 500,000 people on the street. And I often think about, you know, comparisons to Iraq. I wasn't old enough to see the like million people marches in the UK. I was like a very young child. But
I was
still, at
a
the same
child watching the show 24 and liking it. I don't know if you've heard
what
of
the
24.
marches.
It's like a Kiefer Sutherland show that basically manufactured consent for torture. And I was a child, so you know that's there's a reason that stuff like that was popular. But sorry, continue.
I think no. I think about when I was like, you know, however, like 10, 11, 12, playing Call of Duty. You know, you're playing like a game where you go and kill Fidel Castro, and you probably don't understand actually all what's happening in the game unless you're quite interested in it. I was just playing through the story, you know, but you're like killing like random people who are like baddies, evil Middle Easterners, and you see these things like bleeding into, you know, kind of how you understand the world as you get older, that soldiers are kind of like heroic, and yeah, they sometimes shoot innocent people, but you know, they're good morally at heart. And I think the only difference really with Iraq and Palestine, or one of the key differences, is poor communities, especially in America, paid a heavy price for Iraq in terms of young men. And I'm not saying like mega sympathy for soldiers, but young men were like tricked into going there, predominantly from poor, marginalized communities. They went over, did atrocious things, but that also provoked a sense of like, was this right? And people protested against it because they were worried about family members. With Palestine, no one's actually got family members from the UK and stuff, unless you're dual citizen with Israel. You don't have citizen like family over there. And yet people have this deep identification with it. And I think actually the main thing I would say since October the 7th is the amount of people who I personally know, who I was good friends with, who thought that like kind of pre-October the 7th, and especially in the end of school when we first studied bits and pieces about the Middle East, when we first studied that, they kind of thought like the Palestine stuff was a bit weird, like how interested I was in it. But as since October the 7th, I have a lot of friends who I weren't political, who now like post constantly, like about Palestine, about torture, about what Israel does and the way it behaves, and don't just like go, oh, you know, I want peace in Palestine. I see the bombings and I don't like that. Are literally like, yeah, this is a state which is categorically unacceptable, immoral, and unjust. And I do have a belief that it cannot be permanent. And in fact, actually, this is to go back to a way earlier conversation. If you want to see an example of form limiting TikTok, when an Israeli soldier ended their own life, a lot of people are like, oh, that's, you know, awesome, you know, amazing stuff going on here. And, you know, whatever, people can say what they want. But what I think is actually more interesting is Israel has a mental health crisis because they keep sending their soldiers to go and commit atrocious war crimes. And then there's a lot of shooting and crying in Israeli society is the phrase they use, that they pull the trigger and then they make a film. There's a really good example called A Waltz with Bashir, which is this film about Lebanon. And it has like it's like in this interesting cartoon style. But it's basically just, oh, look, we did Sabra and Shatir, which was a massacre of thousands of people. And they're like, we feel bad about it too. But in Israeli society, there is this big mental health issue. So in a sense, form as like the form of TikTok and stuff, you kind of end up wanting like, oh, that's awesome. You never look into the deeper thing, which my friend actually wrote an interesting piece about, of Israel is getting very fucked up because they have this bravado of like Zionism is awesome, strong, masculine, powerful. And it's not quite like that. Same with America, actually. You have all of these vets who now post about like, oh, I've got mental health issues, and they get stuff from the state until Trump. But in Israel, they can't even admit it. Multiple people have self-immolated because of not getting their PTSD recognized in Israel. So also, sorry if I keep giving long and contrived explanations.
No, just keep going. I mean, go as long as you want. This is all very helpful. The chat's loving it. I'm loving it. Yeah, like the difference in previous public perception over conflict being rather than what we're seeing now in Vietnam, during the Iraq War, the specific material ties people had, where it's not just something going on in the Middle East. It's like your brother, your dad, your family member is there, and your decision to protest what was happening was, I guess, rooted in the same kind of thing where, the protests in Israel are framed as, we've seen it recently being framed as humanitarian. They want peace, they want a ceasefire, but the only reason they want a ceasefire, if they even want one, is a temporary one that resumes once the hostages are back. It's a very direct material incentive, and it makes me wonder, I haven't looked into this all that much, but like what the extent to which the previous movements of shifting public perception over conflicts like Vietnam and Iraq, and the turning tide of I guess opposition to these wars, how much of that was out of material self-interest, or material, I guess, I mean, it is a form of self-interest when it comes to like people in your life, versus how much of that was a moral stance against, invasion, genocide, murder, mass murder, which is, I guess, a grim thought, but also, like you're saying, there's, in my lifetime, and, just based on how we've been able to see it on social media, there's really never been such a direct and extreme escalation in the rhetoric about a state in which that needs to be dismantled, and everyone that is aware of what's happening and aware of the history understands that, and that the Overton window, or the rhetoric that's able to be used, I mean, maybe it's just on social media, because like you're saying, the politicians, political systems, even the Labour Party doesn't even talk about Gaza, let alone endorse violent resistance or dismantling of the Israeli state. That's a while. That's a long time coming in terms of rhetoric, but I think people are doing that. To what extent that will shape, I don't know, electoral politics. What are your thoughts on that, electoral politics? And like you saw Corbyn, that's maybe that's Lisan Al-Gaib, that's the guy, the only explicitly critical of Israel politician that, I mean, even Bernie, like liberal Zionism, which also is another topic of criticism of liberal Zionism from politicians or from broader movements. At what point does that become counterproductive? That's another thing I want to ask about. But I guess, what was my first question regarding
electoral politics, basically? And
yeah.
So I mean, in the UK, obviously, there's something I have to note here. It is illegal to offer support for Hamas. It is illegal to offer any kind of, not just material support, words saying you support. I think speaking more generally about resistance is okay, but speaking specifically about groups like Hamas, Hezbollah, it's illegal. Only the Houthis within the UK are not designated a terror organization. So at rallies, you hear a lot, Yemen, Yemen, make us proud, turn another ship around, which is, I like that.
That's great.
But
yeah.
And yesterday people were like endorsing resistance and stuff, but it can never be a specific thing. And so the UK uses its anti-terror laws, which to just target people. They are problematic. And in the case of NECAP recently, NECAP were almost, one of the reasons NECAP released their statement that was so wishy-washy, that was like, oh, we don't endorse any of this, is because in the UK, that is completely illegal. That is, you could go to prison, I think, for 7 years, especially if you did that to a large crowd with a large audience of people, and I think that there are some people in this country who do it, some people who do offer support in different ways. And, it's not, I can't endorse it or anything. And I think it's a difficult thing in this country, because we exist in a world where it's literally illegal to say endorsement of a group like Hamas or anything, but to go on the street wearing an IOF hoodie, or to go on a street with literally wearing an Israeli military gear, is completely legal and justified. And they're the ones who've killed 50,000, who are starving 2 million. Hamas didn't do that on October the 7th. That's a far grander crime. That's a crime far more similar to the kind of the things that the Nazis did to Jewish people than anything that Hamas did on October the 7th. anything. There is no comparison between a single day of violence and the structural violence that Israel inflicted before and also since, alongside the spectacular killings of violence. And by spectacular, obviously, I don't mean like amazing. It's a spectacle in terms of how it draws attention, because so many people have died, or have been murdered. Sorry, is probably a better way to frame it. But yeah, it's really difficult in the UK. So we have like the Independent Alliance, who are like a group of MPs who were very much elected on appeals to basically Palestine, really, and also, you know, not being the Labour Party, and they did well, and good for them. And there were certain constituencies in the UK where you almost saw like quite significant victories. There's someone called Wes Streeting, who's like a part of the cabinet in the UK, so like one of the senior politicians, and he was almost unseated by an independent who was very pro-Palestine. And one would hope that during the next election people see a change. But the loss of Corbyn is crazy to think about, because I don't think today that it could have worked the same way, that they could have got away with saying this man is like a monstrous anti-Semite, and so many people would have bought it because they've seen, hang on a second, anti-Semitism is a real thing, but it is to do with basically portraying Jewish people as responsible for degradation in society, targeting them on the basis of their Jewishness, not a belief that Israel is like a moral and justified state, you know, and has like some inalienable right to exist. That's not anti-Semitism, and that's what Corbyn was targeted for. He was targeted as well because at a meeting he referred to a member of Hamas and Hezbollah. He was like, oh, my friends in Hamas and Hezbollah. And it's like, Jimmy Carter said Hamas were better to negotiate with, truthfully, than Netanyahu. And it's true. It's categorically true. Hamas are more interested in a two-state solution, in some form of just and equitable solution, than Netanyahu is. That is categorically true. Netanyahu openly speaks about expelling 2 million Palestinians. And so at this point, you know, we exist in a world where Corbyn was removed. He didn't win. He was replaced by Starmer, who has shown that he is just a complete and utter genocidal monster willing to give Israel anything. And so I think that it's kind of this thing of like, liberal Zionism's a dangerous game. If you, we can move on to that now if you'd like.
Yeah, absolutely. Because that's I don't know, that's been a hot topic, especially on YouTube of late.
Mm-hmm. I mean, it's and if you wanted to go back to the self-interested thing of Israelis, Israeli peace movements have always been self-interested. I included some quote from an Israeli talking about it. They were talking basically about how it's just people who go and wash their conscience about what they've done. They never take a material action. They never don't serve. They just go, I feel bad about serving, boo-hoo. There's a small amount of people who don't serve. And, you know, those are decent, young anti-Zionist Jewish people who are really in opposition to the genocide because it is a genocide. But there have always been, and there's actually a growing amount of them, particularly people on Twitter. The guy called, I can't actually remember his name. It's something like, I don't know. I'm not Shale Ben something or other. He was on Owen Jones. Yeah. That guy. The reason that he opposes the genocide is the same reason that a crop of Israelis started to oppose the occupation, because they knew that the occupation was really brutal and violent, and they were fearful around the time of South Africa that maybe we'll get the same thing of like a lot of people saying, oh, you have to make serious changes and change your society. And their opposition largely revolved around that. They were worried about the state of Israel much more than they were worried about Palestinians. They were worried that Israel would go beyond a certain point where its crimes reached so bad, where its racism got so bad that they did something that was totally unacceptable. And the problem is now in 2025, they are doing the completely immoral and unacceptable. But because so much of their society supports it, because so much of Western society supports it in terms of the political elites, they can get away with it, you know. Like, I don't know if you saw Zvi Sukkot, who's like a member of, I think he's a member of Otzma Yehudit, Ben Gvir's party, Jewish Power. He was like, we can kill 100 people in one night and no one cares. And it's gleeful. It's like gleeful about exterminating people. And there's always been this self-interest, this like liberal Zionist fear. Peace now is the big one. And this is always the problem. If an organization is not anti-Zionist, it is not worth dealing with. If it is in any way unwilling to confront the fact that in 1948 Palestinians were dispossessed, and ever since that point Palestinians have, and actually before that point, Palestinians have struggled against occupation, first from the British under the Mandate, because they didn't want to be ruled, because they aren't children, they could look after themselves. They were ruled by the Mandate that set up the state of Israel, that let it be established. And so kind of this thing of, if you are not willing to confront that Israel is not this just moral, inalienable thing, that its founding was wrong, that the justifications for it were wrong, that it is a colonial implant from the British and only existed because the British were able to sit there and support it and oppress and destroy Arab Palestinian resistance, and actually wider Arab resistance in the 1930s. That's the only reason they succeeded, really, because the British were there destroying. They actually, many tactics that we see today actually came from the British. For example, blowing up people's homes as collective punishment. So they actually, the first time this kind of started to happen was in the 1930s. Palestinians would, and there were many things that when you think about, I've read a bit of Foucault, and he talks about this, of like the enclosure of private property and how this changed how crime operated. Palestinians would go into previously held common land where they would have grazed animals, grown things, and things like that. And then all of a sudden they'd be told, hey, you can't come in here because we've bought this land and we own it and Palestinians aren't allowed here. And basically they would get in trouble for thievery of existing how they always had within their society. But now the land was being bought by people who didn't want them there, with the support of a colonial power who viewed them as having nothing. And so if you don't have a problem with that, I have no interest in your politics. You know, this never had space for Palestinians. Zionism is an ethno-supremacist ideology that came with the goal. Initially, some people like Herzl didn't see the concept of a state as we would see it now, but still they brought an ideology to Palestine that was colonial, that marginalized the indigenous people. And so if your politics is willing to accept what happened in the Nakba, the death marches from places like Lida, then it's not okay, because you accept like these things, this dispossession that has created the situation in which we exist and live today. And if you're not willing to go beyond that and confront that, it's not going to get us anywhere, you know? And it's a self-interested nonsense. It's a self-interested, oh, you know, I don't like the occupation now, but you liked it before when Israel took away Palestinian land and transferred them out of it and took their homes, destroyed their villages, and looked on it with glee, you know? Like Ben Gurion, I actually just want to read a quote from that. This is what he said. This is what he said about West Jerusalem. There are no foreigners, 100% Jews. What happened in Jerusalem and what happened in Haifa can happen in large parts of the country if we endure. It is what's happening. This was always a structure. The Nakba is actually just, the Nakba matters, of course. It is a specifically horrible example of it, but the structure of dispossession, marginalization, did not begin in 1948. It came when settlers first arrived there with the explicit goal of never integrating, of establishing a new polity in that land. That's what makes them settlers. They're not immigrants. They didn't come to Palestine to be part of Palestine. They came to be part of Israel, something that didn't even exist at that point.
Yeah, one thing you mentioned is just the actual quotes from every historical Israeli, you know, leader or political figure or military figure. It's always like, oh, they said exactly what they were gonna do. They celebrated it, and we have the quote right here. Hey, you said this, but I guess more people need to know that they said that, or more people are willing to brush aside that they said that and acknowledge that it was colonial in nature and that genocide and ethnic cleansing were intrinsic to what the project was trying to do. But then it persists. The myths around the history persist, and the myths around the Nakba and what has been a continuous process since then persist, which I guess is part of why, like, the things that you talk about and the things that everyone that's been becoming more vocal and more in-depth and thorough and what's the word, principled in how they react to things as they happen, and how they reacted to October 7th when it was a time for a lot of people for a lot of uninitiated people to, like, first look into this thing, there needed to be voices that were principled and understood the history and could react in a way that could frame what happened as a continuation of you know, resistance violence. And that's, I guess, lost my train of thought again, but you cooked there.
I mean, what you were saying also makes a lot of sense. People needed voices and direction and guidance. And I guess if there's one thing that feels meritorious about TikTok, at least it's that, you know, that like, I often think like, what have I done? Like, what is there anything I've achieved at all? And I suppose like, especially after October the 7th, I influenced like a lot of young people to see Palestine very differently, especially in like the UK and stuff, to say like, hey, you know, I don't have to sit here and endorse every single thing that happens, like every war crime, every possible thing that can be condemned on October the 7th. And yet I can still see the overarching structure is there is no comparison between one single day of violence and a structure of violence. I said this on Hasan's stream. It's from a podcast called Why Theory. They spoke about Luigi Mangione. They said the words, Luigi Mangione, it's not great to go and shoot someone on the street. It's not a good sign of a society. However, the structural violence of the healthcare company to sit there and say that is the wider thing. That healthcare company committed violence against so many people just because it was not the spectacular kind of violence of killing someone in the street does not make it any more moral, any more justified. And in the case of what happened in Palestine on the 7th of October, it exists within a context of such extreme structural violence, of violence that is not comparable to one day, to one event, to one example. In fact, I said this prior to October the 7th, when there were some Israelis targeted in the West Bank. And I was like, oh, I often get asked why I don't talk about Israeli, like what happens to Israelis. And I literally said, because it exists within a context. Those Palestinians didn't go out there because they're anti-Semites and because they hate Jews, because they wanted to kill them for no reason. What happened on that day exists within years and years of occupation, humiliation, in fact, allegedly, ostensibly, something which has a really negative effect on young children is seeing an authority figure in their life being humiliated. In the case of Palestine, authority figures are consistently humiliated in front of you by soldiers who break into your safe space, your house. They take it over, they beat your father, arrest him, put you in some separate room whilst they enact brute beatings on your father, on your family members. And you want me to believe that one singular day of violence can reverse any of that? That's a year and a half later, nearly 2 years, that's what I should be talking about when Israel has done, I don't even know, 50, 60, 70, 80. And in fact, you know what? It isn't even fair to say 60 or 80. What Israel has done to Gaza is incomparable. It is genocide. It is the extermination of a history and culture, the meeting point between Africa and Asia, the culture of thousands of years wiped away because they want to build Jewish settlements there, because there is a religious fanatical movement that dominates Israeli society that sees all of it as their land that has long existed there. There are many secular people who just say, well, Gaza's got to go. You know what these people are like. They're violent. They're savages. And I think this is also the important point, especially, sorry to just kind of carry on.
Keep going. No.
In the sense of, and I'm just thinking about this in a much wider way, if you look at how people justify Israel, they always rely on going into really nitpicky facts where they can pull up one thing and go, well, that is this way and this thing happened. Nothing can undermine the structure of what Zionism is. Nothing can undermine a structure that has dispossessed an indigenous people and kept them marginalized. It is not plausible. It is not possible. The Palestinians are not violent because of their nature, because of their crazy Arab minds. They are violent because of the fact that they have been marginalized for decades. And I don't even think violent is the correct way to describe it, because not even just the Great March of Return, the First Intifada was an expression of non-violent Palestinian resistance. My lecturer, who was involved in it, who was a key figure within the parts of the First Intifada, she speaks about how, in one example, there were some settlers who killed a Palestinian. Palestinians went and disarmed them and didn't even kill that settler who had done this crime. They actually got Israeli soldiers. And I'm not saying every single time that kind of thing happened. I'm sure that I think there's about 100 Israelis. Palestinian collaborators were killed, actually quite a sizable number of them. And I think that there are discussions amongst significant figures who are like, oh, we shouldn't have probably killed as many people. But at the same, as in collaborators, but at the same time, what happened in response to the First Intifada was curfews, just violence, and violence that is not just harming someone directly. It is harming their existence, their wider life. And I think in the context of Palestine, this is always what matters. And this is what is to keep it focused on rather than, and even on the topic of quotes, we can find quotes of Ben Gurion saying insane things, and they are worth bringing up. But you can also find those couple where he's like, oh, actually, I wanted to live alongside the Palestinians. It is in the actions. It is in the structure that was built in Palestine. And in fact, even beyond Ben Gurion, other people around him who maybe had some interesting coexistence, you still came. You still set up a kibbutz there. You still dispossessed the indigenous people and only wanted Jewish settlers there. You can never change that. You can never escape that. And anyone who supports this in any capacity, it has helped to marginalize Palestinians.
Right. And I guess when it comes to any capacity, when you say that, like how can we attack and like dismantle the liberal Zionist perspective? What is the best way to do that? Because even quote unquote allies will participate. I mean, you mentioned the interview with Owen Jones with that one guy who there's a few like quotes that I saw from it that were pretty harrowing, but acceptable from the perspective of a liberal Zionist. So maybe that's not even a great example, but when it comes to dismantling it, is it just drawing attention to what you're talking about and standing firm that you can't talk about solutions and you can't talk about peace without acknowledging the history and acknowledging the need for things like right to return, the things that scare liberal Zionists to death? And as quickly as they'll, say what's happening is a genocide or say what's happening is immoral, they will turn around and frame that as some potential future genocide against Jews, not as just Israelis. So what is from your perspective, best approach to dismantling that perspective or attacking it from the left? That, I don't know, I see a lot of accusations of like ultra leftism, or thinking about it in a, on the internet especially, it's framed around going against the ability to garner popular support for these things when you're being so principled about it that you're, I guess it's framed as pushing away the liberal or the liberal Zionist, when it's like, my perspective on it is I don't, I guess, take that into consideration as much as you have to be principled, because otherwise you're setting yourself up to accept peace on the terms of liberal Zionism, which isn't real peace.
100%. I genuinely think it boils down to the things that you said, but also just Zionism. It has to be rejected. It is not some like inalienable right to go to other people's land. It is wrong. It is immoral to dispossess indigenous people. It is an inherently genocidal structure. It is a structure which is based on the idea that certain people, because of the color of their skin, because of the way in which they exist, the mode of their existence previously, when the settlers first came, because of their modes of existence, they don't have a right to that land. They are primitive, they are savage, and it has not changed at all. Sure, it's updated the terms, how it discusses Palestinians, and it now talks about, Gaza, they've lived in such a foul way. It's how Trump talks about it. They've lived in such a violent, nasty, wicked way under barbarous rulers. It's not true. It's just not true, is it? What has happened in Palestine is entirely a product of social conditions, of decades and decades upon decades of Western imperialism and Zionist imperialism. And if you want to move forward, you have to reject it. Palestinians were talking about their problems with Zionism very early on. And I think as well, I guess Tom Segev, I think for most of his life was a bit of a liberal Zionist, and he's reached 80 and he now is like, yeah, I'm not so sure about what we should have done really here. Like I as I said, his quote is fantastic. It's just like, it doesn't protect Jewish people. It categorically doesn't. If it is someone who is a liberal Zionist, and I guess if you're trying to communicate with them, I guess it is attacking these fundamental things and asking them the question of, are Jewish people safer or worse off because of Israel? And if so, how can you possibly say that? Like, how can you possibly... And in fact, I mean, I've been reading about this recently. Quite a lot of, to an extent, some of the people who committed synagogue massacres in America use the term ZOG, Zionist-occupied government. They literally make claims, and it feeds into this notion of, like, Israel controls us. They are trying to do... Some people buy into this thing, which is not true, of, like, the Great Replacement theory is orchestrated by, George Soros and other Jewish billionaires. It's nonsense. But this kind of power that Israel, that some people aren't willing to see as like, it's American imperialism, that basically gives us, some people put it as the unsinkable carrier in the Middle East. You know, it's unsinkable. It's like it's actual hard land that cannot be sunk, like a carrier strike group. Yeah, it's like an outpost to basically use as a bastion of the West against imperialism. You know?
Yeah, I don't know how it's rationalized given the percentage of weapons that were, just used in the most recent escalation of genocide. It's like, how do you reckon with that fact as someone that's pushing the theory that it's the other way around and that actually they could have done what they've done with their own weapons, you know?
You're completely correct. They can't stand up. There's what, 7 million people in Israel. Like previous reasons that they sort of won in certain contexts is there are some bizarre specifics. Someone once told me that in the 6-Day War, Israel managed to get their hands on schematics of some kind of the Syrian fighter jets that were from the Soviet Union. And there are like lots of like bizarre things that happened. For example, Gamal Abdel Nasser tricked the Syrians into getting involved in 1967 in the 6-Day War. And also in 1967, Israelis really thought it was the end of Israel. There was like an economic downturn before they got more land to settle. Israel was in serious trouble. And then they conquered land, and it's fine. They got greater support from America. And so I think you kind of end up at this point of when you're talking to someone like this, just be frank. It's like, hey, because of the way that Israel behaves and is, and the unwavering Western support, whilst it is very obviously blowing children to pieces and wiping stuff away, is not doing anything good for Jewish people around the world. It is only inflating people's disdain, people's dislike for that ends up transferring onto Jewish people because of some people who latch onto the movement. People, you know, like Candace Owens, like other people who have latched on. Dan Bilzerian, people who actually hold problematic views about Jewish people, who don't actually really care about Palestinian liberation, but realize, hey, I can intermix like right-wing talking points with this and be like, oh, you know, I can make a decent amount of money and also appeal to a wider audience, perhaps some more gullible people. It does nothing positive for Jewish people. It is not saving them. It's not where most Jewish people went after what happened in Europe. And Israel, as I said, Israel has a very problematic engagement. And it's not just that Holocaust survivors are generally living in poverty in Israel and such. It is that there were Holocaust survivors who felt uncomfortable with what was happening in the 1980s. A guy called Shlomo Schmelzman launched a hunger strike at Yad Vashem, which is the Israeli Holocaust Museum, in the 1980s because of the invasion of Lebanon. And he was basically one of these people saying, not in my name, like, stop using the legacy of the Holocaust. You know, you've seen all these like Jewish people who are now like, hey, my family survived the Holocaust and we don't want anything to do with this, and you are causing problems. What Boaz Evron, who was, I don't know, I think he was a bit of a liberal Zionist at times. Boaz Evron wrote in the 1980s, and he said after the Second World War, that what Jewish people and what anything like Israel should have been aimed towards was removing from the world any exterminationist ideologies that portrayed other people as monstrous, as barbarous, who were responsible for societal degradation. And that he said that Israel was basically portraying Palestinians as Nazis more and more, that it was propaganda, that it was fictitious, that it was not existing within a real world, that Israel's behavior was outside of international law, all of these things. And Israel has been allowed to live within that for decades, and it has to stop. And there is, Zionism cannot be reconciled with international law. You cannot reconcile dispossessing indigenous people and building a state there with international law. I know it's happened in other places, and it is immoral and unjust, and there should be rectification. And the experience of indigenous people in America, in Australia, is bad, and it should be rectified. But there is no existing settler colony or one that has existed from previous times. So I'm sure that someone would be able to bring one up. Maybe the Western Sahara is an example that someone might be able to articulate to me, but I do not have a deep enough understanding. But in the case of Palestine, there is no other settler colony that is still openly going into indigenous land with a violently open frontier that actually provokes militant resistance. And yet we sit here in a world in which the indigenous people are portrayed as weird monsters for not wanting to be dispossessed. You mention it in the context of October the 7th earlier. I kind of forgot about this point. Sorry, I leap around a lot. But you mentioned it. What Sinwar and what people spoke about was the Abraham Accords. What the Abraham Accords are nonsense. But what they really are is a kind of diplomacy that existed in the 1970s with the Camp David Accords between Egypt and Israel that basically exclude Palestinians, that are basically about giving some kind of peace between Arab, like Middle Eastern countries and Israel, that has nothing to do with the Palestinians, that is meant to legitimize Israel's stranglehold over Palestine, the destruction potentially of the Al-Aqsa Mosque, which looks like Israel is increasingly interested in that, the movement of first expelling Palestinians from Gaza, then the West Bank, and then eventually they'll expel Palestinians from Israel proper if they're allowed to carry on, because they don't want anyone there who's, stands up and says, don't do these awful things to us. And I think it's just sort of this thing of, if you have any sympathy for that movement, you're not someone who's going to work towards peace. You don't have an interest in peace. You have an interest in saving a project that should have been done away with a long time ago. A project that is not great, is not good.
Yeah, no, it's irredeemable. But I think that what you said is very helpful in the sense of you don't have to forego principles against desiring the dismantlement of the state of Israel as a settler colonial project. You don't have to sacrifice those principles when trying to, I guess, convince or work within the framework of, well, most people that are unfamiliar with what's happening, given propaganda and given the American relationship with Israel, are at least sympathetic to Zionism, if they're not liberal Zionists or out and out Zionists. You don't have to sacrifice the ultimate mission in order to work with the framework of talking to them, because you can appeal to their, things that they are interested in, self-interest like the safety of Jews. And even though centering that conversation, especially now during a genocide, feels wrong, it feels what's the word? It just feels wrong. It feels like it feels insane a little bit, giving like context of active genocide, but also it's like within the political framework of the world and the West. I feel like, I don't know, it's something that I've been very averse to, but I understand the like window of need for something like that when it comes to, having conversations. And then it's like, okay, well, is Zionism can't be reformed. It must be completely dismantled, and Israel must be dismantled. Israel, has revoked its right to exist as a state in many ways. And so that is something some people focus on, but then there's an intermediary of how do you communicate that effectively without sacrificing those principles, the things that are morally just.
100%. And I think that there's an element of, you can end up preaching to a choir of people who already know. And I'm not saying that like this really should be focused entirely around, as you say, it is weird, like framing people's feelings and trying to, there is an argument, I think it comes from Baruch Spinoza, that you can't really ever use a fact to displace, like to win an argument, that it is actually a feeling, because most people only, the people's receptiveness to facts is predominantly based on their feelings. And a lot of people see Israel, feel a certain way about Israel, because they view it part of like a longer legacy of the treatment of Jewish people. They have a feeling of precariousness as Jewish people. And so perhaps on this level that one might say, well, that's actually where the appeal lies, of saying, hey, this is not some safe and amazing thing. But you are completely correct. And my palace, Abdul Razak Takriti, said it to me when I interviewed him. He was like, I'm sorry, but how dare you talk about your feelings when my people are being exterminated? When someone in Gaza doesn't know how to feel, they don't really have a capacity to feel emotions in the same way, because their entire experience is displacement, precariousness, extermination, trauma that is unimaginable, the constant impending feeling of death, disease, starvation. How dare you talk about your feelings on a fucking campus and your feelings towards a protest, when that is the experience of the thousands of people living in the Gaza Strip right now,
Yeah, exactly. I guess that is the ultimate conclusion, and the focus that the ultimate conclusion is that one thing can happen, but yeah, it just, I don't know. It always feels gross because I'm like, this is the framework that exists in America, but the world is insane for that being, allowed to happen, and the world is insane for allowing this to happen and supporting it or just being indifferent to it. And um, do you ever get nihilistic? Does I guess the weight of, I don't know how much you follow in terms of like visible coverage of the genocide, but um, how has that I guess affected you? Not to center us, I guess I'm asking a lot of questions that are more focused on you and us as influencers. So you can take, you can talk about whatever you want, but I know I think for a lot of people feel that where it's like, um, how can you even reckon with it while understanding that this is being supported? It's like so overwhelmingly horrific and disgusting and unacceptable, but it continues to happen, and you see it, and people are seeing it, the people supporting it are seeing it, but it continues to happen and continues to escalate. I mean, how can we even reconcile that as human beings? It just feels insurmountable almost.
When I was watching the beginning of Gideon's Chariots, it's hard, man. It's hard, and I think in a sense, like, you know what? I often think about like the age of sort of like that we live in. You just want, and I felt this particularly when I was watching No Other Land, because obviously you're like, I don't care for them or watch them really anymore. But when I was younger, so much of it is like watching fucking superhero films. You literally just want some kind of entity to go down there and just stop it, to just make Israel stop. But like No Other Land, I know people will have problems with it, but watching the actual like interworking of dispossession of people and like the experience of people there, it is unbelievable, and you just want something to stop it. Watching the bombardment the other day, the fear, the mass murder, the things that they do, it's unbelievable. It's unbelievable that they can bomb hospitals and lie, that they have. And I find I got very emotive about like talking to this fucking sort of Christian Zionist who goes over there. Like I was literally like riled up, because I feel increasingly angry towards people who do propaganda for Israel, like really seriously angry and upset, because there is no ambiguity. You are endorsing starvation if you are not saying, hey, Israel has to stop, Israel has to be held to serious account. If you offer any explanation for any military thing that they are doing, you are a genocidal propagandist. And I think it is hard because I sit there and I watch these abhorrent things. I try to look less and less at the photos for one specific reason. There are photos that are ingrained into my mind and I still see them. But the thing with the photos is I think, truth be told, none of us really have any understanding of them. They are completely incomprehensible to us. They are photos of things that we kind of look at and think, oh my God, we see them. But then in a sense, we go back to being safe in our lives. And yet we're like, God, this thing is so traumatic and we're taking on trauma that is not in our own, and yet having a distance to it. And we don't understand what it is like to be in Gaza, to smell death, to be so fearful that death could have come to you. We always have these reprieve, no matter how traumatic these photos and such are, that we are distant from them. And so I look at them less and less. But at the same time, I'm still engrossed and horrified by what is currently happening. I mean, the person I look at most now is Anas al-Sharif, who's like a journalist from Jabalia. I spoke to someone the other day who's from Khan Yunis. His family's in Jabalia. It's unbelievable, man. Like the things that are happening there. This is genocide. This is literally the Nazis and people. And I saw like a loner box and Ethan Klein going, it's wrong to compare it to the Warsaw Ghetto. In the Warsaw Ghetto, the Nazis went in to exterminate the final amount of Jews that they couldn't get out. Sure, Palestinians aren't going to go to death camps, but they go to a cultural death camp, a social death camp. There will be no more Palestinian nationalism. There will be no more Palestinian culture. That is why Israel doesn't have to exterminate every single one, because in their ideology, it's like, get them out of this land, and then they'll go and transform into being Arabs. That's why their goal is different to what the Nazis wanted. But the Nazis burnt down the Warsaw Ghetto. They starved it. They destroyed it because they could not defeat Jewish resistance. And that is what Israel is doing to Gaza. They are killing everyone there through plans to send them away so they will no longer be Palestinians, so they will no longer be the problem. Of course, they'll still exist as Palestinians, but they will have been expelled from their Palestinianness through the connection that they have to the land. Israel will act as if, and Israel will try to move to a point where they no longer exist. It's why they've burnt down and destroyed so much culture and history there. And it's why There is no moral justification. There is no explanation for anything Israel has done beyond genocide. And so looking at it is hard. And it's hard to see these things unfold. But at the same time, I cling to the hope of, one, Palestinians are not defeated. The people are steadfast in their land. There are many people who are staying. And the things that Israel will do to them are abhorrent and awful to think about. The expulsions, the experience of being expelled from your home is nothing to balk at. It's people who can't walk being forced to walk incredible distances with massive pain. There were videos recently of like an old lady who couldn't really walk, who was like shuffling, hunched over on her hands. And that image in particular really stuck with me. But I think that the ultimate thing is that one day this will crumble. Like, Zionism is not forever. Like, we haven't lived through the fall of Rhodesia, through the fall of South Africa. I mean, sadly, much of the structure of apartheid still exists in South Africa through the marginalization of black communities there, and the inequality, the murder that goes on amongst black people there, and just horrifying things. But at the same time, these things fall. And Israel, they've done everything in their power to prevent the ICC, the International Criminal Court, like even freezing Kareem Khan's Microsoft account so he can't, read his emails, or if he has a Minecraft account, use that. But like in the case of, the ICJ, they said that there is a plausible case of genocide. And I know that there's some little clever propagandist who'll go, well, actually, it's plausible that they infringed on the rights. Motherfucker, they ruled very shortly after to say that the Rafah crossing had to be opened. The aid had to go in. Israel has denied that. Israel has now accelerated these things. So tell me more about how there was actually complexity in the ruling. It was very clear what they said their provisional opinions were. This is genocide. And one day I pray that Israel will be held to account, that these genocidal leaders will be held to account. And that and at moments where it feels like, the French Revolution, I know it didn't fix things in France, and they eventually went back to having slavery colonies and shit, and slavery in the colonies actually much more. But still, it was a moment where the impossible occurred. I do believe that one day the impossible will occur here, that this cannot go on forever, that what people like Trump, the Emiratis, the United Arab Emirates, Israel, all of these countries wants to move us towards is some kind of authoritarianism where people aren't protesting, where people hold a very specific set of beliefs that everything is just okay and fine. And I think it will never work. I think at some point in the near future, the Middle East is in an untenable situation. Their governments are completely unaccountable. Their lives are not good in many countries. And one day the Arab Spring will spring again. And these dictators will fall. Dictators fell in countries like Egypt that had lasted for 30 years, that were backed by Western dictators. Mark my words, it will happen again. No one, in fact, regardless of Jolani and him being, I know that many people saw this coming, but Jolani just being, a fucking Western puppet shill. No one, even who was an expert in Syria, really saw the fall of Assad coming. And unfortunately, it doesn't look like it's going to go in a positive or a good way for the region and such, and probably not for most Syrians, even if people want to believe that it will. They're going to end up with a neoliberal economy that doesn't fix Syria's problems. But no one expected Assad to fall in the way he did. He was resilient for 14 years of, I genuinely like insurgency backed by the West. He stayed, and he eventually fell at a point that no one saw coming over a matter of mere days. One day, this is going to happen. No one saw October the 7th coming. Israel thought that the Palestinians were dead and gone, that they were going to, that the Abraham Accords would fix everything. It won't fix everything. One day there will be change. And this is what I cling to the hope of. I don't think that there is much point in the nihilism because, in a sense, it's just retreating into ourselves and imagining that nothing better is possible. But Palestinians are a really steadfast people. And I will close this part of the discussion by just saying, my friend who was from Gaza, she would ask you like how your day was whilst her family were experiencing these things, experiencing atrocities that most of us, we don't know. Most people who are listening to this, even if most people are Palestinian, perhaps their Palestinian family live in the West Bank, or perhaps they've left Palestine, been expelled from it. She carried on every day. She produced academic work. She attended events, and she never ever gave up. And her life goes on whilst her life is actually connected to this. We cannot lose hope because of the horrors and the images that we see. And I think that that's always what I cling to. Like, that this isn't forever, that Zionism will lose, that this despicable ideology will be one day brought to heel along with all of the people who supported it. And this kind of authoritarianism people will see through, and the impossible will occur, and a reorganization of society will occur along much more equitable lines, because fucking this is all untenable. People being starved to death around the world, people being still forced into labor that is totally unacceptable, the healthcare system in America, the increasing authoritarianism and destroying social, declining social safety nets in this country. One day there will be a move towards something that is positive, something that is not fucking this. It cannot be permanent. Capitalism is a pathetic system that justifies itself through crises, but it is one that will not exist forever.
Beautifully said. I think that positive note is maybe a good place to end. I have another interview coming up in a little bit. Is there anything else you would like to touch on? Because, I mean, first of all, you've been an amazing guest, and I think everyone here is asking you to do lectures every day. I guess you stream, so that's good, but are you
Yeah,
going
but
to
I'm a bit
become a
disorganized.
professor?
I think maybe my sort of behavior on the internet over the last year or so might preclude me from a lot of institutions wanting to employ me. But, you know, I know people who have told me that it won't be such a problem, and I'm going to see about a PhD. As I said before, like, I wanted to go to America because there's a lot of people I wanted to work with. That ain't happening, bro. If Hasan's getting arrested with millions of followers and being detained, I'm not so sure it's a great idea for me to come. Even though, you know, I know I'm privileged as fuck in terms of my visa. He's born in Turkey, so it's also like a more precarious position, especially when they say we're going to go after naturalized people. But I am in a less precarious position, but still, you know. And so, yeah, I the only thing I really want to say is thank you for having me on. Thank you to everyone for being so kind, and I'm glad people enjoyed it. And just please donate to Unrwa. It's a great cause. According to Israel, it's Hamas. And, you know, Unrwa does brilliant things. It has long been something that has helped. Israel wants to do away with it because it sustains Palestinians as what they are, refugees who deserve to return home. So please just donate as much as possible. This is a great cause. And thank you so much, Noah. And thank you for, you know, all of the videos you've done and how you've, like, I don't know, brought people over to support Palestine and stuff.
Yeah, same to you. Just so you know, I think we've gotten probably about $5,000 in donations, maybe more since we started talking,
That is
which
awesome.
is just amazing. So everybody donate for Chris and for him coming on, because yeah, that was brilliant. Appreciate you so much, and we'll talk soon, hopefully.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, awesome. Have a great rest of the day.
Yeah, you too. Wow. Is this flipped? Holy. Oh my days. That guy's brilliant. I wish I could let him cook for, I guess he streams. Um so he cooks on his very own. Uh I'm going to link Chris's channel in I'm going to link Chris's channel in the chat, as well as um I might post that interview on, just cut it up and put it on YouTube, because that was brilliant, and ending on such a positive, such a, ooh, nice. There you go. Spam it. Um I know I'm going to just post this in here, and I'll change it back to the donation link uh after for a little bit. Um but yeah, brilliant guy. Brilliant speaker. Um I mean, I've seen him on TikTok every once in a while, but like his I guess the YouTube transition is awesome, and um yeah, it's one of those streams where you watch it and you're just getting information, and uh just constant stream of information. It is so helpful and so well packaged and accessible. Um I feel crazy wearing this, because now when I cut up the video and post it, I'm going to be wearing a Maid costume, but I had Chris's blessing on it, so I guess we keep it moving. Oh my days. What'd you guys think? What are we at? 217? Wait, did I pin the wrong link? My bad. What are we changing it to? Yeah, everybody go subscribe. I'll probably post that just because it was so just great. I feel like a lot of my questions lean far more towards like a Western newly introduced, but you know, a sort of self-interest, which makes me like when I'm asking Chris more about him, I'm like, I know he has so many things to say. I'm asking him this because it's how I feel, and I'm asking him about dismantling liberal Zionism because it's something I've been thinking about. But so I think that might be helpful to viewers because I think a lot of you are probably in a similar boat. But when it comes to someone like Chris, it's like, damn, he's so, I guess what's the word? So comprehensive in his understanding of this that he can talk about it at any level. And so I'm gonna try and get him. Who should I get him to talk to? I'm just gonna try and get him connected up for as many. Just get him in front of the people, even though he's already in front of the people on TikTok. TikTok is evil and because of it's Chinese or whatever. Fuck. I do, dude. My ADHD never crops up worse than it does when, oh, Greg Stoker. That's another great guest. I will write that down. Thanks for the rec. What was I saying? My ADHD crops up so intense when I'm thinking about questions. And I'll have a great question, and then like he will go, and I didn't want to interrupt him and stuff, but then it's over with. So I'll try and work on that. Maybe up my dose. Y'all saw that though. I remember that whenever I like do interviews, being like, hold on a minute, and then I sit there, and then it's gone. I'll work on it. Hold on. Like if I can get him linked up with, I don't know who. He went on Hasan, so I guess that's the largest physically and social medially person that I know. Ooh, writing down questions. That's a good idea. That's a great idea. Felix Biederman. Yep. Okay, we got Overzealots coming on in 15 minutes. I do kind of want to put on a sweatshirt because I did the cosplay. I'll put this back on. But ooh, majority report. Yeah, link. Matt Lieb. I should stream for a week straight and talk to everybody. But also we need to raise the Unrwa goal. What do I need to change the title to? Something about refreshing this, by the way. Video details. 209. 233K. God damn. That's bonkers. I have I'm super excited because Laila Mohaiber who is the senior communications director for Unrwa USA is coming on, and I will on Monday night, and I will add that to the schedule. But that's huge. Shout out to Frogan for getting me linked up with her because wow. What else is going? Yeah, we'll try and get deprogrammed too. I should just stream for a week. Fuck it. Sleeping only. I also will need to talk to the people in my life, so I'll need a couple hours break at some point where you can just talk amongst yourselves. Let me see. Wow. Okay. Give me my. BadEmpanada is coming on at 6 p.m. I should have Chris talk to BadEmpanada. That would be cool. Because I think I've seen on the internet, because everything is framed through content creators and how people feel about them and their own personal opinions about them, and who they're friends and enemies with. I've seen people describe Chris as a BadEmpanada defender, which is so which is so amazing, because it's like a BadEmpanada defender in like lib stream world or lib Zionist stream world is basically that you're Hitler too. But he's a BadEmpanada defender in the same way that BadEmpanada is like against genocide and makes content that doesn't run cover for the genocide. So there's that, but there's also the fact that how fucking freakish and stupid you have to be to reduce someone like that, someone so well versed on these topics and eloquent in his delivery of the information, down to a BadEmpanada a YouTube glazer. Like, you're so fucking stupid. Okay, I'm gonna text, talk amongst yourselves. Tanky is just Reddit speak for anyone to my left. Yes. Anyone left, really. Liberals and right of there use Tanky. Okay. I'm so good at texting. Oh, so that's the schedule. Chris Kunzler checked off. Overzealots, I know, I'm sure many of you in here are excited to wait. Why did I have it? Oh yeah. We're gonna push that back 30 minutes, so hopefully that's not too big of an issue. Just so we can take a moment. Abby Martin, that would be amazing. Ooh, Kat Abu Ghazaleh. Anyone know her? That would be awesome. Let's raise the donation goal on this stuff. Everyone go subscribe to Chris. His YouTube channel is pinned. Go do that now, or else you'll be in trouble. Dude! Okay, let's edit this fundraiser to make it perfect. Tactical Yakubian trichonologist incoming. So true. Mark Lamont Hill. Wow. What's a good way to brand this podcast? Like the legendary forever stream. You know what I mean? Where it's like, oh, if I want to call email Finkelstein really quick, well, he won't care about how it's branded, but just for reposting it purposes. Thank you, Ethan Klein. Guys, stop talking about fucking Ethan Klein. I don't care about Ethan Klein. In fact, I need to edit this to stop saying the eCeleb lawsuit, because I don't. I'll just ask Hasan to Venmo me if that happens. Uh, details. I might. I'm in contact with Ugopnik of the D program. Hey, kitty. Anyone see the kitty? I'm gonna take this off so I can put these on. How's that look? Hi, kitty. All right, hop up. You can go. You're free to do whatever you want. It's a clean up, man. Desk is covered. Okay. What should we raise the goal to? 300, 400,000? Ooh, we can set a vanity URL as well. So like even instead of getinvolved.unrwausa.org slash numbers, it can be that slash whatever we want. I think 400K is probably good. 450? Let's try 400. 400. Well, we're at 200,000 now. Let's do 400. 400, 1, 2, 3, 5 zeros. Free Palestine. That's nice. Oh, wait. That's taken. That makes sense. I'll do... just marathon stream. That's fine, I guess, probably. The end date is set to May 20th. Let's set it to Thursday, May 22nd. Okay. Now, what happens when we check this? Ooh. Ruh-roh. Da, 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 da. Keep donating. Nobody told you you could stop. Who told you you could stop? You little cheeky prankers. $210K out of 400K. Nice. Let's do donation. Sorry. do it that way. All right, that looks okay. Not bad, not bad. I should stream more so the production isn't so damn messy. How are you doing? Well, I hope. I'm doing great. I feel good. I'm super stoked that Chris came on and that he um I'm just glad I was able to have him on because he was a fantastic guest and he's a very smart guy, and I hope more people follow him because that. Again, I'm gonna change the pin comment back to didn't do the vanity URL, whatever. I have to dye my hair. I'm gonna do that. Dye my hair at 1 o'clock. Elliot Sang, I have reached out to. We are coordinating. Greg Stoker, reached out to. Oh, I slept. Don't worry. I slept. And it was shown on the stream. Do you guys want me to put the VODs from the stream in the description? I need to make sure that I can record that VOD and I don't lose the VOD with Chris. Yes, thank you. I will actually add the correct VOD link. Thank you for letting me know. I will label these better later, but in the description, what you will find is VODs 1 and 2, which is the first 14 hours of this stuff for this clip. And now we need new goals, but our new goals are pretty awesome, man. And look, even we have a cat. Thanks for showing me your damn awesome. Oh wait, yeah, 2 cute kitties on stream. True. So what's the total at now? Could someone do the math quick? Also, I want to really quickly review the sleeping stream part. Bop, 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 bop. I've never watched myself sleep. This is kind of cool. I'm going through the highlights of. Wait, how do I do this? Let's see. Are you gonna sit down? Does she know? If you get a BadEmpanada logo tattoo, I'm going to do what I did to aristocracy to you. All right, I'll remove it. I did. If I get a denial from the guy himself, then that's good enough reason to take it off because I don't actually want to do it. TBD. Coexist tattoo is fucked up though. I don't even think it's worse. Let's see. Scam. That's not right. Donate, please. Donate. Wait, no, I don't want this. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are my best friend. Look, I'm doing a React Andy. This feels a little insane. This was last night. VOD reviewing my sleeping. Ooh, we get a shift, we get a change here. Change in position. Are we ready? Head scratch, change in position. Was I awake during that? Or was this full in the sleepy guy? Because I at one point woke up. 8 hours, 9 hours, 10 hours. Did it get cut off? This is important. 11:51. Can we find the moment? Also, it being at 162 when it's over 200 now. I have two cover. I just have an extra blankie. You know how it is. Did I get up here? Oh yeah. Some people watch the whole thing apparently. What happened here? Oh, I turned the lights down. This is one of the best scenes, I think. Because it's like, what's happening? Where'd they go? Da, 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 da. Boy. Oh yeah, I'm a total iPad kid. I was reading the chat. I'm not gonna react to Lonerbox singing. I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. I'd do that. Okay, display. It's 30 seconds long. Okay. Should I do that, chat? Do we want that? I listen to what everyone on the internet says except me. Is this from the Snark? This is from my favorite subreddit. The one where I get all my facts and information from. No shot. What is this? Where is this? Oh no. I can't hear it. I need to hear this. This is guest Chris Kunzler. Poor Chris, let me take that off. Yeah, thank you. No shot.
Put some lube in your palm and pretend you're my mom. Would you still love me if I was a pedophile? If every thought inside my head was vile. AI pictures of lolicon till the aching in my balls is gone. Would you still love me if I was a...
I get that that's supposed to be an irony thing, but unironically that literally all of his friends and acquaintances are pedophiles and sex criminals. Oh, no. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't want to do it. I was commanded by an evil tanky. Dude. Wasn't that his first attempted career? Music? That tracks. That tracks. Guest name. Okay. That was upsetting, man. That song is still up on his Twitter, and it's only from a year. Oh, man. I wish I was not alive. Very funny stuff. Very good irony. I love comedy music. Ugh. All right. What are we at? 210K. 15 minutes till we got Overzealots. Westside Tyler, I gotta message you back because we'll get you on here. I think I'm extending the stream probably. Maybe that should be another goal. Yes. That's it. I don't want to do Bleach brows. I want to do. $250K. Is it? Do you guys mind if we do this? Switch save mustache, and do extend stream. No. How about that? I was never that firm on. Yes. Okay. Enough of you said yes. And I listened to you for everything. Okay. Please donate. Again. 211,000 plus 19,000 plus 536.4. Is this? Hold on. Oh, Bleach the stash. Okay, that's updating. Good. Good, very good. We had Overzealots coming on in about 15 minutes. At 1:30 to 3, we got Bleach my hair. I should probably eat lunch too. Oh, my phone is dead. Okay. I'm gonna be right back to do some stuff. We'll see you in a moment. Cutting to me like, hello? Chat? Okay. Hello. Hello. 3,000 viewers. How many donations? Let me refresh it. Not enough. Not enough. Keep going. Oh, I'm not gonna bleach. I'm not gonna bleach the mustache. We have just a little bit of time left. Oh, say hello to yourselves. These are our goals. Getting to 250K may be difficult. I don't know if you guys are up to the task. It's a challenge, potentially possibly worth it, but I think definitely worth it because we need to there's more guests that are going to come on. If you guys can extend the stream, if you guys can juice this juicy thing, guess who we'll have? Take a guess. We will have Ugopnik. We will have Ayyrabs. We will have Tara Mooney. We may have CJ the X. We may have Elliot Sang. I'm trying to get in contact with Matt Lieb. We will have Westside Tyler, I think, if he's available Tuesday. We may have One Dime. We may have Oli Sunvia. I hit her up. She's let me know. LeBron. If you guys also have any rich uncles or fantastic rich people in your life and you want to send this to them and say, hey, I want to see my favorite influencers on my favorite stream, the Noah Samson channel, tell them to check that out. I should go on Blue Sky real quick. And I don't know what make a post about this. Um, like someone in the chat must surely have a contact with some rich person. If not, all good. I'll just cry. Okay. Isaac from Overzealots is coming on in 4 minutes. Blah. Blah. Blah 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 blah. How about I also put Isaac's YouTube in the chat, or someone can, and just spam it. I'm gonna add some friends, or add a friend, even over 07484. Wait, dude, I'm really sorry. I just fucking leaked your thing. I'm not used to streaming. Go private. Please don't be weird. Chat. And Denims will be on tomorrow. Beautifully. We will be beautifully joining everyone on stream. Yeah, we had hates Sabra as a tattoo. It's a tattoo idea. I'll oil up. Fuck it. I have coconut oil. Okay. Refresh. Isaac will be coming on in 5 minutes. I'm so good at math. Wow. What's the YouTube at as well? We've left barely any time for gaming. I don't know if I'm gonna have time to bleach my hair. Who the fuck is Nate? I'm typing in Thai. Oh, if only you could see what was happening on the computer in my next to me. Okay. I am gonna cover the maid costume, not because of any reason other than I would like to just for the VOD and for editing it. Please help me out. Please understand. Please understand my life. Headphones hair. I also kind of want to go grab a caffeinated drink. Refill my water. Baby cat's mad at me because I woke her up. Cover up, slut. So true. We are bleaching the hair at, let's see this. I'm going to see if this, 1 p.m. I think. And then I need to text one person back. Grab my caffeinated drink. Refill my water. Promote. I need to promote something on social media somewhere. Okay, we're back. Not clean though. Flex. Don't look. Okay, we're back. We are so back. It's not even funny. Make sure to donate the whole stream until we get 300,000. Let's do the $1 million channel. Or challenge. Excuse me. If Celsius is on the BDS list, I'm gonna Stop drinking it. I have no idea though. It's my favorite drink. Unless it's on the BDS link, then it's my least favorite drink. Okay, this is going to take a moment. One moment, please. I don't like the mattress in the background, but it might have to be a thing. Isaac, if you're listening, sorry. Delaying for aesthetic purposes. Wait, Celsius is on BDS, you're playing. Is it though? Oh my god, actually that's a 500,000 challenge should be flying to Israel and attempting to get through immigration. Can you imagine? I wonder if that would be possible. I'm sure it's safe and healthy. I'd be fine. There are a lot of Noah Samson heads out there. After I made my 14th Israeli Society is Psychotic video, I became permanently enshrined in the Israel Hall of Fame. They love me. Okay. Apologies. Apologies, gang. What the heck? Oh yeah, I'd be fucked. No, 100%. Oh, brother, BE is here, Lamau. Just wait till 6 p.m. today, Pacific time. He'll be here. He'll really be here. Oh, I've been wanting to go to Cuba. Oh, brother. Someone made a donation to my page. What does that mean? I need a production assistant. Skitty. Is Hasan live right now? Does he come on at 8 o'clock? Hasan will be cool with me wearing a Maid outfit. Is there any clippable moments from this stream that could go freaking viral on Asmongold Twitter or whatever? 38,000 people protest at The Hague. Who was just saying they were? Was it Chris? There was 500,000 people at a protest in the UK. Oh shoot. Where's this thing? Where's this thing? Wait, guest name? I think he does lowercase. I think that's how you spell it. I hope so.
Hello.
Hello, yo, what up?
Hey, bro. How you doing?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can. Your mic sounds great.
Okay.
I'm just gonna set up some stuff so I can. You can't see me, can you?
I have your stream open, so I can see
Oh,
that,
cool.
but I could turn that off.
I mean
Cool.
I am on. I have my camera on Discord now. It's just the webcam.
Okay. Gotcha.
Wait, I turned it on just now.
Oh, there you are.
Sweet.
Cool.
Okay, cool.
All right.
I will
Turned off your
click you.
stream.
Wow, the color's really on theme. Aesthetically very pleasing. The orange.
Thank you. Oh, the orange bedding and the orange hoodie.
Is your orange your favorite color?
One of them. I like it.
One
Here we
sec,
go.
sorry.
No, you're good, man.
Yeah, no, it's one thing I noticed about I don't know how intentional it is. Obviously it is because you do it on your channel purposely, but your thumbnails are very the grain filters over them and the
Yeah.
they're really pretty. They're really well made. I don't see that a
Thanks,
lot.
man.
Yeah, they
Thank
look
you.
great.
That's like probably one of the things I'm most insecure about because I have no idea how to use Photoshop properly.
Oh, okay.
But
Nah,
I
yeah,
just I just kind of mess around. Thank you, dude.
you're killing it. Did you ever do like 'cause you do music stuff. Did you ever also do visual art?
So as a consequence of doing music, I dabbled in like trying to learn how to do videos. So I would do like TikToks back in the day, just trying to edit kind of short music videos, and that's how I learned the
Oh shit.
video process.
What got you into that?
The videos.
Yeah, I mean like it was music first and then
Yeah,
from their videos?
I I've been doing music for about close to 15 years, and it was more so just not really having the means to pay a videographer, so I just kind of like dabbled myself, and then through that, I started learning how to edit, and then that's kind of how I got to where I am now.
Okay. Did you edit for other people's videos or like did you do any other editing outside of the music or that was just
Just that, just for myself, and like
cool?
if I had a close friend, I would edit some stuff for them.
Word. So
Yeah.
where did you I guess first of all, how's it going? And also I'll just do a quick in stream introduction or you can if you want, but
Oh,
everyone in the
are we
chat.
live right now? Am I
Oh
like
yeah, is
on
that
the? Oh yeah, no, dude, yeah,
shit?
you're good. No,
Okay,
no, dude,
yeah,
don't even worry.
I
You're good,
forgot I have to I have to let people know.
dude. Don't even worry.
We are live. The chat
Yeah, yeah,
is all loves you. They say they love your videos.
love them
And
too. And
I love your videos as well.
well, I love your videos.
I'm a big fan. It's a
Likewise,
glaze party. So where yeah, if you want to introduce yourself.
yeah, I'm Isaac. I make YouTube videos. Yeah, that's it. I kind of yap about things. I try to make them as accessible as I can, and I try to do what I feel is right when it comes to the videos. And prior to that, I am a musician by trade. I'll do music for like commercials, for myself, for TV shows, and over the past year, I've kind of slowed down on that and started focusing more on political commentary.
What got you into political commentary? Because you do a lot of anti-capitalist, anti-imperialist, leftist, one could say, left tubing.
Yeah,
And how'd that happen?
there's kind of like I'd say three main things. The big thing I think for me was my girlfriend's mother. Her father worked with Allende, Salvador Allende in Chile. So when the coup happened and Pinochet took over, her family had to flee. So because she was her family were like leftists, so they had to flee, and they left there. They had that kind of strong distaste for American interventionism and obviously fascism, Pinochet neoliberalism. And they also moved to Cuba for a bit, so they lived there. So just over the years of really looking up to her and learning from her, she put me on to a lot of Latin American politics and like Cuba and Chile. She gave me my first book on the topic quite a few years ago, The Open Veins of Latin America. And then from there, I just got more and more into it. So that's one of the things. And the other thing is just seeing my friends, like people, my IRL friends, kind of move to the right, look up to people that I thought were not helpful, not worth looking up to, people like the Tates and things like that. So it's just it for me was more of an attempt to kind of counteract that. Like maybe I couldn't get through to people in my personal life, so I was like, you know what, I'm just gonna start yapping on the internet and see if I can get through to other people.
Oh shit, you lost some homies to the red pill. That's
Yeah,
I
well,
think we are, a lot of people did, you know?
yeah, like it's not like they're not like bad people or anything. It's just kind of hard, right? Like once they kind of get their mindset on something, they can be those figures can be very tantalizing, very easy to fall for, especially if you have like your own certain, say, like insecurities about whatever it may be, masculinity. It can be very easy to fall for that stuff. It sounds very condescending of me, but it's very easy to resonate with that kind of stuff.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, that I never really noticed that you'd made videos about I guess like you did some Jordan Peterson videos, but for a while, like 2 or 3 years ago, even four kind of, but maybe like three or 2 or 3. It was basically one of the most sort of popular trending topics was like masculinity, toxic masculinity on the internet, and that phrase wasn't used as much as like red pill, Andrew Tate, fresh and fit, like at least in the corner of the internet. Excuse me, the corner of the internet that like I was looking at, that was a huge thing and it influenced a lot of people. And yeah, like that's interesting to see in terms of content that's where it started. When was there much like influence, either online sources or like reading about like gender masculinity that like shaped your perception of how you wanted to talk about, or was it more broadly anti-fascistic like logic?
It was more so that it was just more
Mm.
so it was more of a vibe, honestly. Like I originally kind of did resonate with like the Jordan Peterson stuff when I was young, like when I was like late teens, first year university. I was like, oh yeah, this kind of makes sense.
Messy
But
room.
very quickly, I kind of just like I clocked the vibes. I was like, oh, this is a little fucked up. And then from there, I just distanced myself. like I said, was introduced to other topics like anti-imperialism, anti-colonialism by my girlfriend's mother, and just like other things that I was listening to at the time. And then from there, I just kind of realized that that's more so where my I guess my passion was in regards to political discourse.
Yeah, I feel like I don't know, that sort of having that direct tie. Basically, whenever I see a white dude on the internet talking about politics, myself included, I am I'm not like skeptical, but I'm always like, how this happened, because you don't see that many. Like it's I don't know. You probably get that comment a lot. I don't know how
Yeah,
much people say that, and I don't know if you're white, by the way. Just like
I
white
am.
presenting. Okay.
Yeah, I'm
Um,
Italian. Yeah, white.
Italian, got it. Um,
Yeah,
like seeing that, it always is like not surprising, but necessarily maybe surprising is the right word. But when you talk about being someone in your life having direct material ties and material experiential ties to these forces, I feel like, do you feel like that's a part of why it's become like, I don't know, you know the most staunch leftists are those who have been affected by the systems that they're trying to fight against. I think like it's less detached, and I
yeah.
mean that's I'm the opposite of that. Like I am peak of sort of privilege in a lot of ways, like middle
Mhm.
class white dude in America.
So am
That's
I. Yeah,
yeah,
so am I.
and but yeah, so for you personally, but having someone in your life, being so close to
Yeah,
someone in your life like that obviously has a
huge. Yeah, had a huge impact on me. Because prior to that, like she's the one who really got me into those particular studies, like Chile, Cuba, and prior to her kind of like warming me up to these topics, I had a very ignorant understanding of them. Like back, uh, I'd say 5 years ago. Like you hear, well, at least when I was younger, I would hear like Cuba, and you think immediately dictator or like scary place. But when I speak to her, she loved it. She loved everyone involved. So I mean, that was a big eye opener for me. And then from there, I just kind of like looked into other things that I'd say like maybe the mainstream North American Western narrative has like programmed into me, and then just tried to challenge that and look into things myself. And I feel like I know I've changed a lot from what I used to believe when I was just like a sheltered, white guy from Canada. But yeah, I think having that direct link, it was the thing that set me on the path to kind of look into it myself and study it and learn it and understand, try and understand like the root of these problems, and that's kind of where I am now.
Yeah, no, I think that's great. I think in your work it's very consistent, which I personally appreciate, and I think a lot of people do as well.
Thank you.
And your channel, your first video I see here is 9 months ago on YouTube. So
Hmm.
your channel is under a year old, one pregnancy cycle, and you're almost at 100K, which is that's quick growth. Like, did you have any other social media presence or anything, or because you did
Um,
some music content, right?
yeah, on YouTube, I kind of started fresh. I spent close to a decade building up my music presence, and that's what I was focusing on for a really long time. And something kind of turned me off. I don't want to say turned me off from music, but turned me off more so from the industry a few years ago. And then I started dwindling a bit on the music end, and I just decided to start a channel really spontaneously and just start yapping. And like at first, my videos were kind of like they weren't as like leftist as they are now. Like the first one I think was about like Tim Walls or something. So it's like not really like I'm not really defending any leftist causes there, but I was just kind of like testing the waters, seeing what I could do there. And then from there, I kind of like I guess let my true colors show or whatever.
Release your power levels.
Yeah.
Was
Yeah.
there a lot very did you went to wait, we went okay, this is
Yeah.
kind of random. You let me know, but we went to the same school for 1 year at the same time, I think.
Yeah. Because I
Simon
think we're the same age,
Fraser.
right?
Yeah, I'm
I
27.
don't know.
How old are you?
I'm 27 as well.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I'm graduating high school class of 2016, and my first year in college was like the 2016, 2017 year. And I went to Simon Fraser in Vancouver, Canada. And you were there at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. Skipping classes and not knowing what I was doing. Yeah.
That's it's so random because you mentioned that, and I was like, of all the times, because after my first year, I was there for sports. I was there to play football, and after my first year, I was like, I don't want to get another concussion and be brain dead, so
Did you
I'm
get a
peacing
concussion?
out. Oh yeah, I played football and I got a few. I got two concussions, and I was worried that even if not just a concussion, just like an injury, because I was seeing people get injured a lot, and at the same time, it kind of correlated with an interest in like what's the word, like a disinterest in a dispassion in sports, and an interest in the things that I was interested in growing up, like art and media and videos and stuff. Because
Right.
as a kid, these videos are still on my channel, but I used to do like little
Oh
comedy
yeah.
sketches. Yeah,
I
like
know. I'm
17 years
familiar.
ago. They're
Those are
real
bangers,
old. Yeah, some crazy stuff. My mom and dad love that. Loved watching
yeah.
those.
Dude,
Um,
yeah, they're cute videos.
they're super cute and super fun, and it was like I kind of like reconnected with that, and that distanced me from sports, and then I ended up leaving. I transferred to a community college, and then I went to a school like closer to home, so I could do like music videos is what I first focus on, like arts wise.
Oh,
But
okay,
it
cool.
was like a weird random crossing, because you also left after 1 year, right?
I left after, yeah, I did like a
A
semester and a half.
semester.
And
Yeah,
this was
I
back,
did one semester actually. Yeah.
yeah, this was back when SoundCloud was like the big thing for musicians. So I
Hmm.
had one song kind of take off on SoundCloud back in the day, and I started to work a bit with labels, and then I moved out to Toronto and just kind of scrapped school. Um, and then I was doing Toronto, LA for a bit, and then the pandemic hit and kind of threw everyone's life up in the air. So then I kind of moved back to Vancouver after that.
That's so funny. The SoundCloud rap wave. What am
Yeah,
I thinking of? Lil Uzi Vert, XXX Tentacion, Ski Mask, the Slump God.
yeah,
I'm
you
trying to
into that
remember.
stuff?
No
Like,
Jumper. No
yeah,
Jumper
like
podcast was the
Lil
biggest.
Pump. Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah.
What was the song produced by you, or were you
It
like?
was produced by a friend of mine, an older friend of mine. It was
Okay.
honestly, all of my songs past before 2022 are dog shit. So I'm not gonna stand by any of that.
Most of the SoundCloud music was pretty dog shit, but it was great in other ways. I feel like.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so interesting. And so something about the music, I guess, COVID and then just the music industry turned you away from that. It sounds like.
It was, yeah, a few 2 years ago. 2023 is kind of when it end of 2023. That's when I kind of became really disillusioned with it. And then within the next year, I started my YouTube. I was like, I'm just gonna vent on the internet and see what comes from that. Actually, I don't know if I ever told you this, but you were like one of the channels that inspired me to, because I really like your videos.
Appreciate that. That's yeah. I think you mentioned
Yeah,
that's really cool to hear, and I appreciate that because now I'm like, I love your videos too, so it's very reciprocal. Yeah.
thank you.
And I started getting recommended them. I think because I think probably when did the um was it videos about Palestine that started picking up, or was it videos about
Um,
anti-communism? Because
I
yeah,
think the
that.
first video I just kind of went over the Amnesty International report, the "You
Mhm.
Feel Like You're Subhuman" one, and I just kind of like read it off, kind of summarized it for YouTube, so like make it more accessible because I wanted more people to see it or hear it. And that was the first video that you engaged with and you commented. I was like, oh wow, I know that guy.
Yeah. I mean, I had thought of, I've been thinking of making essentially the same video, and you made it, and I don't know if I commented that, but like I was like, okay, you made this, and this is better than what I could have done with the report, because it in a lot of ways isn't accessible, and I wanted to make a thing where I just read the report and like
Mm.
timestamped it, but like I think the accessibility of actually reading through it and breaking it down, like that's the
Yeah,
ultimate goal? Like, do you feel like that's your goal um with doing that and things like that?
Yeah, yeah. I try my best to kind of like make the things that I talk about like really easily understandable and accessible. Because one of the things is I have people who like listen to my videos translated like from Spanish or to Spanish, and like I just worry that if I get like really complex, it might mess up the translation or the accessibility for people who may not speak English. So I really focus on how I could try and dial drive home the point in the most kind of like simple and accessible way, even if it's like a somewhat complex topic or a convoluted topic that I'm trying to discuss.
Yeah, I think the communication is one piece, and then what I've noticed also is you have like a very measured and empathetic tone a lot of times, where there's a line in a script that like I hear you say it and I'm like, ah, if I wrote this script, I would be so much meaner there, and it would be so much less effective than the way you said it there.
Mhm.
And I have that experience frequently, and I think that's super important. And I don't know if
Yeah.
that's an intentional thing or not, but
Um.
it's easy to get angry rather than grant the understanding and
Yeah.
communicate. And I feel like you do a good job of that.
Thank you. That's something that I try to do, but as of late, I've been not the best at it. Like depending on the figure that I'm dealing with, it, sometimes it'll kind of bubble over, and I'll be like, you know what, this person's an idiot, which I shouldn't do, because it does turn people off, and it does make people less receptive to what you're trying to put out if you kind of come off as a dick. Um, so
But at the same
yeah,
time, I mean, sometimes people are for real idiots and need to be need to be told
exactly,
that even the people that don't think they're idiots and like them aren't going to change their mind either way. So you just got to speak how you're feeling, you know?
exactly. Yeah, I get people telling me or commenting like you're too nice, and that is something I'm also trying to work on. Just to know when to turn it off and on, because there's always that part of me that understands that a lot of people are reachable, and I don't want to turn them off by being like too aggressive. And that's not really my character. Like I'm not really like an aggressive, angry person. So um yeah, I just try and reach the people that I feel like I can reach, and I don't want to turn them off.
Yeah, no, that I mean it's an admirable trait. With videos, I guess when you what compels you usually if there's a consistent thing to like start a script and then make a video, and how does that process go? And do you use a teleprompter because your delivery is really good?
Oh, is it really? Dude, I hate my I feel like I talk like a robot. Yeah, I do. I use a teleprompter.
Hmm.
I use a teleprompter. It's always so hard too, cause like I don't know if my vision is like bad or if it's just like I don't know if any glasses or some shit, but when it's when it's moving, like it's really hard for me. So I'm like, I feel like I'm not looking natural, but I do use a teleprompter. Uh, the thing that usually starts my my inquiry into a topic or a script is usually just like a feeling, like a strong emotional feeling. Like I want to make my videos as pertinent to actual real life issues as I possibly can, and deal with things that I do think are important. So like economic inequality is a big thing for me, anti-imperialism because of my familial connections, uh, and obviously Palestine, which is what I believe to be the most serious issue of our time, the most important human rights issue of our time. So
Yeah, I mean the emotional compulsion from witnessing a genocide in real time for, almost 2 years. It's like if I don't know if that doesn't compel you to at least feel some type of way and at least speak out about it. It's hard
yeah,
to say, that your humanity's still there. And
yeah, and contending with people who try to diminish the severity or minimize it is like enraging, and that's a big thing for me too, to try and like when I deal with this topic to not kind of like fully lose my shit and just kind of like try and present a reasonable level-headed argument while still delivering like a firm hand on certain figures that I think are problematic.
Yeah. In a just world, you would not even have to lose your shit about these people. Everyone would be losing their shit, and they wouldn't be allowed to speak, and they wouldn't be allowed to be in public life. Like in a just
Yeah.
world, this wouldn't be the conversation we're
No.
having.
No, of course not.
And I don't know. I was just talking to before you came on Chris Kunzler, and I
I love that
even
guy.
I felt this feeling of like when I'm asking him, yeah, he's great, just brilliant.
Yeah.
When I'm asking him about like how do we try to communicate these things to liberal Zionists, part of me is like, we shouldn't have to like capitulate to the language of a liberal Zionist because it's genocidal and they either don't know it or they know it and just are bought in. But that is, I don't know, it feels not degrading. I know it just feels bad. However, reckoning with the reality of the world is that those are the types of things that we, I guess, need to be doing, or at least some people that are a part of wanting justice. Everyone can do things from different angles, and part of that is, I guess, being on the front lines of being more, trying to be more tactical about it. Even though it feels like shit, because it's like, why can't you just understand how you're helping a genocide and stop doing that?
Yeah, I think like a big thing is, um, in the aftermath of the Holocaust, a lot of people said that they didn't know, that they were unaware of what was happening, and they can't use that excuse today because the whole thing is live streamed. The whole thing is documented. It's in front of our faces. It's not something that we can just say that we didn't know, we didn't understand the severity of it, because we do. Like, it's impossible not to, unless, like, maybe you're emotionally stunted and shut off and cold. But yeah, and I think the fact that it's impossible to ignore the severity and the devastation, it requires certain figures who are not too worried about getting their hands dirty and calling other people out to do so. And I think you do an incredible job at that.
Oh, thank you, man. I really appreciate that. Um, I I mean, you've probably heard me express my worries about trying to like do that while working within a framework of YouTube, like YouTube
Yeah.
content, and I mean SlopTube, and a group of people that um don't really care about this stuff, and kind of assuming the best that like if you talk about it in the right way or if you demonstrate it clearly enough, they'll at least some of them will start to care or see an injustice, and moral compass will sort of turn on.
Yeah.
But it's still, we just don't know what the future looks like and how the things we do will change it, and we just do the best we can. But it's still like I don't know, I'm sure you think about that a lot too.
Yeah. Well, I think with like going at other creators and stuff and using them as like a way to kind of speak about these issues. I know you've seen this because you mentioned it in your video, but you'll get comments where like people who are fans of these creators, they're reachable even if the creator isn't. So I think the fact that that's a reality is more than enough of a reason to continue doing what you're doing.
Right, even if it's just a few people.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's still a real material thing that
Oh yeah.
hopefully can
Absolutely.
extend outwards. Hmm. Was Palestine an issue you'd focused on much before October 7th?
So funny enough, I keep talking about her. My girlfriend's mother, she gave me a kafia well before I even understood what it really was, like a long time ago. 'Cause she was very um, involved, very tapped in with the plight. This is long before October 7th. Um, but yeah, I've always felt because of my attraction to anti-imperial topics, anti-colonial topics. I've always felt strongly as long as recently as I've been able to comprehend the issue, I've felt very strongly about it. But my political awakening in general didn't really happen until like my early 20s, maybe like 22, 23. So in that time span, which is only really like 5 years, um, I have felt very strongly about it.
Yeah. Do you feel like does it ever, I guess, imposter syndrome come up,
Oh
like
yeah,
being a baby
absolutely.
leftist, if that's the term, because that's what I would describe myself as even still, but
Absolutely.
um having reckoned with that and now having a platform of almost 100,000 people, like that's a lot of people.
Yeah, yeah. I think I think that if you substantiate the things that you say and you make solid arguments and you keep your the things that you say proportional to the knowledge that you have, I think it's appropriate to talk about these issues. My big issue is if I was to just, say things, not back them up, not provide sources, not be able to argue on them, then I would definitely reconsider what I'm doing.
Mm. Yeah, like I feel like I don't know if there's anyone you look to like in terms of intellectually what you're reading or what you're watching to sort of
Hmm.
draw inspiration, but when it comes to the people that I think of, like the thinkers and the academics that whose work I guess inspires me and has informed me, and even people on the internet to some extent, um, when I think about the way they go about doing that and what makes that successful and effective, that
Yeah.
for me reframes the what I need to at least strive to do. And it sounds like a similar thing with you, and I don't know if you have any particular influences in that regard, in terms of
Yeah.
what you're reading and watching.
Right now I'm reading I just picked this up, False Prophets of Peace, Liberal Zionism and the Struggle for Palestine by Tikva Honig Parnas. I don't know if I pronounced that properly, but I just
Ooh.
picked this up. So that's what I'm getting into. And then I'm a little bit into this one country. It's like
Who's
uh
that by?
Ali Abu Nima. I'm so bad at pronouncing names.
Oh yeah,
It's the
from he's from
Electronic
Electronic
Intifada.
Intifada. Yeah.
Yeah, it's just like a case for a one state solution. So from what I'm not super far into it right now, but it's pretty interesting. It's I'm enjoying it so far.
Hmm.
I also really like Ilan Pape. I like Avi Shlaim. I like I like Naomi Klein a lot. I know that's a jump from like Israel Palestine, but similar politics. Um, I like Yanis Varoufakis. Um, I like Parenti. I also like Chomsky. I know that there's some ideological differences there, but I think it's worth reading and understanding both of their positions, even though they can conflict at times. Um, I like Finkelstein a
Yeah.
lot. I heard that you were trying to get him on the stream.
Yeah, I still gotta reach out, but if I can, like if he can lock in for the net sometime soon, I would just keep the stream going just so I could talk to
Yeah,
him.
Maid
Um,
outfit.
if I would see if he even noticed on the screen, but that would be, oh god. Chris said to keep it on, or I don't know if he told me to keep it on, but if he just
Dude,
suggested, he heavily implied that it would be uh disingenuous for me to put my sweatshirt on and cover up the maid
yeah,
outfit. And who knows how Finkelstein would be feeling, but I
yeah,
definitely, that would be similarly to how you feel about him. Seems like he's one of the people I look to.
yeah.
He's one of the people that, like, right after October 7th was a like moral beacon, a moral sort of guidepost for
Hmm.
myself, and I'm sure a lot of other people, when he went on Piers Morgan and laid out his own moral quandary about what had happened, and then concluded using a historical example, a fantastic historical allegory, talking about the Nat Turner slave rebellion, and immediately, um, like propelling me into going and learning more about that and learning and connecting the historical examples of what had happened and how this is an ongoing cycle of
Yeah.
responses, resistive violence to colonial settlement and colonial, ethnic cleansing. And um, that's one of the things. Same, I mean, BadEmpanada. I don't know how much you watch him, but he on
He's
YouTube,
great.
he's one of the people
Great.
that right after October 7th, and I'm talking to him today. I'm trying to keep the glazing to a minimum, but right after October 7th, he made a video saying essentially the same thing, talking about, I think it was a comparison with the Native American genocide, and, anti-colonial violence. And if it weren't for those people being able to situate and frame the situation like accurately and with sort of a moral compass, I feel like a lot more people would be astray about this issue,
Yeah.
about these issues.
No, absolutely. Yeah. Yeah. I think Finkelstein as well is a very powerful speaker too. Like he's a good orator. Like he's able to really convey the way he feels and convince others to feel the same way.
Totally. And there's kind of a convergence from his work, because his work is very, um, I wouldn't even call it dry. That feels like it's more like,
Writing?
yeah, his writing, because his oration is like great, and there's so many like great lectures out there. And I know in his time at DePaul, and I mean at the lectures he's or his academic positions, the students have had very high opinions of him, and it
Mhm.
makes sense why. But the writing is interesting from the opposite perspective, in that it's like the way he'll write a sentence is citing so clearly statements that will eventually contradict each other, and the way he presents it is so like the quotes are adequate enough on their own to already by the time you're at the 3/4 of the way through the sentence, you're like, oh, I see why what
Yeah.
they're saying is wrong, and he doesn't really need to add flair to it, just because I think that he's like a forensic scholar is how he describes himself, and that I think has an influence on at least compelling, I'm sure, a lot of people who read him and myself to really accurately set up what is being responded to, and what kind of misinformation from the mouths of the people that are reinforcing, the Zionist project from their own words, using that to illustrate already, that
Yeah.
they're talking some bullshit, basically.
Yeah. I mean, I have people in my personal life who uh, either kind of had like center right leanings prior to everything, um, and who have come into contact with like Finkelstein's work post October 7th, and are now like full blown like fans of the guy. Like they'll seek out his podcasts, they'll check him out. So he's very much effective in what he does, and I appreciate him a lot. I read
Yeah.
his the Holocaust industry book a couple years ago. That was really eye opening. That was really interesting.
Yeah, I mean that's um I mean, he as soon as he started, as soon as he did his PhD dissertation, or right after, when I think it was, he challenged the Joan Peters book, From Time Immemorial, about the previous narratives about the founding of Palestine, and I think
Yeah.
part of the history of the Holocaust. I think he did stuff on that after, but Zionists and the powers in academia started going for him. But it was the Holocaust industry that I think really inflamed that, because it was so. I mean, that's a type of doing something like that is a type of like it's a brave act in a
Oh
way
yeah.
in the academic world to set up this thing that you already know immediately will frame him as a capo and a self-hating Jew and an anti-Semite. When you, even though I mean the book, as far as I remember, received like really high marks from like some of the preeminent Holocaust scholars and
Yeah.
historians, of course that would be used against him, and that is the start of what destroyed his tenure. And that's the sort of thing, though, that coming back to, I guess, post October 7th, the having the moral courage to challenge this project is what will is what people need, and what helps so many people. And I think it extends
Right.
outwards to people like you and me, and like when you make videos that are an extension of tearing down this same violent project, that is, I guess I wouldn't call it less brave, but I would call it more normalized, which is good, more people, everyone should be talking about that, and it shouldn't have to be an act of bravery. And that's kind of speaks to the moral depravity of the world, that it is a brave act, but ultimately it totally is. And that's yeah, I don't know. I think that's important. Sorry, I was rambling.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, dude, you're spitting. You're going off.
I'm
How long have you been
making up for the
live?
lack of spit from with the Chris interview, because he was
Oh,
popping
bro.
off. I couldn't
Yeah, he
even.
goes off.
Yeah,
Yeah.
no, he's great.
I love listening to that guy talk though. I could listen to him all day.
He's one of the first streamers that I'm like, I don't really watch streams that often. This guy's just, he goes and goes and goes, and all of it is you learn so much, like
I
rare
like his
from a
energy.
streamer.
Yeah, he can keep his energy up the whole time. I'm an old man. I crash after like 30 minutes.
Oh, for sure. No, I'm this is like, I'm very excited with myself for doing this, but like for this stream, but normally like talking to chat and stuff, it's like, oh fuck.
Yeah.
Are you a very introverted person,
Um,
or would you say, or
in recent years, I would prefer to kind of like just be alone, be with my close kind of family or whatever. But I'll go out and I'll like put myself out there if I have to. I used to be a lot more extroverted when I would do like shows. But as of lately, I prefer to kind of just like read books and chill, watch movies.
in our old
Go for a
age
walk.
we are becoming more
Yeah.
more reclusive, just two
Yeah.
old men, two grandpas out here.
I was watching you. Well, this sounded better in my head than it's gonna sound when it comes out of my mouth. But I was gonna say I was watching you sleep because I checked out the stream.
Yeah, that is no, I mean,
Yeah.
I that's my fault for making you say that,
Oh,
because a
dude,
lot of
I
people in
like
the chat, you and 2,000 other people were creeping
yeah.
on, were
I
watching.
I'm a night peer, so I was like, is Noah streaming himself sleeping? So I checked and I was like, you were. Oh, and you're a back sleeper.
Was I sleeping on my back?
Yeah.
Whoa, that's rare. That's a
When I
rare
saw you.
event. Canon event. Because I normally sleep on my like halfway on my stomach or on my left side.
Yeah. Yeah. Stomach with like leg perched up and pillow in
Yeah,
between. Yeah,
pillow in
that'll be good.
between legs. Yeah, or like
Yeah.
sprawled, but left side specifically, because I've heard it's better for acid reflux. And I had eaten that hot chip. I did the hot chip challenge like
Oh yeah.
a few hours before, and it fucked up my stomach, so I was a little worried. But yeah, no, that's funny, because I've only ever heard of a sleeping stream from a clip of I Show Speed that
Yeah.
was him. It was like you could pay or donate to play a sound from the speaker, and so like
Mhm.
he'd be in bed half sleeping, and then a noise would play when people donated, and it was funny. But then somehow his mic turned on and it played a sound, and it started reverberating through it, so you could hear it. And then it got louder and it got louder until it woke him up, because it was like screaming loud noise at him. He was like, ah! And it's one of my favorite clips that I've seen of that guy. But that's
He's
what,
funny.
yeah, he's do you watch very much streamers at all?
Not so much. I watch Hasan when I have time, because usually throughout the day, like I'm like pretty busy. But if I have like an hour, if I'm going for a walk, I'll throw on like Hasan usually, because he's the only guy I know who's consistently streaming and like covering news and political topics. And I like to watch his stream. I think he does a good job. Um, I don't really know any other streamers.
Yeah. Yes, I mean, unless you're into like specific games, I feel like this streaming culture I'm very outside of, other than like occasional clips. And like
Yeah.
literally, yeah, for in terms of politics, Hasan, and he's the only, I guess he's the biggest and kind of only main political streamer. I don't even know if there's a right-wing version of Hasan on Twitch.
Goals?
Oh yeah, I guess so. Yeah, the slop tube overlap, definitely.
Yeah.
I love when he gets more political. It's so always
Dude, it's so
awesome.
funny.
Prefacing every take with, I'm actually an idiot, but here's what I think about this complex thing that is morally very
Yeah.
significant. But remember, I'm stupid, so it's not my fault. I love that. That's my favorite thing to see.
Yeah.
He's my
I
favorite
wish
streamer.
I had the confidence to do
Oh
that. Oh my
yeah.
god.
Yeah,
Yeah.
crazy, crazy confident Riz. Um,
How much you guys raised so far? I can't see
we're
that.
at the Unrwa website fund is at $217,282, and then
Yeah.
the YouTube channel fund is like, one of them was 20,000, and the current one is, because I had to restart the stream or whatever. Oh shit. Let me see this. It should be around 240,000 total.
Wow.
Yeah.
Dude, that's incredible.
No, I mean, it's people. I'm super stoked. People have been um keeping at it, which I'm super excited about, and I think
Mm.
it's awesome. 6K
You
is the most
play
recent one, so it's closer to 242. But
242. Wow. What did you up the threshold to or the goal to?
I upped it to 400,000. So
Wow.
that would
Yeah.
be great. I don't know. That's a high goal, but also
Yeah.
we made it to 200K. Probably it probably wasn't even. I started at 4 p.m. and it wasn't even midnight before we hit it. So what is
Yeah.
that?
You
8 hours,
wow.
I
That's
think,
incredible.
somewhere around there. Maybe it was later, but
Yeah.
yeah, I don't know. I remember a few years ago, one of the people that kind of inspired me to make more videos, H Bomber guy, who does like
I love
leftist
that
video
guy.
essays. Yeah,
I
he's
love it.
great. Really, some even the just the non-political stuff is awesome. Some of my favorite videos.
The Roblox one is crazy.
Oh yeah, dude, Roblox Oof, Tommy Tallarico. Oh, I love that
Yeah, it's
guy.
so funny, dude.
What a legend.
Yeah.
He's one of the first people where I watched a whatever how many hours video essay about a video game that I've never played and never will play. And I'm like, that's
Yeah.
a special skill to be able to like make something like that, something that
Yeah.
to about something that's completely irrelevant to my life. But he did a fundraising stream and raised like 300,000 for what was it? Trans Lifeline charity, or maybe it was Mermaids UK or something.
Is that the
Um,
one where AOC kind of joined in at one point? Is that the same?
I don't remember. AOC I know joined in on the Among Us stream with
Right,
Hasan. That
right,
was a different thing, but she might have,
right.
I don't remember. But Mermaids UK, that's what it was. But a lot of people, I'm wondering how many people in the chat remember that, but yeah, apparently she did. AOC did call in. But
Okay,
yeah,
cool.
like I don't know, stuff like that is like Hassan raised $1 million for Palestine right after, like in November, maybe, I don't know, remember, November 2023.
Oh,
Stuff like that. It's like, I don't know. Does when you're in the process of, I guess, deciding what to make and talking about it, like, do you think about like that dynamic between material help and then informational or educational help, like for an issue like Palestine,
yeah,
like fundraising is a form of material help. It's not, it's much less of a commitment than doing something like volunteering and going to Gaza, obviously.
yeah,
um, but at the same time, like it's something, right? But and it's a little bit different than something like political education and anti-Zionist propaganda.
yeah,
But do you think about like that dynamic, I guess, and where that situates you as someone now doing YouTube?
yeah. I know. I think about that a lot. Um, I think if everyone just approached the issue with the mindset that they do what they can, as much as they can, the that would immediately situate us in a better spot. And for me, the thing that really gets me motivated to write and to create is just how seeing like the ideological discussion take place and seeing how many people can um downplay and can just run defense for horrific atrocities. And that's where I feel like I can come in and make a case against that. And I can structure it in a way with the goal and hopefully be able to change people's minds on that front. Um because I know at the end of the day, like I make YouTube videos. I'm not like in Gaza helping. I'm not like a reporter. I'm not like, so I'm not even close to doing what those people are doing, and they deserve all the praise in the world. I do think that,
Heroes, yeah.
yeah, I do think that being able to argue your case and convince people and change minds has a place in the movement. It's definitely not nearly as important as material help, but I do think that certain people should be doing it.
Yeah, 100%. Like you said, like doing what you can and what you think is best, and where you put it, positioning yourself where you think you could be most effective.
Yeah.
Um, and again, it's like I feel like it's really easy to think about these things and what we're doing as, um, I guess, overthink them as being, what am I trying to say? Have a focus of time that is only in the immediate or only in the soon after in terms of the effect of what you're doing or what you're making and talking about. But like
Yeah.
we have no idea what the next the next year, the next 2 years will look like in terms of what we're doing will have an effect on. And I think with like propaganda and education, it's further down the line where you're like you don't know where these things will take people who will be inspired or in some way informed about this issue that will one thing lead to another.
Yep.
But it's everyone, as long as you are doing something you feel like you can help with, like that's
And it
that's
is
what's important.
it's reassuring to see the narrative just in public discourse shift to be more, at least from what I can see, it's a lot more likely to see pro-Palestine sentiment, which a few years ago that was definitely not as prevalent as it is now. It's obviously horrific that an atrocity, a genocide, a scholasticide, everything that we've seen had to take place in order for this, I guess, this narrative and this shift to take place. But I don't even want to say that's a silver lining, but it's good to see that at least it seems like we're winning over the narrative on that front, and we're convincing people and we're changing minds. Because I guess there's only so much horrific destruction you could witness day in and day out before you're like, okay, this is, these people are the ones suffering, being victimized, being occupied. That needs to stop.
100%. And yeah, I mean, some people have tolerance in a bad way to that in terms of
Yeah.
resisting what it means to see this and writing it off. And unfortunately, we have experience seeing that happen on the internet.
Doing apologia for it.
Say that again.
Doing apologia for it.
Right, exactly.
Yeah.
And as the tide turns and as the like reality becomes clearer, I feel like our ability, the way we can talk about it, to say like, no, you're a Nazi, you are a genocidal freak, and
Yeah.
escalate rhetoric, escalate rhetoric from it being unacceptable to speak honestly about what's happening to being able to say the truth about it, which is that anyone that's running apologia for it is genocidal. And that should be how it is treated, and that should be how it is talked about. And in the way that like when we're talking about people that are having their minds changed and perception changed over time over the last 18 months, it's like if your mind hasn't changed, then there is something that needs to be confronted. You need to be confronted about where your humanity is and how what needs to be done to restore it, or at least to like shed light on the fact that your humanity has gone, because this thing isn't something that makes you feel any type of way other than, people are dying in the Middle East as they always have, and that's bad, but what can we do,
Yeah. And understanding what caused these issues, like the root cause of them, and just how much blame the West, I mean, particularly originally Britain, and then, now the US and the rest of the West, holds, how much responsibility they hold in what is happening. It's not just like, I know this was a sentiment that I covered on my channel before, but a certain large creator just chalked it up to, oh, Muslims and Jews are just fighting. But everything that led to that point, like there was a period where there was some, very worthwhile coexistence that needs to be mentioned before the political tensions flared up, and there's a lot of external political factors that caused that, and that just tends to get swept under the rug. And instead, it's like, oh well, Muslims and Jews, they just are at each other's neck. But it's like, when you chalk it up to that, you diminish everything that led up to it, and then you tacitly justify apartheid and genocide and occupation as just outcomes of ancient hatred, when it's not that. It's a product of meddling, imperial meddling.
Yeah,
So I mean,
100%.
getting that out there, I think, is important. Like you'll see with even bigger creators, they chalk it up to just like, oh, these are ideological differences, ancient hatreds that are not going anywhere. But it's like, so much of this is material, and we always look past the material that led up to it, the material circumstances that continue to reinforce the conditions that we're seeing, the apartheid structures. So
Yeah, I
I think,
think your coverage of, I guess, false narratives or morally equivocating narratives about the Nakba in, I think it was your last or a second to last video. I think that's a perfect example where people take some piece of information. And a lot of times the most effective propaganda has like a grain of truth to it, where something happened factually, and but the person that is recounting this fact, I mean, I think in the example of your video, they're recounting it in a like dishonest way or a factually untrue way, but
yeah,
parts of the narrative may have truth to them in terms of like Jewish expulsion from Arab
yeah,
countries.
for sure.
But
Or
then
migration.
that grain of truth is twisted and mangled to the point where misinformation is being spread. And even if it were 100% true, the fact that it is
Exactly.
being brought up, it doesn't matter whether it's true or false. The fact that it is being brought up and weighed against the Nakba is the problem in itself, and that has to be confronted. And yeah, like you're saying, it's like, I think more and more people are able to over like, I guess, are learning to be able to recognize how that happens and recognize that,
Yeah.
oh, like this thing, that the way we are talking about this issue, information aside, like the moral narratives that have developed in people's minds, like you're talking about, like religious conflict. Like, I think I was gonna say anyone that's educated on it is aware that that's a false, like I guess a red herring, or I don't know what the phrase would be,
Yeah.
a false narrative, especially in terms of like Israel Palestine. But
Yeah. Yeah.
being able to, I guess, I don't know, seeing that happen so openly and so publicly, and being like, okay, well, that sucks, but also it's an opportunity to use that person and that person's words as a jumping off point to like be like, no, like that information is wrong, and I'm compelled to speak about it because it is both wrong for honesty's sake, and it's also morally disgusting. It's depraved. It's like infuriating seeing that being done, especially considering what's happening right now with that as a justification, right?
Yeah. The video that you're talking about of mine, the one where I corrected that narrative, it was more so because the person I was correcting used a book, a book, Three Worlds by Avi Shlaim, to argue in favor of the double Nakba theory. But I like the book. I'm a fan of Avi Shlaim. I'm a fan of that book. I know that book argues against what he was saying, and it's only like 16 pages in, where he literally says the purpose of this narrative is to create a false symmetry between the fate of two communities, right? He says it's not history, it's Zionist propaganda, and he says that all in the first chapter. Within 16 pages in, he goes, the history of the Mizrahim has been deliberately distorted to serve Zionist propaganda. I'm pretty sure that's a verbatim quote. And that ended up being the book used to argue against that, which I mean was ridiculous and incredibly dishonest. So that's why I felt the need to chime in there.
Yeah. I mean, that's that's a good point. Like, it doesn't require necessarily a moral element. It can be as
Yeah.
simple as you're being so stupid that
Mhm.
it's just a really it's an easy, it's a layup, it's a low hanging fruit even to correct it, in
Well, it
especially
is
when it's something
also
you care about.
it is morally repugnant too. Like if I wrote a book, if I was like a historian and I had like a thesis, like a very strong thing that I felt you know, strongly about, and some like internet guy just twisted what I was saying to argue the complete opposite of what I was putting forth, I would be annoyed. I would, especially since the stakes are,
Perturbed.
yeah, exactly, yeah, be perturbed. But yeah,
Yeah. Hmm. What else is going on in life, if you want to talk about stuff like that?
um, right now I was injured a few months ago. I'm just kind of re regaining strength in my legs. I had some weird things in my calves because I would go for long walks and runs. Something happened where like my muscles kept breaking down, and then I got where I was getting like something called rhabdo. I don't know how the hell you I don't know what
Never
it is,
heard of
but it's
that.
basically your muscles break down and they send like a poisonous protein into your bloodstream, and then it could like shut down your like kidneys. So
Oh
I
man.
was in the hospital for a little bit for it. It wasn't too
Oh.
serious, but it was like excruciating pain. And I'm just now slowly like getting back into walking again and like running. But I'm just taking it easy and just kind of like trying to make sure my legs are okay. But other than that, that's what like my focus is. Other than YouTube, just getting back to good health.
Yeah, that's tough. I'm glad to hear it's getting better, but
Yeah, thanks,
I
man.
had a really bad ankle injury at the start of the year. I've been getting to playing tennis, and I like really snapped. It was, I didn't break it, but like I tore a lot of ligaments. It ended up
Oh,
healing back pretty quickly, but like I don't know. It's weird, especially having played sports where if you get injured in sports, like usually there's people around you in like organized sports that will like get you through the process of healing up and being able to get back to whatever activity.
yeah.
And it doesn't cost a lot of money, but now, having a like to pay for private healthcare as well as pay for,
Oh,
you know, visits that, or I guess I don't know how, I don't even remember how it works, but co-pays and still paying money on top of what you're paying for coverage. It's like yeah, frustrating, but
you're speaking in American to me right now, brother. Um,
this is a completely different language. You've never even heard of
yeah.
this. That's true. Yeah.
Damn, that sucks though, dude.
Yeah, no, I'm doing better, but like yeah, it's health
Yeah.
is important. I'm glad you're feeling better. I think like
Yeah. You also kind of got pretty jacked lately too, because you had like a health journey that you went on. You like
yeah, the in like 2024, I had this second channel. It's called Noah Time that I would do like
I don't know what time.
these yeah, these like vloggy type videos where it started with me just doing chores, and then I started doing like some workout videos, and um yeah, I don't know. I was kind of I kind of took a pause on doing political content, at least consistently. Like I was a little more like doing a little like I mean, I was living in LA and making slop content, what I felt was slop content, and it made me so feel sick of myself. Even though in between that type of content, I would be talking about things I thought were important. It was like I just felt bad about it, and it led to this place where like I ended up moving out of where I was living in LA, and then I traveled a bit, and then I spent like pretty much the whole year living at home. And it like a big part of that was finding reconnecting with like community, like with my family first, and then friends, and then like I like toured around a little bit with a friend of mine, and we did an interview series where we talked to a bunch of creators and tried to like connect face to face. And this kind of journey I think was really important, but also it was a uh going along with that was like the health stuff, because yeah,
Uh,
it's health is important, and it feels better to be healthy, and it feels, and if you could, in finding like activities like running or walking, but even just like a sport or a game to be able to share with other people, in the same sense of community. It just is way healthier than I don't know. Living alone is
Hmm.
like I've had trouble like with that in the sense of like
Like
not being
loneliness.
able to get outside the house, or like I'll have people in my life that want to do stuff, but it's just like isolation, I think is a better phrase
Yeah.
for it. Um
Yeah.
but I don't know, that's just I guess more of a personal thing, but
Yeah. No,
um
when I first moved out, like I was living in Toronto alone, or with a roommate who was kind of cold, didn't really want to have much to do with me. Um, that was horrific, I think, for mental health because I don't know, I was like a changed person when I moved back to Vancouver.
yeah,
But I know what you
like
mean.
from getting inside your, I guess, your head, or just
Yeah.
not having a lot of interaction. Yeah, I moved into a house with three other people in Orange County, California, and I was kind of the hermit crab roommate where um people are doing stuff, people are playing games on the couch, and I'm kind of in my room doing whatever, and under the rationale that I just like my alone time. But at a certain point, the you know isolation, like popular loner, not popular loner, just a loner, just like an anti, so what's the word that they use, introvert, like
Yeah.
toxic
Yeah.
introversion even creates this thing where, oh, I'm actually like missing out on opportunities to connect with people. And that was another outgrowth of like why I decided to, like, I have a roommate now and we do stuff and we hang out in the living room, and
Oh,
it's
right.
more social and communal, partly because I feel like that was a missed opportunity that I had when I was living with that group of people. And so yeah, I mean, thankfully there were other people there, so that I wasn't putting them in the two roommates, one of them's a hermit crab situation like it sounds like you were in. But still, like, it's a tough position to be in, I think, and it's
Yeah.
good to get out of it. It's good to touch grass. It's also good for in a political way, because all of the things I've done, in terms of protests and in terms of, I guess, trying to grow my understanding, have been
Hmm.
communicating with other people, or people in real life, and that you can't, you know, it's a fundamentally understandable in some ways, but fundamentally kind of um, liberal individualistic approach when you when I've allowed myself to succumb to that. Even though mental health, I've dealt with stuff like that, it's still like, if you want to do something in the world, you have to, people are going to be involved, and you have to connect with them like we're doing right
Right.
now.
Absolutely. Yeah. When did you move out of Canada, move back home? Were you just here for some?
um I was here there for a semester, yeah, because I it was actually right around there when I was diagnosed with bipolar, so a lot of stuff
Oh,
happened in life. But I was there until I think December, like mid-December of the first semester. It was like um I went early, like August, for football summer
yeah.
camp, and then August, September, October, November, December, so about 5 months.
Oh, so you got
But
to see the summer here. I guess you got to see the summer
yeah,
and the winter here.
oh, it was, yeah, I don't know, it's beautiful.
Yeah. Yeah, it's nice. If you ever come back, we'll do a hike. We'll get
Oh yeah, 100%. You do a lot of hiking?
I'm trying to get back into it. I'm just
Hmm.
waiting for my legs to get a little better, but, I used to.
Oh, right on. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, I'm super down. There's a lot of good mountains. I used to go up to the San Juan Islands. Is that what they're called?
I don't know.
I think it's north of Victoria.
Okay, yeah.
I would do, like, we drive up there and then rent kayaks and like kayak around and fish and stuff. But it's
Damn.
like
Fun.
it's the type of geography that's like islands that are, I don't know how they're even formed, because it's not volcanic, I don't think, but they're really tall and they go straight up and straight down, and so there's a lot of cliff jumping and a lot of like
Right,
fishing off the edge, and it's weird. It's kind of scary in a cool way,
right.
where it's like there's beaches in some places, but mostly it's just like these really steep, weird, rocky cliff things that are like weird to be around. But anyways, that's a
Mhm.
separate story. But yeah, definitely would love to come up there. Um, and I'll let you know when I do.
Yeah, man. What do you got, going on for the rest of the day? You have some really great guests coming in soon, I see.
Yeah, let's check it out. Let's look at the schedule. I have to bleach my hair in
Yeah.
10 minutes.
No, you're good, bro. I have to take my girlfriend out for lunch.
Oh yeah, got it. Yeah. Okay, cool. But after that, I'm having uh Frogan and Raf and Capri Sun Poppy, the Ayyrabs podcast,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
Habibi tier
So great.
list
Dude,
anti-Semites, the Sabra, the anti-Semitic Sabra haters.
yeah,
Um,
yeah.
they're coming on at 3:30, and then BadEmpanada is at 6, and then Hasan is at 8, and then I have to do a task at 10. I don't know what that means. And then
Okay.
Indie Nile. Are you familiar with Indie Nile?
Oh yeah, I
Um,
I watched their video on liberal. I think it was the one on liberal Zionism.
oh yeah,
And
like liberal Zionism
incredible,
versus like right
like
wing.
right,
Daniela
yeah.
Weiss versus Gal Gadot or whatever.
Oh
Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
on the thumbnail. Incredible video. Yeah,
Excellent.
they're
Super,
great.
super good video. Um,
Yeah, they're all great. Everyone that you've had on, um, great creators.
yeah, no, I'm super excited. This has been a really cool experience. So, and
Yeah,
I'm
man.
just going to keep hitting people up, but I really appreciate you coming on. It was great to
Dude, thank you
talk.
for having me.
Keep
Yeah,
killing it with videos.
yeah, you
Um,
too, man.
keep doing all sorts of good activities.
Thank
And
you for what you're doing too. It's amazing.
let's check real quick how much we raised while you were in here. We're at 220. What were we at when
Nice.
we started? 212? Did we just raise $8,000?
Wow, that's
I think it was
incredible.
something like that. Hell yeah.
Wow. Okay. Nice, dude. Next time, I want you in the maid costume the whole time. I'll match it. I'll match it. I'll wear one too.
All right, yeah, I'll make sure that happens.
All right, brother.
All right, good stuff. Take it easy, bro. Take it easy.
Hey, man.
Bye. Almost click stop streaming. Why did I say take it easy twice? Everybody go follow and subscribe to Overzealots. Take it easy. Take it easy. Hello? Flexing the Maid outfit for another 500. Yeah, I got a message Ahmed. I saw him in the chat. I'm gonna get him on. I just need to um there's 1 hour 40 minutes left till next guest. Yeah, we have a minute. Are you oh wait, you're in the oh wait, that's you. Let's do it. If you're up. I just messaged you on Discord. Um yeah, thanks chat for letting us for keeping time zone situation is that it's Pacific Standard Time, so it's 1:23 p.m. So Hasan BadEmpanada will be on in 4 hours and 40 minutes. Hasan will be on in 6 hours and 40 minutes. What we're gonna do now, real quick, is let me do this. Chat, well done. It's just dye. It's just blonde dye, or like white dye with purple something. $220K plus $19K plus $6,500K plus oh excuse me. Mm. Wait. Give me a moment. Give me a moment, chat. Say no to the bleach. Here's the goals, by the way. So having BE on before Hasan is crazy. What if he shits on Hasan and Noah just gotta be like, well, next up here's Hasan. Yeah, I don't know. I think I'm gonna let people give their perspectives, and I don't know what BadEmpanada really is necessarily gonna have to say about Hasan, but I think he has disagreements that are political in nature, typically, which I'm okay with giving platform to need be. I think that also I want this to extend beyond the personal, beyond the content, and into the political. And you know, I mean I've heard Hasan respond to BadEmpanada's or basically say that same thing, that political disagreements are good and should be happening. But I think he doesn't want to debate him, and I guess I could see why, given that debates a lot of times suck, as we saw recently with certain stuff that happened. And I think it sounds like Hasan also has had a critical thoughts about that same thing, and critical words. Both are adults with higher priority at the moment. Chill, guys. Yes, exactly. Oh. We reached 250K? Okay, 1 second. So it's 227K, but there was the first stream that got like 20,000. So we're definitely, hold on. One moment, please. Also, how about Isaac as a guest? Wait, I forgot to link his channel. Let me do that. Did I forget? I'm going to. Oh. I'm pinning this message. I'll pin the fundraiser again in a bit. Everyone click on it and go subscribe right now to Overzealots. I will do this for our future guests. How's this looking? I'm going to add the first live stream fund amount, which was, I believe, why does that say 2,800? Oh shit, there was, oh my god, okay. Doing some tasks. Okay, so what is this? Add these together, chat. And there's another 2,800 one. Yeah, you got this. Okay, I think what we're gonna do. La 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 la. Mm. Also, what's the 250K goal? Oh, extend stream. Hell yeah. I mean, we're already pretty much there, so. Oh. Oh. What up? What up? What up? Mike from PA. What up? I saw you message me. I am so, dude. This is the I streaming is put scheduling 10 guests a day for a stream is just actually insanity. I should just be a normal streamer. Um, because uh oh. Mm. Wait, we can put the cat cam back on. This is massive, bro. Give me 1 second. Is it showing up? No, it's not. 1 sec. Ah. Mm. I'm going to have Ahmed Sarsour on. A poet, Palestinian poet in Gaza. I will allow him to introduce himself. He was supposed to come on last night. Thankfully he was in the chat, letting him know, letting us know that he was here. I will bleach my hair. I will see if we can reschedule. I think probably possibly the Ayyrabs podcast. So I can get just a stream break for a moment. Maybe do the bleached hair. What time is it? That is I don't want to. I need to take a chill pill in between these events. If everyone went and followed Overzealots, please do that one more time. Don't follow him again if you didn't follow, because Wait, what am I doing here? I will take a break and freshen up after we talk to Ahmed. Okay. Trying to think what else we got. Let's refresh this. See you guys here. I'm gonna use the restroom very quick. Remind me to ask Ahmed if I forget what link to put in there. I think it's this one. Please go follow Ahmed, and we might need to change that link depending what he would like to do. Holy shit, I'm so fried. Oh. How do we need to reset the stream soon? How long have we been going? Oh, just 5 hours. Oh, nothing. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'll be right back. And then we are having Ahmed Sarsour, poet, Palestinian poet in Gaza. Let's get these donuts going, please. Right now. Thank you. Okay, be right back. Hello, chat. Test, test, test. Are we back? We are back. Are you centered?
Am I?
You yeah, no, you look good. You look centered.
Well, okay, so one would be
Yes.
seeing anything.
Oh no, you're good. It just froze up for a second, but that's to be understood. Given what's going on. Everyone, welcome Ahmed Sarsour to the chat, to the stream. Chat, say hello, and if you would like to also introduce yourself, you're welcome to do so. Now. 1 sec, you froze.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. I am back.
Yes, you're good.
Okay. Hi, everyone. I am talking to my friend Noah from Gaza. I am here in the middle area, in the G-Strip. It is called Tirrrb, if you haven't heard of it. My name is Ahmed Sarsour, and I am originally Palestinian, but I have been living in Sudan for 21 years up until 2023. On the 15th of April of 2023, the civil war broke there between the RSF and ASF, and we have been hopeful, like we thought that we can last there and the war would be ending, but unfortunately it continued for 2 years. And after 6 weeks for surviving in Khartoum, the capital of Sudan, we fled to our hometown here in G-Strip. And the plan actually was to stay for a little bit to renew our passports and IDs, and then to get to Egypt and maybe like seek some other alternatives. Because the Egyptian authorities stopped receiving Sudanese people, and we came here to Gaza as Sudanese. But unfortunately, after renewing our passports and IDs, we had to wait in line to get out, because this is the way here in G-Strip. You have to sign off your name on the Rafah border, and then you get out. And we have been waiting for 2 months, because I believe I signed my names in the last of August in 2023, and then the war broke on the 7th, and we have been faced with the same destiny again. Like, we needed to get to Egypt, and they asked for a lot of money, because us coming here to Gaza, it wasn't just an option. We were forced to do it, because also when we tried to get to Egypt from Sudan, they asked for like 5K for the visa. And me, my dad, my mom, and my brother, there's 20K. And unfortunately, if you haven't read my story on my GFM, I believe Noah added the link tree to the chat, and you can read my full story there. But yeah, before the war broke there, my father, he bought most of our life savings into a project in Sudan, so we didn't have much cash on us to get out. And then the embassy meddled, and the Egyptian authorities said we can't set a foot in the Egyptian land. We only have to get from the border to the border. So it was like a deportation, kinda, because we have been accompanied by military forces all the time. And then we got here and we got stuck again. And then they asked for at the beginning they were asking for 15K to get out of the G-Strip to Egypt, and we didn't have that kind of money again on us. And this is when one of my friends, her name is Carol, she's working for an NGO in Mexico, and she was in Sudan. This is where I got acquainted with her. And she was asking me, Ahmed, why are you still in Gaza? Why you didn't leave? And like, she knows my background. Like, my dad, he's a gynecologist. My mom, she's a pharmacist. Me and my brother are engineers, and my sisters are doctors. And my brother, he's a doctor. So we are comfortable, at least. And she was like surprised when I told her that we didn't have any money on us, and we don't have any much left to evacuate. And then this is when she started the GFM campaign. I have been raising funds since then, but I haven't been lucky until they destroyed the borders in May of 2024. And I don't know, I started writing after that, and I guess I met with some people who introduced me to Noah, and this is the short story, I guess.
Yeah, I didn't. So you started writing around that fairly recently then, or did you start writing
Well,
again?
I used to write. Yeah, you can say again. I'll also writing because like my English wasn't that good. I believe like in Sudan, I started like I'm self-taught in English. Like all of this I got from movies, songs, and series because I have been fond of them. But yeah, you can tell like I don't speak fluently until up until this moment. But yeah, and in Sudan I used to write in Arabic, but not in English. But and also I used to write like I don't know what do you call these thoughts or like scripts or whatever. But yeah, poetry. It has been my first time to write poetry in English. I believe I have several attempts, but like I didn't share them with anyone. But yeah, this is my first time to like share my work.
Yeah, I mean the link tree is pinned in the chat, and there's I think two fundraisers. It's one for your sister and one for, is it you or your another family member? But there's also a link
Actually,
to your work. So I think everyone in the chat, there's about 2,800 people. Everyone in the chat, please go follow, and he's gonna share some of his work today, but also go follow now, please. Just telling them. But
yeah,
sorry,
there's a
go
lot of.
ahead.
No, sorry.
Are you
I
good?
was saying that there's a lot of links there on the link tree actually because like my sisters got their houses destroyed, so was my in-laws, my aunties, and my friends. So actually, I have been trying to advocate and raise funds for all of them. So you may find all of that on my link tree. But of course, my the first priority, like my priority, was my family and my sisters, and then my aunties and my friends. So yeah, and also there's a link to my poetry, a Google Drive link, and some people have been in touch with me, and they were, I think, what is the word for it? Um, okay, I remember when I told you that I might forget some words when we are live. This is it.
Oh no,
Yeah,
we got
inspired.
time. Inspired?
Yeah, yeah,
Damn,
I
you got
made
it
that. I forgot this word.
very quickly.
Yeah. So some people said they got inspired from my poetry and they started making digital art designs from it. And they started selling it actually for me on its shops. So you may found two links to its shops on the link tree as well. Most of the art there is inspired from my poetry.
Sorry, I didn't hear what you said. What are those links for? Art, you said?
Etsy online
Etsy?
online stores. It is called Etsy shops. Yeah, Etsy.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
yeah. I'm just
they
looking
have
at it here.
yeah digital art designs, I believe. And I'm still making more. Like some people are coming still forward to make more, but I am kind of stuck. Like I'm looking for people who are willing to promote for it before selling it because I didn't sell a lot. Like only I believe 10 to 20 copies, which is like was nothing like 100, 200, something like this. So yeah.
How cuz you've gotten linked up with, it seems like, quite a few digital artists or just people on social media, on Instagram, other poets, like what has that process been like? Because I see a lot of collaboration, and I guess how did you find people, and how did they find you, and what's that been like?
Yeah. Yeah, well, it has been a journey, to be honest. Like for me, I have for the people who are with me for this, like in this battle, I have social anxiety and panic disorder. So yeah, people who are like facing mental illness, and it has been a battle and a journey. Like I used to have no social media presence, like for almost 4 years or something. I used to get afraid whenever I get in front of the camera or like in front of people and in front of crowds. But I haven't been like this when I was a child. I don't know how I developed this thing. But yeah, so I had no social media presence, and then my friend Carol, who started the GoFundMe for me, and with the help of my friend Emily, uh, they told me that I need to start promoting for this myself. Like people need to hear from me, and I wasn't really ready for these kind of things and or these encounters on the social media. But then I felt like I am forced to do it in order to save my family and in order to get evacuated. And this is when I started using TikTok, and I got kind of pretty lucky on it because whenever I try to get in touch with some big influencers, actually they used to turn their back on me, like because they used to only follow the trust ones, like trust campaigns on the Operation Olive branch, if you have heard of it. And unfortunately, I couldn't get my name up there, like my campaign name. And they said they are fully booked or something, like their sheets are full. And this is when I start to advocate for the campaign myself and raising funds myself. And I got so lucky. My TikTok started raising funds and started spreading. But since I talk about topics that no one, like the TikTok algorithm and Western media, suppress so much, because I was talking also about Sudan and the war in Congo, because I believe all humanity are connected, and I don't like people focus on Gaza is only because like there's human beings are suffering all over the world. And I hope not, I am not calling anyone's out by saying this, but this is what I believe in. Like we are all connected, and we shouldn't focus on one nation or one group in order to save them. We should try to save all of humanity. And if you have resources, you should use them to save everyone, not just the people in Gaza. So I have been talking about this, and also I was trying to. I think the first TikTok account I got banned, I was like, I started this hashtag. It was like Sudan, Congo, Palestine, one nation. And when this hashtag started circulating and my account started getting attention, it got banned. And then I started again, but this time I was talking only about Gaza and Sudan. And when also I started getting attention, it got banned. And I started again and again. I have like 4 of them now, but they suppress, I think, most of my accounts now because like my name is on them, like Ahmed Sarsour poetry or something. Like most of the poems I recite now, I think they are already saved in the algorithm, so they know me, and I don't get views anymore on TikTok. This is why I started to head to IG lately. This is when I met with some digital art designers and poets, and also a whole new community there. Like it's different from TikTok. I didn't realize up until I got there. Like I thought social media is all the same, but here in YouTube you have your own people, and on Instagram and on TikTok. So on Instagram, although I still don't have a big platform, but I made solid connections, and people have been listening to my story, and I made friendships. And this is when they started to introduce me to the people who they know. And one of the digital art designers who were in touch with me is starting like sending pleas to other digital art designers who know her, so they can come forward and help me with this project. This is how I got in touch with a dozen of digital art designers, and now they are all working and collaborating with me to make these digital art designers. But regarding poetry, I haven't been in luck with connecting with poets, only 1 or 2, and most of them they don't have like big reach. But I am working on collaborating with some artists, poets, and singers to write poems which can be converted into songs. And also I got in touch with a famous singer, I believe, or like she's an advocate, an activist, and a singer. uh, she has like 20K, 200K on Instagram, I guess. And I think when I recite one of my poems, it is called Soul of the Soul. It was about Grandpa Khalid and his granddaughter Reem. and she's actually reverted, and she has chosen the name Reem for herself, and she got really connected with the poem and inspired by it, and she thought it would be a great idea if she converted the poem into a song. So yeah, I guess I started social media like almost an year ago now, and yeah, it's been a journey, but it's still I don't know everything or anything or like everyone, but I am trying.
Yeah. Have you connected at all with any other, I guess, artists or poets in Gaza or near you geographically, or has it been mostly through social media?
Well, we tried to start a group of artists from Gaza. We had writers, poets, and digital art designers and sculpture, I think. But yeah, it didn't work. I was trying to push the project myself, and I was only promoting for it, like the only one who was promoting for it and everything. And I got like it was on Substack. It was going to be collective, and I think I managed to get 100 subscriber or something, but we haven't been lucky, and then it is still stuck. But despite that, I managed to get in touch with another digital art designer who's in Gaza, and I asked him to collaborate with me, and they agreed, but they disappeared. And yeah, I guess I don't know. Like I got in touch with some, but we didn't get anywhere. Like we didn't collaborate or do anything.
Hmm. What what sort of things have influenced your work over the years? And also just briefly, how long were you doing poetry before poetry or art or I guess before you said you
Well,
stopped? Were you doing it long before? And then
before,
also the first question. See, we talked about social anxiety. I have it too, and I also have ADHD. So I'll ask a question, then I'll add on four other questions, and then say something which is not a question, and then you get it. But yeah, I guess
yeah.
what are you? Let's start with that. What are your influences, and what has moved you over the years, artistically?
Okay, so I believe this is something that we all have in common. Bear with me. I talk like if I know it all, but I don't know shit. But anyways, uh, so I believe this is something that we all have in common. Like as human beings, we are having good inside all of us. Like this is the thing that we have in Islam. It is called al-fitra salima. I think it translates to this is the thing that you are born with. I can't. I don't know what is the term for it, but I will try to describe it. It is. It has been said that whenever someone get born, is that correct? Like if someone
Get born.
when
I
someone
think that
you know,
has. I don't even know. That sounds right. Get born. Is born maybe. I'm
is
really
born.
tired.
Okay, when someone
When
is
someone is
born,
born. Yeah, yeah. That's it. That's it. You made it sound so
when
good. I
someone
was
is
like, that's I'm
born.
pretty sure that's it.
Okay, so when someone is born, we believe in our religion that we are all have this good uh, seed inside all of us. Like this is the basic thing. Like it's like by default you are good. You don't have evil inside you or anything. You are capable of doing evil, but you don't have it at that moment. You're just purely good. And I believe this is what I was growing up with all the time. Like whenever I um, I start learning about a religion and I start uh, getting familiar with these concepts in our religion, I always try to be even more good, like even better about some stuff. And I used to hate bullying at schools. At schools actually, because like I got transferred a lot. But yeah, I used to hate bullying. I used to stand up for other people other than myself. And I used to always talk back when someone disrespect me or disrespect other people. And this is something that has grown with me, that even when I got older, I started as like advocating for other marginalized groups, I believe, like LGBTQAI plus. Even in Sudan, like I used to advocate for these people. And I am a feminist. I am with women's rights and all of human rights. And I used to talk about, like, I am against poverty. I used to make initiative like in Sudan and donate to people who are in need. So I believe, to answer your question after all of this introduction, I believe it is in the core of our religion, Islam, is to be good, and this is what I am trying to do, and this is what was the word that you used? Inspired, or like, I can't remember what was the word for it.
I don't remember either. Inspired, I think I like inspired. I think that makes sense. There's maybe another one. I'm not the poet here,
Yeah.
so yeah, so cuz we talked before about I guess the role of religion in your life, in terms of you have recently reconnected with it more. There was a gap, and then I mean, how has that changed since you were young? Or
Yeah.
do you if you want to talk about it?
uh, no, it's okay. It's like, I don't know how we got so religious about on these topics, but yeah, I guess I am the one who like get us to this point. But yeah, uh,
I mean, I was asking about your influences, and it
well,
sounds like it was important to
yeah,
you, right?
yeah, yeah. It is important. Um, well, I was mad at God. I will start using Allah instead of God because this is how we say it in Islam. So I was really mad at Allah at some point in my life because I felt he was being unjust to me, and I was struggling a lot. Like, I didn't have any friends. I didn't think my family understands me up until this moment. Like, not all of them understands me, but anyways, and and I used to get in so much trouble and so much shit that I was like wondering all the time why Allah is doing this to me, because it's also in our religion that everything that's happening is happening for a reason, and everything's happening to you. Allah is watching from above whatever is happening to you, and like He's confirming or like giving consent to it, something like this. But yeah, I was really really mad, and I have been distant from Him for like several years actually. Like, I stopped praying, I stopped talking with him, I think I stopped even helping people. And then I got in this kind of challenge between me and him. And I know this sounds weird coming from a Muslim, but I'm not that religious. I'm just saying this is my story. And then I got in some kind of challenge with him, and I I remember that I told him that if you are real, and if you are up there, and if you are my God, my Allah, uh, I ask him to do this and that, and surprisingly, it happened. Like, I asked for something and it happened. Like, if there's no higher power, how can anyone hear what inside of my brain, like inside of my mind? And I know this is sounds so weird, like this is some sci-fi shit, or like this is like made up story or something. But yeah, this is what happened. And even though most of the time I kind of doubted his actions or like his doings, but now I have like a strong faith that everything's happening for a reason. Like, even us coming here to Gaza, even us getting trapped and not being able to raise the funds, like, this thing that happened has changed my life. Like, it flipped it upside down. And um, also, I had these silly ambitions and dreams when I was a kid. Like, the only thing that I wanted to do as a kid is kind of to be a superhero, like in terms, but not like a superhero, like to have like strong ability or like strong muscles or something, like Superman. I
Spider-Man.
wanted to help people. Yeah, I wanted to be a superhero for people, to help them. I wanted to have my own organization. I wanted to have a lot of money to help people to start initiatives and funds and projects for people who are in need, and to fight poverty. And somehow I felt like every time, like even in Sudan, I wanted to change actually my specialties. Like I am an engineer. I don't think I mentioned that, but I am a telecommunication engineer. I even have a master degree, and I am the top of my class. But I couldn't find a decent job, even though I have these big certificates. And then I tried to switch specialties. I was going to be a flight attendant in a hope to be a pilot. And also I scored 98% in the, what was it? Sudanese civil something about, I don't know, I can't remember. But yeah, it was like the highest score in years. And even though I didn't succeed, like I didn't make it to have a job or something, like the war broke and we come here. And now I think I got reconnected with my dreams as a child and my ambitions. Like right now, I'm writing poetry about the famine and the hunger and the atrocities committed against all of humanity all over the world. And I am helping people, like I am helping my family, and I am helping other families. I am helping my sisters, my aunties, my people here in my area. And I am now working on a documentary film about my life and the poetry and the Palestinian people. So I guess in some mysterious ways, I got reconnected with whatever I have forgotten. And I was asking Allah when I was a child. And now, as a grown up man, uh, I found it. Like I got reconnected somehow. I don't know. Does that make sense?
Oh no, I mean that. Yeah, that was. Yeah, you're a poet. I remember. I was just reminded again over and over when you were talking. I think what you're just like a beam of light, I feel. And when you talk about reconnecting, it's like, is that something, do you think that's innate, or is that shaped by your experience or out of necessity, or is it even are you even able to explain it? Because it sounds like you this thing just happened and it's not really easy to explain, even though you explained it as best you could, because you were always this way. You just need to like find your way back to it. Is that kind of what you mean? I don't know.
I guess. Yeah, but that's it. Like in short terms, I guess. Yeah.
Cool. Tell me about the documentary.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I got connected with a friend whom they are my best friend at the moment. Their name is Renee, and they go by they them. They are in Canada and they are transgender, and they have been amazing. Like they accompanied me with my journey since last July 2024. Like yeah, in 2024 I got introduced with them, and they have been helping me out connecting with other people as well. I got introduced to them on TikTok and on Instagram, and they connected me with a producer uh, whom is Mexican Canadian, and who is a Mexican Canadian. And yeah, they wanted to make a short documentary film about Rifat Al Arir, the poet who got martyred in the beginning of the war. And you know, they wanted me to recite the poem "If I Must Die" and take some footages of Gaza and even some footages of my daily life routine here under the bombardment and during the war. And then I told them that I write too, and I aspire to be a poet. But at that time, I only had like 4 poems, and uh, I wasn't really courageous about spreading all of my poetry around. But Renee, they encouraged me like after reading some of my work, and they were like, "It is moving," they said, and it's really inspiring. And actually, I don't see this like as someone who has like social anxiety and panic disorder. I always think whatever I do is like it's just something other people can do at any moment, and I don't have any self-esteem, to be honest. So yeah, they have been with me through this, and they have been encouraging me, and they have been cheering for me. And this is when I started writing more and started to be more productive. To be honest, like they have been with me for the whole part. Actually, I was hoping to like get all connected today, but I think they are in a class or something. But anyways, so yeah,
I think they're in the
I
chat
lost my really.
on that dang
Well,
phone in
I
class.
don't.
Yeah, I think Renee Reverie Fever. Sorry, is that? They said I am
Yeah,
here.
I think.
TF lol. Um,
Wow. Okay, I didn't think that they are listening, and
yeah, I
now
mean
I
if
lost
they
my train of thought.
wanna, if you want them to hop in or whatever, but yeah, they are listening and they're saying thank you for your kind words, something like that. Let me go back and actually read what they said.
Yeah, I don't know.
Heart emojis and sad happy emojis and resting wait, yay OMG and yo that's me guys with 3 smileys and you're talking about me question mark question mark question mark and yeah that's Renee always listening they said with
Yeah,
3 devil emojis but I mean that's like
that's something.
it's like they helped you like build confidence it sounds like in your work is that um and is that confidence something
Yeah,
that
you can say that.
mm-hmm,
Yeah, yeah, yeah. They have been working on this.
mm,
Yeah, they are my support system, I might say. But uh, not just Renee. Like after getting connected with Renee, I got really acquainted with a lot of people on TikTok, and I have like my small family now. And Renee started this Discord server for me. I think the link already on the link tree. And I think most of the people whom I love and I consider family are already there, and they have been helping me out with most of my socials now because like I can't keep up with everything, to be honest. Like I have some people now are handling my YouTube channel, my film IG account, and I am going to spread on Substack, and I already made like a WhatsApp channel. I don't know. I did a lot of things to spread all of this poetry, but I have been really encouraged by the people who are on Discord, and we are all the time welcoming newcomers as well. So if you want to join, the link is already on the link tree. And I am actually still looking for people to help me with other socials and also with the film because I think I mentioned this to you, Noah. Like recently, I applied for a grant. It was 25K grant for the post production phase of the film, but the results will be in August. And when I made the detailed budget for the film, it said that I need 100K for it to be for it to happen. Can you hear the planes?
I couldn't but I believe you I can turn it up I don't think the
Okay.
phone I don't think the phone picked it up but planes you just heard
Yeah, and actually it said red alert. What is red alert on Ahmed's Nation? I think people are joining the Discord.
oh okay is it getting filled up well
Yeah. Uh, what was I saying? I forgot. Ah, yeah,
uh
the film.
yes
The film. Yeah, I need 100K dollars to make it happen. And I think I am working with Renee on starting a fundraiser for it. But I think I gathered most of the info that I need already, like the film treatment, and I made a rough cut for the film, and I have already like something like a script. This is what's called film treatment. I have the script for it. So yeah, I think this is going to happen, but I am facing the problem with funds. But it might not be a problem because if you are familiar with the film industry, and if you are like willing to work for free kinda with me on the film to happen, please don't hesitate to get in touch with me, and this would lower the cost of the film very much. And I am aiming for something like the film No Other Land. I know that I said that I don't have any confidence or like self-esteem, but since I am working on it, I want to aspire to make something big like that film.
Yeah, shoot for the moon, so they say. Have you seen it?
Yeah,
Is it streaming yet? I'm not sure if it's streaming.
no, I don't know. You are the expert, and I
Yeah,
don't have YouTube. I'm just here with you on Discord.
yeah. Um, can I just say, you pausing to ask if I heard a plane, and then immediately going back to talking about the film. Um, that to me is like a crazy experience. The way that that just happened. Uh, I mean, that's normal, right? Completely normal for you, but that's um,
Well, it's not normal, but we are getting used to it, I guess, by now. Like it has been like this for 3 days in a row, I guess, right now,
mm,
and they didn't stop. Like I don't know, like they have been bombing like really severely lately, and no one is stopping them. I believe they even talked about it on their channel news. Like someone, I saw this video of someone saying that we killed 100 people in one day, and no one talked about it. This is when Trump was in the Middle East, I believe, or like after leaving the Middle East. And I believe he was like also mocking us or like mocking the Arab nations and Muslim nations when someone asked him about the Ukraine and Russia thingy, the summit, I believe, in Turkey. And he was like, I just raised 4 trillion or like $4 billion from the Middle East, and you're asking me about Ukraine and Russia? He was like, this is the main thing that you should be talking about. So yeah, I think I don't know. We are getting used to this stuff because they already dehumanize us, and in some way, even though we are not uh, paying attention to this, but I believe we also lost some of our humanity in this war, like in this genocide. I don't even talk like a normal human being anymore.
how do
So
you
yeah,
mean? Like the things you think about and talk about, or because you're crushing it right now?
well, 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 because like uh, I got reconnected with some of the colleagues I used to have in Sudan, and they said since I am a telecommunication engineer, we can work remotely, and they asked me if they are going to what is the word for this when you are trying to put someone in like higher position, giving recommendation. Okay, they
Mm.
are trying to recommend me to get in another vacancy because like we already stopped working in Sudan because of the war. But now since the situation in Sudan is improving, we might get back to work. And they have been talking with me and said that they will recommend me to get back to work. And I was like, please don't do that. One, I don't have electricity. The second thing, which is more importantly, I might die at any moment. So what is why would I want to work under this kind of circumstances? And I don't think anyone can say this if he's in a normal situation or like if he's talking like a normal human being. Like I know that we are all gonna die one day, but the chances that we are gonna die here in Gaza is like multiplied or like maximized by 1,000, 2,000. I don't know. Like they bombed the street of my house like 3 weeks or 4 weeks ago. The house near us got bombed, and then the street behind us got bombed. It's like they are bombing everywhere. No one is safe here. And my cousin, uh, he got he got martyred in the war, like in August or July last year. Uh, he was uh, he was with his family. I don't know. You see, this is one of the things that um, you feel like Allah is talking with you or like inspiring you to do this. He just gathered all of his sons and daughters and sisters and like the entire family who loves. And he said that he will going to have a feast for them from whatever is in the market, and they were all gathering together and they were laughing and being playful, and they bombed near him like 2 kilometers away from him, but there's like this splinter that chose him from between all of these 20 to 25 people who are around him, and he was the only one who got martyred. So you ask yourself, like, I can be the next one. Like, I don't know, it just is so weird that he was the only one who got martyred on that day from his sisters and brothers and sons and daughters. So yeah, I
I'm
don't
so
know.
sorry. I'm so sorry to hear that.
It's okay. Thank you. I don't talk about this kind of stuff a lot, to be honest. Like, I know some people are trying. Some people sometimes use this kind of stories, but I don't. Sometimes I don't like talking about this stuff. But
I
yeah,
mean, it's painful, surely.
I killed the vibes or the mood, right?
No, not at all. I mean, you're just talking about what's happening. I mean, you say you don't talk about it, but I appreciate you sharing it now because, um, I know, like you said, you're getting used to this violence, but it's not normal and it'll never be normal, and it should never be normalized, and it's not fair. It's not, especially given what's happened to you going from Sudan and coming back. Like, it's just not fair how that happens.
Yeah. Thank you though for giving me a platform to talk about my story.
Of course. Did uh, how much has that figured into your poetry or your work? Have you been able to write about that?
About my cousin or like the other things in general.
About your cousin also, you don't have to go any more into it if you don't want to.
No, actually, I didn't write. I feel whenever I am really, really, really sad or like I want to write about something really badly, I can't. And when it is personal, it is so hard, I guess, to write. I know like most of my poems are personal because like I am living this experience, but you may see from between the lines that I am talking more about my people. I am talking about my family. I am talking about my mom, my sisters, my nieces. But it's so hard to say that I or like something that I felt for something really personal. Like I feel for my people, I feel for my family. But yeah, it is so hard to express. I think the feelings that I feel when it comes to me. I don't know if it does that make sense.
I think so. Like you're saying, there's certain feelings you have when weighing a collective feeling, a collective, like, Palestinians in Gaza versus your own experiences, that you are supposed to take one into account and you feel like it doesn't leave room for the other, or it doesn't, it makes you feel like you're, like, I don't know, the way you described it is like it makes you feel almost like wrong, or like you should be thinking about everyone always. Is that?
No, no, no. I think I said, or like I said that I can describe my feelings or like write about my suffering when it's really personal. Like, uh,
Hmm.
because like I have always had this issue with talking about my feelings all the time, but I don't have an issue with when talking about my feelings when it's in regard to someone else's. Does that make sense now?
I think so. Yeah, I think so. Um, have you been
Yeah,
able to
because like if
go ahead?
Yeah, I was gonna say, because like if I start writing about my cousin from personal perspective, I will be talking about my feelings and my grief, and sometimes I feel like I can't do that. Like I will feel so much exposed, and I always I don't think that I believe that. So I think it's already hard to talk about this. Yeah. So I believe that I don't deserve the same things that other people happen to have. I guess like I don't deserve to grieve like other people, because like I have been different my whole. I don't. This is going to a deep detours. So
No, if
I
that's
don't
okay.
know.
If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. But I think you're speaking to, you're just like, it sounds like you're denied, humanity, the ability to feel your own feelings without it being, just have the right to feel sad or angry.
Yeah, something like that.
I'm trying my best to summarize for me, but more annoying.
No, no,
But
it's okay. You're doing amazing. Thank you.
what has of late, what
What has
what sort of things lately have brought you joy or happiness, or even just in the last
I
period of
think,
time,
well, I
talking to
am
people?
watching some movies and series recently, like under uh, these circumstances lately. I barely talk to anyone, to be honest. I feel I do get closed up on myself whenever I get really stressed and depressed. And the situation recently have been really stressing. And also we don't eat much these days. Like even the food is not that nutritious, and we don't have any cooking gas, so we use fire like the cavemen used to have, to cook and to put something on the table. And it's been really hectic and exhausted. And add to that Netanyahu is always threatening to get their Balah invaded. And it's the last city standing, and I am in the middle area in Deir Balah.
You're right in the center, huh?
Yeah, in the center.
On the map.
So yeah, whenever he does this, it gets us really stressed. So I don't think that I am not a good talker when I am under a lot of stress. I prefer to have my distance, and whenever I'm like a bit calmer, I can get back to the scenes. So yeah, I have been watching some series and some movies. I think I found that I have Black Mirror. Have you heard of it? I believe you did. Like it's
Oh yeah,
kind of
yeah.
famous. Yeah, I watched only season one, I believe, when I was in Sudan, and I found that I have season two, and I watched it. And also, I think I watched the Minecraft movie. I
Oh
think
yeah.
it got, yeah. It's
What'd you
so
think?
stupid, to be honest, but it was kind of.
All I see is people talking about Chicken Jockey and Jack Black. I don't know. I don't have much context to that, but
Well,
was it a fun?
it's not that
Did
great.
it bring you joy? Did it brighten your day? Did you play? Oh shit!
Sorry, they
What
just
was that?
bombed something, but I don't know if you heard.
I couldn't hear it through your phone microphone, but oh my god.
Yeah, okay. Uh,
Oh,
what did you say? I didn't catch the last part.
I was asking about the the Minecraft movie. While a bomb
See,
exploded behind
this is
you.
not normal, right? This is not
Oh,
normal. Like,
oh my
I just
god.
stop and get back to whatever. Yeah, this is the situation here in Gaza,
Oh my god, man. Um,
and we are playing along. You see, like in any other like normal scenario, you wouldn't, and I wouldn't be doing that.
How I mean, you're saying it's keeping you up till 3 a.m. or later, right?
Yeah, because I don't know why, but like in the past couple of days, they only bombing more at night. I can't figure out why. So yeah, they have been bombing most all of the night, and when the morning started to, do they say rise up, like the sun rise up, but I don't know, the morning to start, they stop for like 3 to 4 hours, and then they get back to it by noon. So I don't know. This is when I sleep. Like I most of the days I sleep around 4 or 5 a.m. and I wake up around the noon, 10, 11 a.m. or like 12 p.m. This is when they start pumping again, and they do pump when I am asleep. But I think I I am so tired to even hear what the sounds of the pumping.
My God, I don't. No one could understand that. Jesus Christ. Um. Yeah, like when. How much do you, I guess, follow and see and read about what's happening all over Gaza or in, um, like you mentioned Netanyahu, and you saw like I thought I saw that clip as well of the politician go on that Israeli TV show and talk about they killed 100 people and nobody cares. Um, how much of that? How does seeing that square with being there and experiencing it? Um, like uh, what is that like? Because they're talking about you, right? And then you're seeing it happen. I don't know if that makes sense to ask.
Well, yeah, it is. I think you are asking if, and this is what I understand. Like you are trying to get the whatever who's listening to this to get the feeling of being in my place. And yeah, I think uh, whenever I hear such things, to be honest, uh, like I always ask myself why they are thinking of us as less, and why the world is still silent. Like this is something that I mentioned on my poems more often. I talk about the people who are like praising the human rights and raising these kind of slogans, and the the advocacy for what's right and what's wrong, and humanity for all and stuff like this. But all of these slogans, all of these things, they stop, or like they take a break, or like there's this line when it comes to Gaza people, like Gaza children, like it's just a joke, you know. And whenever I see this on TV, and I believe that he will get massive applause for this, because like this is what happened, right? When he went to the parliament, I believe, and they were clapping for him for like standing ovation for like 10 minutes, for like 15 minutes, I can't remember. But and I was like, I know that there's a lot of people who are trying to advocate for us, there's a lot of people who are fighting for us, but why? And I am so sorry again for if I am calling anyone out for by saying this, but I'm just I'm just still asking this question. What if there's a lot of people who are fighting for us? Why the situation has never improved? Like it's getting worse and worse. Like these days are really, really hard and really difficult. Like the borders, they haven't been closed for almost 2 months since the beginning of the war. We are like facing starvation. Literally, people are dying from being hungry. And the kids, have you seen the kids, like the malnutrition kids? And I am try I am trying to not even look at the news. I'm trying to not leave the house, and because all of these things, even me as in Gaza, they affect me, and I'm just the hypocrisy of the world and the human rights advocates. I don't get it. I don't understand like how they stand to look themselves in the mirror while talking about such topics, and when it comes to Gaza, they shut up and they don't talk and they get silent. Like, what is this, like a voodoo magic or something? Like, why Israel is like getting away with this? I don't know. I don't. Does this answer the question? I don't know.
I mean, I don't. It does. It does. Yeah, you answered that as well as you could. I don't. I don't think it'll ever make sense. It shouldn't have to be a question that you find the need to answer, because it's not fair and it's not. I don't know. I don't know what to even say to that because, um, you've, I guess, written about this in some sense from the perspective of anger, like the anger you feel about this and about the world's reaction. Um,
Yeah, I think I wrote this when the ceasefire has breached. I believe I called the poem True Colors, and I called so many people out on it. I
do you
can
want to read
recite it
it?
for you, by the way. Like,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah, sure. Let me just find it.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, are you ready to listen?
I My headphones just warned me that my battery is low, so I'm ready, but my headphones may not be. Let me plug them in. One sec.
Okay, sure.
Sorry. One sec. Perfect timing. Ah! One sec. Uh, Let me switch headphones real quick. Great. Thank you, Bose. Perfect timing. Um, the hell?
Is this why you asked me? Are you using your? And I can hear my echo.
Yeah, sorry. No, I was just curious if you had a microphone. The audio sounds great. Except we didn't hear the planes, but maybe for the best. I'm not sure. Um, Give me one moment. I guess you can start, and I will. Wait, you guys chat. Can you hear him chat? Oh, okay. Hold on. One sec. Sorry, everybody. Mm, what? You try talking again real quick. Hello, hello. Oh, yeah, you muted still. 1 second. Is it my headphones?
Are you still wearing that costume after? Feather.
Test, test. Hello,
Seems
can
like
you hear
you.
me? Oh, sorry, I
Yes,
interrupted.
I can hear you.
Okay. It looks like when my headphones die, it cuts your audio, which is extremely annoying. Chat, you got him, right?
It cuts my audio from chat or from you or from everyone.
It cuts your audio from the chat. I can still hear you through something here. This is like my first stream in a long time, so it's a little a little all over the place. Sorry about that, but I think you should be go. They can hear you. It says so. It should be good to go.
Okay. So I should start.
Yeah. If whenever you're ready, and do you, what's the? I can write the name of the poem, but I also can just.
Is it called True Colors? I believe I shared it recently on my Instagram. I was so angry again, so I reposted it. Can you still hear me or not?
Oh, go. Okay. No, yeah, they can. I can hear you. They can hear you.
So I should start reciting because, like.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Go for it. Sorry, I didn't.
That's okay. So this poem called True Colors, I wrote it on the 18th of March 2025. We were still in Ramadan, and that was the day when they preached the ceasefire after they already like accepted a deal or something. Anyways, True Colors. My body shivers. My voice is rumbling. My eyes tear, and my hope is crumbling. The nightmares are back, figuratively and literally. For you were there to back up the atrocities they called back. Your silence disgusts me. Your complicity makes me sick. The Trump administration should burn in hell. Their clocks should tick. No need to pretend they weren't aware of this Taoist con trick. Your true colors have shown. Back to the slaughter and killing of innocent women, kids, and infants who just leaped into living. More than 400 souls in less than a day, while claiming seeking humane solutions every day. Yet, you approved our destruction as if we were made of clay. You threaten us and ask us to obey. You bomb us because you say we didn't obey. Then you go back and back and back. You keep on launching full attack, a maniacal attack, to force the negotiations already set to come back. Are you healing yourselves? You elitist, supremacist scumbag? I hope you are okay, the Arab leaders who did obey. Hope you are happy. The ceasefires breach, the genocide is back on play. And you, opportunist, beneficial, pragmatic advocates, you take our suffering and profit of it, raising money in our name, claiming you would help us, then turn your backs on us. You soulless scammers, bloodlust profiteers. You disgust me, like the ones who murder us. I hate you just the same. Back to the horror show, to the scarcity of sheets that cover our departed souls. Back to the sleepless nights, filled with anxiety all again. To feeling the helplessness and the pain under their terror reign. To pray every night to survive their fiery rain. Our loved ones await us on the other side. Our sorrows will be demised. We'll be alright. There in the heavens, Allah will treat us right. Grant us a heaven so bright. So don't you dare raise your slogans. Don't you dare say we are worth more than you show us. Don't you say freedom for all or advocate for the free speech toll. You are rotten from within, from Democrat parties to Republican. Your hypocrisy shows. Your two-faced snake tails loom on us all. We see you for who you are. Just a fucked up tyrannic state, afraid of its fall. The end.
That's beautiful.
This is Thank you. This is my second time to recite it, and when I was reading, I think I stopped at the lines of "back to the horror show, to the scarcity of cheats, to the sleepless nights filled with anxiety." Again, like it described my
You
situation right now.
read it
Yeah.
beautifully. I think the chat is in love, maybe is the right way to describe it. If you enjoyed that, which it seemed that all of you did, go ahead and click the link tree and follow. You mostly post on Instagram, right? I guess follow all of them, but follow him for more.
Yeah, but IG lately. This is when I make. Yeah.
Yeah, it's beautiful. I mean, I remember when we first got connected and I just went through your page and I was at the time also reading the Rafat's book and just crying a lot. It sounds like other people are feeling the same. It's very moving. How does it make you feel to know that it has that effect on people?
Well, as I mentioned before, I don't think I have this power yet, or like I can't see it still, but I hope so that some people are going to be moved by this and start doing some actions and trying to see us for who we are, like see us as human beings, because this is why I am doing this right now. It's not about survival anymore, or like because we're still stuck and we might die at any moment. I'm trying to leave some legacy, and I'm trying to tell people my story, which is similar to so many stories here. We are just the same. We're just human beings, you know. And I think this is the message that I am trying to um, insert into the documentary film. So yeah, I hope people can see this, and not just the people who are pro Bali, even the other ones. They can at least relate to my story and see some parts of themselves in me.
Yeah, I think it's beautiful, and I think that's what will happen. Is there any I mean, do you want to share more? Said I think I'd love to hear it, and we would love to hear it if you feel like doing that.
Yeah, sure. I think I would like to read the poem that bridges the story of my journey from Sudan here to Gaza. And also, it mentions the loss of my sister's home and also giving birth to my beautiful baby niece, Rose. And now she gave birth again to my um, baby nephew. He's called Yusuf. So I think I would like to recite the poem that mention Rose. It is called "Don't Leave Us Behind," and this would be actually the name of the movie. Like it started with this poem, all of it, and then I will recite the poem "Walls, Windows, and a Door" because it also mentions my nephew, and you can. I think you will understand from between these lines what I tried to explain earlier when I told you that I don't know how to just talk about me or like my struggles or like my grief. I always, what is the word? I think mirror it uh, from other people, like other individuals around me, like my family and my nieces, my sisters. So yeah, let me just find the poem. Okay. So this one is called "Don't Leave Us Behind." I took an eraser and erased myself today. I like the idea of me vanishing into thin air, away from all of the suffering we have endured. As I am being carried away by the wind, along with the leaves of olive trees, I couldn't help but think of my people. As I traveled from the river to the sea, watching all over the children who cry for their parts to feed back. The backpacks are filled with red roses, drawing a path for me to follow. The ashes and smoke who travel side by side with me to warn the people to run away. How the little pieces of metal flew right into me, reaching them before I do. I shook my mind out of it, frightened of the thought of them reaching the home I left behind. I found myself rushing with the sun. I felt helpless. I wanted to leave all of this fear and injustice behind me. On the edge of city borders, I got stopped by a wall made out of shouts and screams. The screaming voices echoing inside of my soul, advising me to go back. I hear them saying, "This destination is out of your reach. You don't have enough on you to pass." Like the 35,000 souls who are standing by my side ain't enough. They asked for the 10,000 coins I gave along the way to the people who needed them more than I. It's funny that a year ago I was on the other side of that wall, fleeing a similar fate. As the northern wind was blowing, I was advised to retreat, catching my ride before I get stuck for eternity in this limbo between hell and paradise. The northern wind was ready to flee. She shook my hand, asking me to join her. I put my hands into hers, flying and soaring above all of the land that once was ours. As I got carried away by her, I stumbled upon the rubble of my sister's house. I looked all over their things, which were buried deep down in the ground. I found a rose that has grown from the rubble, reddish, tall, with her face facing the sun, wishing for me a happy return. As I waved goodbye, seeking refuge in the middle area of what I have always known as home, in between palm trees and olive trees, passed by their leaves with the breeze, I found my way into one of the windows I climbed ages ago. I remember how my mother was racing every time to catch me before I fall. Now I see her filled with tears. Her breath is racing, sitting next to the empty bed, holding the pillow of my dreams. Her prayers of mercy upon my soul, wondering if I'm ever finding my way back. I can hear her blaming herself for letting me go. How do I undo this? She asks. How can I rewrite this story so I can have all of my children around me? What paths led us to escape when awful destiny to fall into a darker one? How can I fix this? As she inhales, lost in between cries, I got sucked by the air, leading me to her lungs, into the blood to her heart. As my feet step into it, I can feel the warmth of her breath, the familiar smell of home I always wondered where it came from. I can feel her batting on her chest, as if she can feel me close to her. As I embrace the rhythm of her heartbeat, I fight to open my eyes, hearing the sounds of my beating heart, alarming me of my anxiety attack. As the story came to an end, I woke up to the sounds of demons, creating new nightmares for us to endure. The sky was raining hellfire on those who were seeking refuge in what is a so-called safe zone. The smell of burning flesh, the screams of tortured souls rising with the smoke to the sky, banging on the heaven doors to take them before they suffocate from the justice of this world. Among the shouts, the cries, and the rubble, there was I and those who were left on the ground, wishing for these nightmares to end. So I am asking you, are you going to take a stand? Because if you are thinking of erasing yourself today, would you take us with you, please? You can't leave us behind. The end.
That was beautiful, man. Thank you for sharing it.
Thank you.
How does it feel to read it out loud?
I was just thinking about my sisters and my nieces, actually, and my nephews. I haven't seen them in so long. There's no way to go to Khan Yunis, and it's so risky. And before the war, they used to come here each weekend, and we would spend like 2 days together. And even when their houses got bombed, they come here and they stayed with us. And my sister, the elder one, her name is Iman, she stayed with us for 14 months. Imagine that. Like, I watched my nephews grow with me, and I just I love them so much and I miss them so much and I care for them deeply. And I am so scared that something might happen to them because uh, um, I think I already told you this, like my sisters and their husbands were against leaving the G Strip, like before the ceasefire during Bleach. I think we talked about this. But now they are all encouraged to leave this death trap. Like even their husbands, like they have families here and everything, but the only thing that matters now is to save the children. I don't know how we can do this if we stayed here. So yeah, I was trying to remember them, remember the memories we shared together, and I hope that we will get out of here soon, like all of us. I hope that they will be able to join us and that will be able to raise the funds that I need to get them evacuated with us. So yeah.
You will. I think you will, and I'm praying that you will. And I think, it seems like everyone that's listening to you right now wants nothing else. And if you do, in the chat, the link tree is pinned. Is either campaign best? Or I guess the ones that are linked in there.
Ready for the poem? I said, are you ready for the next poem?
Yes, read whatever you would like, because yeah, that was beautiful.
Thank you. So this poem I wrote on the 7th of February, and my nephew Yusuf, he was born on the 6th of February of 2025. So how old does that makes him now? I think 3 months and a half, something like this. Or like, yeah, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 3 months and a half. So it was when he got born, when he was born. Again, the same mistake. When he was born, it was really windy, and it was during winter. It was like in the last of winter, but it was still cold, and it was really windy. And my sister now, she's living in a house that has no walls or that has no doors or windows. They made the walls, they made the doors and windows out of plastic and wood. And on that particular day, like on the 6th of February, the wind was so strong, and all of the windows and the doors got ruptured and destroyed. And at the same time, I believe Trump was having this press conference with the Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, and he was like encouraging the plan of getting us kicked out. Like I don't know, like they say it's like voluntarily immigration, but it's not. But yeah, and I was so angry at him and at what he's encouraging and how the smug look it was on the face of Netanyahu while Trump was talking about this kind of stuff, and it just made me so angry. And at the same time, I was really scared for my sister and my nephew. So I wrote this poem. It is called Walls, Windows, and a Door. Trump, obviously complicit, hates us as he seeks to immigrate us. And as they plan our evacuation, this forced immigration, they leave us to death in all its forms. As he cynically acknowledges the scenes of death and destruction around our homes, he refuses to say who's behind this orchestrated play. The devil in front of you all, the sole cause of it in whole. The destruction was never a downfall. He's proud that he kept the war machine rolling. The debt kept enrolling as hits kept falling. He smiles with a smirk and eye rolling in disapproval of peace talks presented on the table, happy with his 3 goals and his war label. Ironic, true. But what's more ironic is us being envious of the people who live next door, who have walls, windows, and a door. I hear one saying, as his voice breaks, he asks, while tears fall and his heart aches, do you have walls, windows, or doors? Or is it just a tent like mine, with lots of pores? Can you host me? My tent is leaking. My kids are freaking. I am freaking. Hard to stay peeking at this as the cold keeps peeking from the shredded plastic that made our fears reeking. My plastic door and windows couldn't hold. Can I borrow some plastic to fix them before it gets cold? My body parts are frozen, working in fear to prevent my kids' fear and their souls from falling into this sphere by the cold, the glacial thief who keeps on calling. Winter used to be the favorite season in Gaza, with the smell of baking goods, hot beverages on the seashores of livelihoods, and the warmth of the fire camps that hosted at every chance with barbecues, happiness, and joy in all avenues. Now, these same shores are the lone source of despair, a daily life we have beyond repair. We used to rush to our homes when we felt the cold and the fun was done and the night was cold. Now, there's no place to rush to, as the children cry and the parents weep when tents start to fly with souls to the heavens deep. Winter is no longer a friend. Cold is no longer fun to play pretend. Campfires only tire our exhausted bodies that long to retire. And as ironic as that sounds, we only need walls, windows, and a door. That's all we ask for. So invest in giving us homes. Don't send us away. We have already lost too much up till today, so let us stay on the land that holds our loved ones in its belly, and where all of our memories lie buried under rubble and houses that are shelly. We don't ask for too much for you to ignore. Just walls, windows, and a door. The end.
It's beautiful, man. You're not able to see the chat, are you?
I'm trying. I can't read while reading the chat, and I'm using my dad's phone. See, it's really old. I added a Google Drive link to it so I can get access to my poems while being with you in the stream.
Yeah,
But I think
I'll record the chat reaction because I've never seen this many messages that fast. Talking about how beautiful that was, each poem. I think they want more. It seems like.
Well, I have more. Do you have time for more?
I do.
Okay. Let me just. I just opened YouTube. I'm trying to read some of the comments, so I will get back to the Google Drive folder to seek another poem.
Yeah, do whatever you'd like. I can also screen share the chat if you want on Discord, but I don't know if that'll be too much on the screen. Will this work? I don't know. It might be. I will record it and send it to you after, because lots of words
Okay,
of
thank you.
encouragement.
I think okay, I don't have it. I was thinking to recite a poem that I didn't share, but I remember that I don't have it in this folder. I only have it on the phone that I am streaming from. So let me. Okay, this one is really, yeah. I think this one is good. It is called the Tirrrb, and I wrote it before at the beginning of Ramadan and before they breached the ceasefire. It was going to be our third Ramadan during war, because on the 15th of April of 2023, when the war broke in Sudan, it was already Ramadan there. And then we had another Ramadan during the war in Gaza, and then another Ramadan during the war. And I was like, I hope that they won't get back again to war during this third Ramadan. At least, like, let this third be the beginning of the new things, or like the good things. And unfortunately, they didn't disappoint, and they got back to war. So yeah, I think this is the idea of the poem, and also it talks about Sudan as well. It's called the third, and I believe during the lines you will capture why I called it the thirds, because I had two birthdays during the war as well. One birthday in Sudan and one birthday in Gaza. And the war broke on Saturday in Sudan and in Gaza. And what else? And we had two Eids during the war, one in Sudan and one in Gaza. So this is why I called it the thirds. So I'll just recite it. Enough intro about it. Two birthdays during two different wars. Two heartaches standing hollowed as my two cities fall prey to flames. On two different Saturdays, yet a similar imagery triggered the memory that's engulfed in fiery haze. From Khartoum, my beloved home in Sudan, for more than 2 decades. You can't tell the memories apart, for we were the constant, the lost ones in those two wars, the ones who were forced to depart, arriving at Gaza in hope of a new start. I keep on asking why the Sundays never came. How can you be complicit in this cruel genocidal game? Their goal is to end us, wipe us from the earth's face, so nothing would be left of us, not even a name. Our names terrify them. That's why they try to wipe out my country's name, taking our land, changing its name, robbing our culture, makes it their own to claim. They claimed the names of our hoods, our rooted beloved olives and earthly foods, and when your silence spoke volumes, when you didn't dare to fight or argue their false values, they upgraded the game. The savagery of their action hit a point of no return, and as we were trapped within this cruel repeated game, losing our minds within a hysterical waged war in God's name, our lives were theirs to claim in this sick, disgusted play of game. It filled me and my people with so much fear, loss, and pain, left us crippled from this ill-fitting reality full with arcane. Two Eids during two different wars, galvanized in ache and sorrow, in chains, waiting for them to decide, are we worthy of living under their reign, or should we be kept in vain? Two Ramadans during two different wars, fasting from seeing the light, from feeling loved, from feeling alright, from the right of praising those who fight. And now a third one, a third Ramadan. So please, let this third be the era of change. Lend us the helping hand we have been waiting to exchange. We have been denied it for almost 8 decades. So let it be it, never repeated. And with the end of it, the Eid will come. It will be our glorious celebration of the new era of ending occupation. The Palestinians refuse migration. We will live and die above our land, the holy land of promised liberation, under no occupation. We have the free will against usurpation. We dedicate the narration, freedom for the nation. The end.
That's beautiful, man. Thank you for sharing.
Thank you. I think I was trying to be hopeful at the end, but yeah, as I mentioned, they didn't disappoint.
Oh, man. If you're in the chat and you enjoyed that, please go follow Ahmed. The links are in the pinned comment and the description. People seem to be crying and being very moved, and I agree.
Well, that's the whole point. I think I am starting to feel it now, and it makes me really happy that I experienced this.
Are you can you see the chat?
Yeah, I just opened it on
Chat, you
my
hear that? You
dad's
can see
phone.
it. Send your best message. Too many people like it. It's overwhelming. It's overwhelming. We're gonna break YouTube, I think.
Well, I hope so. How many people are watching?
2,800.
Ah, wow. I have never had such audience on TikTok or Instagram. I had it once, I think, on TikTok. Like I had 2K, but that was it. But not on my channel, of course. I was like a guest.
On like a live stream.
Yeah, I think they were talking about Trump and MAGA, and I got into the chat and I told them that I am a poet in Gaza and I have a message for Trump, and I recited the poem walls, windows, and a door, because like it was at the same time that he got into office and the things that he was like saying, the press conference and the new legalizations and stuff.
What channel was it? Do you remember?
She was a woman, and I think I followed her on TikTok, but I can't remember what was it. But I still have her. I can send it to you later.
Is live performing poetry something you ever want to do?
Not really, to be honest.
No.
This is all surprising. Like I wish Emily is watching. Emily is my friend who is on the GFM as well, like helping Carol to what do they call it? Manage my campaign. So yeah, Emily actually, like, fun story. She was against me using TikTok in the way that I used it, because I was trying to make some of the trends and making sometimes funny and sarcastic posts, and it was really stupid, to be honest. Like I believe so, but I was trying to make me some presence on the social media, and she was against it because like some Zayos started attacking us, and they told her like, look at him, he's so happy, he's not living in a genocide and he's not suffering and stuff like this. And then she was really scared for me, and thought this might affect my campaign, and told me to stop using TikTok. But I told her I believe that I will be a success and I will get the donations from the TikTok account and I will make a difference. And I don't know why I was so confident at that time. It was like my only time that I had confidence back then. But yeah, and now when she talks about this, like you can feel the, I don't know, the joy, or like the sun rays, the rays from her when she's talking about this. Like, I am glad that you didn't hear me back then. You didn't listen to me and stopped using TikTok. And so yeah, it was never planned. Like I didn't think that this would happen. Like not even in a million years. I thought that I will get on TikTok or like IG or wherever. I will get the donations. I will raise the funds. I will get out, and that's it. That was going to be the story, my story. But as I mentioned before, Allah has other plans. I don't know. Here we are.
Mm. Some chatters are asking if you want to, if there's any poems in Arabic that you'd like to read.
Well, it's not a poem in Arabic, but I think it is something that I wrote on, I think, on the 11th of October 2023. But how can they understand if they don't speak Arabic? Like they just want to hear me in Arabic?
I think some people are Arabic speaking and will understand, but I think probably most won't. So we will need to translate it in post, or I mean, I'm recording this, so I can just take the section and have it subtitles translated if you want. But yeah, for live performance, I say
Okay, yeah.
go for it. If
So
you want,
you can translate whatever I say through the live?
not through the live, that'll have to happen after. But I just saw a bunch of people
Yeah.
asking if you could.
Okay. I will recite it, and I think I already have a clip of it and me translating this into English because this would be on the film documentary. So this is why I translated it.
Mm.
So yeah, I can share with you the video and you can post it if you would like, if you want to, not
Yeah.
mandatory. Okay, this one doesn't have a name, but I think I can name it like ما كنا نخشاه in Arabic, and in English it is what we feared or what we are scared from. Should I recite a couple of lines then translate it, or should I recite the whole thing?
I think you could recite the whole. Let me think. I guess you could go line by line. I don't know. How do you prefer? I'm assuming you prefer to read it all at once, but if you want to go line by line, whichever one feels better to you, I suppose.
Well, actually, which one feels better for the audience, because they will be waiting for line by line, and then they will get distracted maybe with me translating line by line.
Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, you can go one and then the full recite, and then the in English
Okay.
in the full recite if you want. That makes sense.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Okay, but I think what was I gonna say? You can stream something if I upload it to a drive, or like if it's already on the drive.
Yeah, I can share the screen and play it. Do you want me to do that after you recite? Because I have the
Because it's
files.
already on the drive, so you can do it. Yeah, it's within the rough cut, I believe. I already shared it with you.
Yeah, I have the folder. I haven't downloaded the files onto this computer yet. I'm using a different computer. Let me do that now.
Yeah, do it, and I will be reciting in Arabic.
Okay.
Okay, the scene is that I am sitting in front. I'm sitting on a chair in front of the camera, and I am wearing black T-shirt. This is where I recite the poem.
Okay.
Okay.
It's loading.
Okay, for Arabic speakers, here we go. ما كنا نخشاه، وقد حدث ما كنا نخشاه. سبت دموي آخر كالذي كنا ندعو أن ننساه. مئات الأصوات، طيارات، قذائف، صواريخ، اهتزاز الأرض والبيوت من تحت أقدامنا. لوهلة ظننت أنني لازلت في الخرطوم، ولكن الأصوات تتعالى. الأرض تهتز، وهذا صوت لم نعتده. السماء تزدهر بالألوان، الأحمر والأصفر والبرتقالي، وقد بدأ يطلع الصبح. بديلا عن قطرات الندى نزلت علينا نترات من الرماد. الجو معبق برائحة البارود. أسمع أصوات الأطفال وهم يستيقظون، يسألون ما الذي يحدث. أخواتي يحاولون تهدئتهم، البيت كله مستيقظ. لم تمض دقائق على صلاة الصبح وفي مواعيد صلاة الضحى أضحت الحدود خرابا. مئات الجنود تخترق الحدود مع الكيان الصهيوني. مئات الأخبار في دقائق. التضحيات التي قدمت ولا زالت تقدم. أبناء وأخواتي وهم يحاولون فهم الموقف يطالبون بالوقوف على الشبابيك وأنا لا حيلة لي بالشرح. بعد محاولات عدة أن القصف هو إنسان يشبه الأبطال الخارقين ولكنه شرير. يمكنه أن يرى الأطفال من على بعد ولديه أطراف حادة كالسيوف يمكن أن تقطع حتى كل الشباك الحديدية التي تغطي النوافذ. وعلى جهة أخرى أزواج أخواتي وهم يتصلون باستمرار للاطمئنان وكيف سيعودون للمنزل آمنين. رحلة البحث بين مكاتب السيارات لنجد سائق يقبل أن يذهب بهم إلى مدينتهم خان يونس ولكن بلا فائدة. وحدث بعد أن طلع الصبح عند الساعة 8:30 أن أتى زوج أختي ليأخذهم وقد كان الحمد لله وصلوا آمنين. الآن رحلة البحث عن المواد التموينية. البلد تكتظ بالناس كيوم الحج. الكل يهرول ليأخذ ما يكفيه ويهرب من تحت السماء. العيون مصوبة كل دقائق مع أصوات الصواريخ إلى السماء هلعين أن تكون موجهة ناحيتهم. المحلات مليئة. السوبر ماركت يكاد أن يلفظ موظفيه ليسعى زبائنه المحملين بأكياس الأرز والمعكرونة ما قد وجدوه من لحوم معلبة وأجبان وآخر ما تبقى من بيض. وعدنا محملين بالقوت. عسى ولعل أن تكون الفترة قصيرة حيث أننا عائدون من حرب قد تركنا وراءنا فيها كل شيء ولا حيلة لنا بما تحمله هذه الحرب غير مدركين لجهلنا أن الوضع أصعب بعشرات المرات مما شهدناه. الأيام تجري ولا زال الوضع كما هو. القصف مستمر. مئات الضحايا. الكثير من الجرحى والشهداء. بيوت تسقط فوق رؤوس ساكنيها في عتمة الليل بلا إنذار. خالتي التي خرجت من تحت أنقاض بيتها وهي وابنها بعد أن هدم منزله فوق رؤوسهم. التوتر. القلق. أخواتي التي قطعت عنهم الكهرباء منذ اليوم الأول كيف كانوا يبحثون عن أكياس الدقيق والخبز ليواجهوا هذه الأيام. أبناء وأخواتي الذين لا أستطيع رؤيتهم وأنا أبعد عنهم مسافة 3 ساعة بالسيارة. في يوم الثلاثاء بالأمس رجت الأرض من تحت أقدامنا. الناس تركض في الشوارع. أصوات العويل ونوبات الهلع. الناس تطالب بالإخلاء فقد وصل إلى مسامعهم أن الحي سيتم قصفه. كيف مضت هذه الدقائق علينا ونحن نلبس ما طالته أيدينا. نلملم في الأوراق المهمة تاركين خلفنا بيتنا وكل عزيز كانت لنا مقدرة على جلبه من الخرطوم. 3 ساعة من القلق ونحن على أعتاب البيت مستعدين للذهاب للمجهول. والحمد لله فقد أدركنا أنه إنذار كاذب. كيف تنفسنا الصعداء ولكن لم ننم ليلتها فخط الكهرباء غير مستقر. والآن وأنا أكتب مضى على قطع الكهرباء 9 ساعات ولم تأتي بعد حيث قد منع دخول الوقود لمحطات الكهرباء ومنعت المساعدات. وتم قصف معبر رفح بحيث توقف عن العمل. أنا الآن في قلب غزة في حصار غزة الذي كنت أسمع عنه ولا أعرف الموقف تماما. والآن ابن غزة. أنا المغضوب عليه لأني فلسطيني. أنا المضطهد لأني حدث أن ولدت في هذه المدينة. اللهم الثبات. اللهم الرحمة. ادعوا لنا ونحن مقبلون على مجهول لم نعش وعسى أن يطلع علينا صبح آخر لنروي ما حدث بعيون ملأى بدموع النصر. اللهم نصرك. اللهم نصرك. اللهم نصرك. النهاية. That was the end. Noah. It's okay. I will open to see the chat.
Oh, they can't hear me. Which file is the other version in the drive? Do you know? Because I can't. Do you remember which folder it's in?
Yeah, it is called the rough cut. Less than 40 minutes. Can you see that folder?
There's there's a folder. Let's see, rough cut. I'm gonna see because there's a few folders in it that I don't see. A folder called rough cut. Let me check.
It is not a folder within a folder. I shared with you like 4 folders, like 4 links. Seek the link that is called.
Okay.
Let me try to grab it for you. Just bear with me as I am using the same phone that we are streaming from. Okay.
Rough cut. Oh, I think I see it now. Oh yes, it was on WhatsApp. So rough cut, feature length, rough cut. Part 1, part 4, and part 2.
Yeah, part 3 is not there yet. I hope that is not the same part, but I hope that it is. I can't remember, but I guess it is there. Yeah, it is there.
It's which part is it?
How long is part 2? I think it's with part 1 or 2.
Okay.
Because definitely it's not part 4.
It's you standing in front of you in a black shirt, you said?
Black shirt, like sitting on a chair.
Got it. I'm just scrubbing
I
through
hope
it
that
now.
it's there, because like I'm afraid it's not there. I just remembered. I think that was supposed to be part 3 that I'm working on. I think. But you can play part 1 for people to see, and I will try. And I will try to upload the same one to the drive right now.
Okay.
Because like the first part, it says it has the staying silent, and also this would be like a trailer for the film or something. I think people would like to see that. I don't know. What do you think?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Can you ask the chat?
Chat, do you guys want to see part 1 rough cut of Ahmed's film? The poet you've been listening to for the last 40 minutes recite beautiful poetry that all of you love. Do you guys want to hear more of it? Surely 1 or 2 of them might. Yes, of course. Yes, heart. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes, please. Yes. Does that sound? All right, let's.
Okay.
I think that's enough of them. Yes.
Okay, you can play.
Okay, I will overlay.
Should I turn my camera off so they can see like in full screen, or they can turn it for me?
Oh no, you can keep the camera on. I'm just putting the window on the stream or the stream screen, and they should be able to see the full screen and just the trailer. Is that what you'd prefer?
Yeah, sure. It's not a trailer. I think it's I don't know.
Sorry, not
yeah,
trailer.
sure.
Part 1.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
It's not final, but it is something that the movie will be built on it.
Rough cut. Yes.
Yeah.
All right, ready, chat? I'm gonna play it and mute my mic. Your mic is still going, so if you have to chime in anything, just let me know.
Me or you?
You. Both. Yeah, both.
Okay. I will just turn it off for a little bit. I need to use the bathroom, and I will be back. 2 minutes tops.
Yeah, sounds good.
People keep dying and we all just live our lives, but a child loses all in the land of Palestine.
And here's the truth. Israel seeks peace. Israel yearns for peace. Israel has made peace and will make peace again.
الناس بتنحلف قدامك. اقسم بالله العظيم. شوف اقسم بالله الراجل البس نظرة قلبي يا الله.
Yes, you stayed silent too. I heard the echo of it in the bombs they dropped on a child of 2. Indeed, you said you didn't want to be a part of this, but they heard your silence and tore apart homes too. You can walk and see limbs and bodies all over the streets. Please look away as they continue to ethically cleanse these scenes.
And I will say, absolutely 100%, without reservation, I support the right of self-defense without any doubt.
They take some to their skin bank, others to bury in dust, rubble and sand. You know by heart that Gaza is free, but you choose to believe what they've recited over the years. How unjustly they've been treated, the Holocaust they survived. They have every right to defend themselves from apartheid, but as they do, they reflected on us. How can you be so blind? Are you going to stay silent too, as they unalive more people far away from you? You said you will fight for all human rights, but it seems you do not care about my people's rights. So if you may, just turn your eyes away. I know you have paid for this genocide to be on play. We don't need your help. We don't need your slogans. We will fight ourselves.
I'm here because I care.
Spread the horrors unspoken. So keep on staying silent. Keep on paying them taxes. We won't surrender until we are done. So run, run, run. They are coming for your contradictions and your gun. You will witness it with your eyes. They will pay the price. Once they are done, you will all be left with none.
السلام عليكم. أنا اسمي أحمد صرصور. أنا فلسطيني من سكان دير البلح وسط قطاع غزة. كنا عايشين في السودان لمدة 21 سنة لحد سنة 2023 بعد ما بدأت الحرب بين قوات الدعم السريع وبين الجيش السوداني، واضطرينا نشرد مخلين ورانا كل حاجة. للأسف ما كانش عندنا طريق غير إنه إحنا نرجع هان على غزة، وكنا مقررين إنه بس نرجع على الأقل نجدد جوازاتنا وهوياتنا ونطلع على مصر عند أخوي حسن موجود في مصر، ومن هناك نشوف لنا باب رزق تاني يعني، لأنه العيشة في غزة مش عيشة. فأنا حابب أشارك معاكم قصتي إنه كيف بدينا، إنه كنت بحاول أساعد أهلي إنه نطلع من الحرب هاي، وإنه ما نحضرش كل هذا، بس هينا إحنا قاعدين لنا 18 شهر حاليا، ومش عارف إذا الفيديو هذا يقدر يصير فيلم ولا لأ، ولا قصة حشاركها معاك ولا لا، مش عارف مين أصلا بيتفرج عليها لقيت. بس أتمنى أن أكون عايش لحد هذيك اللحظة، وإنه أشوف هذا الفيلم الوثائقي يوصل لناس كتير، وإنه تغيرت نظرتهم تجاه المسلمين وتجاه الفلسطينيين وتجاه السودانيين كمان. لأنه أنا طول حياتي كنت بكره الظلم، بكره الظلم والهوان، وبكره الناس تستغل حدا بس لمجرد إنه مثلا يعني اللي هو التمييز على أساس الدين أو العرق أو الجنس. يعني بكره التمييز بين الرجل والمرأة، بكره التمييز بين الجنسيات. فطول حياتي كنت بحاول إنه أستخدم صوتي إنه أدافع عن الناس الأقليات وعن الناس زي هيك. حتى في المدرسة بتذكر إن أنا كنت بدافع عن الناس إنه مثلا لو واحد إنه اللي هم بيقولوا التنمر البولينج، فما كنتش بحب الحاجات هاي. وكبرت وأعتقد إنه لقيت كوني رجعت في غزة شفت الظلم اللي بتعرضوا إله الفلسطينيين بتعرضوا فيه أهلنا، ما كنتش قادر أستحمل صراحة يعني. أنا حياتي كلها كنت بكتب بالعربي، وكان عندي عقدة من الإنجليزي، بس هيني تعلمت واجتهدت يعني. عشان هيك أنا بدي أستخدم صوتي إنه أدافع عن حقوق كل الناس، مش بس الفلسطينيين والسودانيين، إنه بدي مساواة وبدي عدل في كل العالم. بتمنى أن أنا أشوف عالم تكون فيه محقق كل الحريات، يكون فيه عدل ومساواة لكل الناس، وبتمنى رسالة توصل لكل العالم.
اسمعني بقى، جايبينك في شنو قلت؟
احمد هابي بيرثدي. كويس، شفت طلع اسمي ساي ما بيجي الحمد لله.
اكتب لك حميده انا ولا اكتب لك حميده يا حمديه؟
عرفت حمدية منين يا قاسم؟ عرفت لك
الليله يعني
هاك كيف يعني؟
حاجه عديل كده.
ايوه والله العظيم بالتوثيق والله الليله فيديو صوالي. يا جماعه الله يكفاكم فيديو. بالله العظيم ودي الحسره وانت بتعملوا هاي.
يوم باك
لازم تفتحها. دي الوحيده كانت مغلفه. حقيقه ليه يا جماعه؟ توي عيد ميلادي يوم 6/9 ها؟ عايز اتفاجئ بس ما في
هذول لغايه اللي ربط الهديه دي ما قدرنا.
هاك سريع انجز ما قدرت
حيكون عثمان الجاي بالحاجه دي. شوف انه انتوا بجيتوا اخترتوا الحاجه دي معاه.
يعني انت يا حبيبنا يعني انت مالك؟ ما شايف واو 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 سلام جوتشي. يا اخي
Are you watching the rough cut as well?
الفيديو يا حيوانات. العربية.
Test, test. Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi.
Sweet. I think we are back live.
It is almost, I believe. Are we back live?
Oh yeah. Is that okay?
Yeah, sure.
We could take a break. Chat, if you guys
No,
don't
no, no.
mind. Is that okay?
No, it's fine. I'm
had a
reading the
couple.
comments.
Oh yeah.
As you said, they are
they
and they
being
can
nice?
keep up with everything. Yeah, they are. And
Good.
actually seeing this, like, wow, I didn't think that I will get this feedback from the footages that I don't know what is the word for it, like gathered together or whatever. Wow. This is really good. Like, this is like run for the documentary or something. Free run, free trail. Amazing.
Yeah. Is this the first like time you've shared it publicly?
Yeah, this is the first time. And it wasn't even planned, you know?
Yeah. I mean, thank you for being willing
No,
to
thank you for
get intimate and share unfinished work. That's spooky.
Of
That's
course.
scary. But it's a hit apparently. I agree.
Yeah. And I think I uploaded the part 3 that I was supposed to share with you earlier.
Oh, okay.
The art version.
Yeah. Do you want me to? I can show them the poem.
Yeah, and if
Yeah.
you want to take a break, you can also play the rough cut part 4. But up to you, of course. But yeah, if you want, like, it's not my
No, yeah.
decision.
Let's I will play I can play the the poem first from part 3.
Yeah, because part 2 is all in Arabic and I didn't get the chance to translate it all, and it won't be like much use at the moment.
Okay. Yeah. What was this? I guess you might introduce it in the video, but what was this poem called again? In part 3.
What we feared.
What we feared.
What we feared.
Got it.
Wow, so many people thanking me for like sharing my unfinished work. Like, wow. I'm so happy. Thank you, Noel. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to see that.
Thank you for coming on. I'm glad we got to, our sleep schedules got to coincide because I'm sleepy and you were sleepy yesterday. We made it happen.
Yeah. They say, I hope people archive this stream. What does that mean? Like, can they save it or what?
Oh, archive. Yeah. I think. Yeah, like just keep saving the record. I will download all the VODs. I think that should be fine.
Okay, and we are back live so they can hear us or like just see us?
Yeah, me and you are live, but we're not on the screen. But they can hear us, yes.
Okay. So I can talk with them, right?
Yeah. Do you wanna I was about to play the poem.
Yeah.
So I can play that, or if you have anything to say to them beforehand.
No, I was just wanted to remind them that this is unfinished work and this is the documentary that I'm working on, and I will be launching a fundraiser. Hopefully, you will be helping with that, like raising the funds for it, so make it happen. So yeah, I'm just saying that they need to remember this, and anyone who can help with this film to make it happen, please like send me on Discord or like any of my socials. My DMs are always open.
Yeah, the link tree is pinned for anyone that I saw a few people saying that they were willing to help. So
Really?
you know where to find them.
Amazing.
Oh, yeah. Yes, perfect. Okay, I'm gonna queue up the poem, and that's what we're gonna do. So, okay, it is playing now. Wait, it is pausing. It's loading now.
Thank you for everyone who has donated for me. You guys are amazing. And please, if you have anything to spare as well, donate to my sister. Like, she's my top priority at the moment. Wow, they said that they donated almost 30K on my GFM. I didn't check. Someone just mentioned this on the chat. Wow. Yeah, this is amazing. I can't even remember. Like, I didn't check in months, to be honest. Like, I forgot all about it. Yeah, everyone. Save Ahmed's sister. Yes, please.
كتبت هذا النص يوم 11 أكتوبر 2023 بعد 4 أيام من بداية الحرب. كنت بفكر كتير كيف إنه الحربين كانوا متشابهات كتير، الاتنين بدوا يوم سبت. وصراحة وقتها ما كناش عارفين إنه هنضل كل هاي الفترة. النص هذا أنا كتبته بالعربي، وقد حدث ما كنا نخشاه. سبت دموي آخر كالذي كنا ندعو أن ننساه. مئات الأصوات، طيارات، قذائف، صواريخ، اهتزاز الأرض والبيوت من تحت أقدامنا. لوهلة ظننت أنني لازلت في الخرطوم، ولكن الأصوات تتعالى، الأرض تهتز، وهذا صوت لم نعتده. السماء تزدهر بالألوان، الأحمر والأصفر والبرتقالي، وقد بدأ يطلع الصبح. بديلا عن قطرات الندى نزلت علينا نثرات من الرماد. الجو معبق برائحة البارود. أسمع أصوات الأطفال وهم يستيقظون يسألون ما الذي يحدث. أخواتي يحاولون تهدئتهم. البيت الآن كله مستيقظ. لم تمضي دقائق على صلاة الصبح وفي مواعيد صلاة الضحى أضحت الحدود خرابا. مئات الجنود تخترق الحدود مع الكيان الصهيوني. مئات الأخبار في دقائق. التضحيات التي قدمت ولا زالت تقدم. أبناء أخواتي هم يحاولون فهم الموقف، يطالبون بالوقوف على الشبابيك، وأنا لا حيلة لي بالشرح. بعد محاولات عدة أن القصف هو إنسان يشبه الأبطال الخارقين، ولكنه شرير. يمكنه أن يرى الأطفال عن بعد، ولديه أطراف حادة كالسيوف يمكن أن تقطع حتى كل الشباك الحديدية التي تغطي النوافذ. وعلى جهة أخرى كان أزواج أخواتي هم يتصلون باستمرار للاطمئنان. عليهم وكيف سيعودون إلى المنزل آمنين. بدأت رحلة البحث بين مكاتب السيارات لنجد سائق يقبل أن يذهب بهم إلى مدينتهم خان يونس، ولكن بلا فائدة. وبعد أن طلع الصبح عند الساعة 8:30 أتى زوج أختي ليأخذهم، وقد كان الحمد لله وصلوا آمنين. الآن رحلة البحث عن المواد التموينية. البلد تغتد بالناس كيوم الحشر، الكل يهرول يأخذ ما يكفيه ويهرب من تحت السماء. العيون مصوبة كل دقائق مع أصوات الصواريخ إلى السماء، هلعين أن تكون موجهة ناحيتهم. المحلات مليئة، السوبر ماركت يكاد أن يلفظ موظفيه ليسع زبائنه المحملين بأكياس الرز والمعكرونة ما قد وجدوه من لحوم معلبة وأجبان وآخر ما تبقى من بيض. وعدنا محملين بالقوت، عسى ولعل أن تكون الفترة قصيرة، حيث أننا عائدون من حرب قد تركنا وراءنا فيها كل شيء، ولا حيلة لنا بما تحمله هذه الحرب، غير مدركين لجهلنا أن الوضع أصعب بعشرات المرات مما شاهدناه. الأيام تجري ولا زال الوضع كما هو، القصف مستمر، مئات الضحايا، الكثير من الجرحى والشهداء، بيوت تسقط فوق رؤوس ساكنيها في عتمة الليل بلا إنذار. خالتي التي خرجت من تحت أنقاض بيتها هي وابنها بعد أن هدم منزلهم فوق رؤوسهم، التوتر، القلق. أخواتي التي قطعت عنهم الكهرباء منذ اليوم الأول، كيف كانوا يبحثون عن أكياس الدقيق والخبز ليواجهوا هذه الأيام. أبناء أخواتي الذين لا أستطيع رؤيتهم وأنا أبعد عنهم مسافة 3 ساعة بالسيارة. في يوم الثلاثاء بالأمس رجت الأرض من تحت أقدامنا، الناس تركض في الشوارع، أصوات العويل ونوبات الهلع. الناس تطالب بالإخلاء، فقد وصل إلى مسامعهم أن الحي سيتم قصفه. كيف مضت هذه الدقائق علينا ونحن نلبس ما طالته أيدينا، نلملم في الأوراق المهمة، تاركين خلفا بيتنا وكل عزيز كانت لنا المقدرة على جلبه من الخرطوم. 3 ساعة من القلق ونحن على أعتاب البيت مستعدين للذهاب للمجهول، والحمد لله فقد أدركنا أنه إنذار كاذب. كيف تنفسنا الصعداء ولكن لم نملأ ليتها، فخط الكهرباء غير مستقر. والآن وأنا أكتب مضى على قطع الكهرباء 9 ساعات ولم تأتي بعد، حيث قد منع دخول الوقود لمحطات الكهرباء ومنعت المساعدات، وتم قصف معبر رفح بحيث توقف عن العمل. الآن أنا في قلب غزة، في حصار غزة الذي كنت أسمع عنه ولا أعي الموقف تماما، والآن أنا ابن غزة، أنا المغضوب علي لأني فلسطيني، أنا المضطهد لأني حدث أن ولدت في هذه المدينة. اللهم الثبات، اللهم الرحمة، ادع لنا فنحن مقبلون على مجهول لم نعش، وعسى أن يطلع علينا صبح آخر لنروي ما حدث بعيون ملأى بدموع النصر. فاللهم نصرك، اللهم نصرك، اللهم نصرك.
Chat, can you hear me? What do we think, chat? So that's that's going in part 3.
Yeah.
I don't see video.
What do you mean?
On Discord. Is your camera active?
Yeah, let me just restart it again. Maybe there's something wrong with it.
Okay.
Yeah, it is active. Weird.
It might be. It's probably something on my end. Let me see. Oh wait, I disabled it. sorry, chat.
When is the
There you go.
when is the
You're
next
back.
guest is going?
Next guest is on in about an hour and a half, I believe.
Wow. What time is it there?
It's 4:21 p.m. Hey. Oh God, my cat. Just.
I thought you were supposed to have someone on 3 p.m.
Yeah, I scheduled that. I moved that one to Tuesday. So.
Okay. Sorry, I took someone's slot.
Oh no, that's totally fine. They were super flexible.
Okay, great.
And I'm gonna keep. We reached the goal of keep streaming, so I'm gonna keep I don't know, indefinitely, I guess, forever maybe if they keep donating. The never-ending stream.
You reached the goal of the 250?
I'm not sure. Let me check. I'll refresh it. I think it's probably at least there, because we're at 227, about 228,000. And Kitty, watch out! Don't. Sorry. She's looking at the power button on the computer. Yeah, and you said your fundraiser got some donations?
Well, I don't know. I didn't check. I don't have it on my dad's phone, but people are saying it.
I think I can check if you want.
And I think some people are saying that they want to hear more. I don't know, of me or like the rough cut. And yes, compliments are welcomed always. Thank you. They are calling me good looking and cute in the chat, and it's appreciated. Thank you. I am 32 years old, and I don't think I am that good looking or cute, but thank you.
Yeah, there's been probably
And I think someone.
Go ahead.
What?
Oh, I just said, it was saying there's been
No, I
probably
think
a
someone
couple hundred donations. Up. Go ahead.
Wow, really? Okay, great.
I think so.
Yeah, I think someone said like men likes to be complimented, but some like their ego, like their insecurities. Yeah, well, I'm not like some men, so yeah. Feel free around me, ask for name. My friends on Discord.
You're built different. You'll take the compliment.
Yeah.
They say you are good looking. They say bork, which means like a dog barking at you, like they're feral for you. It's good.
Really? I thought bork is like onk onk.
No, bork, like BORK, like bark, but they spell it different because they're so special.
Wow. I'm learning the slang. Well, someone said I'm too handsome and talented.
True. So true. What time is it for you? 2 a.m.?
It is 20, yeah, 2:25. I don't know why I said, yeah, 2:25 a.m.
You sleepy at all? Are you up?
No, I'm good. I think I would love to watch the part 4 if they are still want to watch more of this.
Yeah, absolutely. You guys down?
And you can have a break as well.
Oh yeah, I would like to lay down on this here air mattress, but let's see.
Yeah, they are saying part 4, yes.
Bar 4, bar
They are
4.
demanding it. Thank you so much, guys, and special thanks to Noah for hearing me out and allowing me to share my story with you. Like, this is amazing. Thank
Of
you all.
course, man. Yeah, thank you all guys for supporting and donating. And I mean, yeah, the film is already great. I'm excited to see it all come together. And hopefully with people's help, the people in the chat, there'll be some special sauce. It'll have a special. I can't even think of it.
Do you nap at these times sometimes? Like, are you used to nap?
I take usually a little afternoon nap, but I also sometimes wake up late to where an afternoon nap is dangerous because then you end up falling asleep at 4 p.m. and waking up at 11 p.m. ready to go about the day. Yeah, I feel like we both have
Yeah,
pretty
I used to.
wacky sleep schedules for different reasons.
Yeah, definitely. And you're not going to the gym these days?
Oh, I have been. I can't go while I'm during. That's been the biggest drawback aside from getting a pie thrown in my face and eating a really hot chip has been I can't leave, so I can't go to the gym. But I've been going the last month or so, and I got into running, which has been interesting.
Cool. How's your family?
They're good. Yeah, my sister just had a baby, so I'm an uncle. And
Oh, wow.
A
boy or girl?
Little girl. Her name's May.
May.
And she's so
like Auntie
cute.
May, Spider-Man.
It's Mei. And she has a long middle name because my brother-in-law is Hawaiian, and the middle name is like really long. I need to memorize it, but she is very beautiful.
I demand pictures and videos when you have them.
I think I got one right now. I can hold it up to the camera.
Okay.
You're like a whole uncle too, huh? You've been an uncle for a while.
Yeah. Yeah, but I didn't start practicing until I got here in Gaza.
Practicing. I haven't been able to fully engage with my unclehood.
Yeah, well, actually,
because she lives in
Rose, I was. Huh? She lives
Sorry,
in.
here's the baby. She's pretty.
Oh,
she has kind of my cheeks.
She's adorable.
Or like my family has chubby cheeks. Chat, I'm showing you.
Well, actually, yeah. Yeah, you just lower it a little bit because we can't see it now. Just lower your phone. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, she's so cute. And yeah, she looks like you a bit.
Little bit. Yeah, she has like blue eyes, so that's fun. My sister has blue eyes.
She's adorable.
I just doxed a baby, but you know, it's a baby, so they could be any baby. Maybe it's not even my sister's baby. Maybe I'm lying about the whole thing as a prank. I would never do that though. I would never lie. Okay, y'all ready to see part 4? Drop a watermelon in the chat. Drop a smile in the chat. Drop a heart in the chat. If you're ready for part 4. Do I have to shave my hold on a sec. Let me look at this. I do. Real quick, let me look at the challenges.
You have to shave your mustache, you said, or what?
Oh, no, that's at 275,000. Did I change? Did I move that? I might have moved
Shave
that.
mustache. Wax leg? Is that a challenge?
Yeah, it's like it'll hurt a lot. It'll hurt. It's like you put wax on and then rip the hair off, you know?
But I thought women do this all the time and they are not hurt by it.
Right, but women are strong.
Yeah. Yeah, they are built different. And we are, as feminists, we support that. But you should remove that, I believe.
I'm doing it in solidarity.
Maybe,
Yeah. There's probably much better
wax
things.
chest hair.
Huh?
Wax chest hair. Even better, not like...
Oh, yeah. Very emasculating. No, I sometimes I shave my chest, so I'll that's another one that's just too easy. I need to be punished.
Ah, okay. Yeah, well, I guess in the Middle East, people rarely, like the true Middle Eastern, they rarely shave their chests and stuff like this.
There's a lot, yeah, it's kind of like a bodybuilding thing here, like the people who do like muscle competitions and stuff, the buff guys, they shave usually. Not to say that I'm one of them quite yet, but okay, if y'all are ready, I'm gonna play part 4. I'm gonna mute my damn face.
Did you play it?
I'm starting it now.
Before you do, can I say something?
Absolutely. 1 second, let me get your face on the screen.
Yes.
Okay, good. Go ahead.
Yeah. So this part 4, Renee helped me building it, like most of it, to be honest. And I just like edited few stuff, but they already know what I want. And this is why I like it so much, because like it is combined with my perspective and their perspective. So show some love also in the chat for Renee. That's it. You can play it now.
All right, let's do it. Shout out Renee. Let me make sure this is...
Poem.
Gonna adjust it real quick. Sorry, chat. Okay, that should be good. I'm muting myself now.
Day 196. It's day 196. I am shutting down. I don't feel the urge to eat anymore, nor to breathe. I go to sleep wishing for the next strike to be mine. The suspense, they say. Well, I can't take it anymore. My heart is tired, and I'm exhausted of making scenarios that would never come true. They are watching us from above, as you are watching from behind your screen. They lie to you and you believe them. Yet we are telling the truth on a daily basis, and you deny it. How awful is this? I don't bother finding an answer anymore, because the answer lies within the sound that disturbs our sleep every night. It's okay. Go back to your favorite TV show. Listen to the newest album of your favorite artist. We are still here, still standing. And it's either us or them. If you would like to see me dead, scroll past this video. My name is Hasan Sarsour, and I am Tirrrb Division Code Words. I am Palestinian. I live in Gaza Strip. I am now in Gaza Strip, and we are under attack. We are under bombardment, and we are under a lot of atrocities that have been committed by Israel. And you know that, and we all know that, and all the world know that. But no one is doing anything or moving to help us. I left Sudan. I have dual nationalities. I have been living in Sudan for 21 years. And after I escaped the civil war that started on the 15th of April last year, we had no choice but to come here to Gaza. And now we are facing another war after we left everything behind us in Sudan. Most of our hard work, we lost everything, and now we only have this house left, and now people are saying that we are the last city still standing. It's called Tirrrb, and they might invade it as well. So this is my life. Unfortunately, I know it sucks, but this is my life, and I don't like being judged. This is why I was away from social media, but because of this war, I was forced to use social media to advocate for me and my family. And it's been hard, so hard. Like, I have seen a lot of videos that getting so much likes and views because they are talking about some bullshit, some white supremacist bullshit, to be honest. I just want to live my life. That's it. I am tired and exhausted from living under this situation. I have been working my ass 24 hours every day because we have to fetch water, we have to find ourselves somewhere to charge our phones, to charge our batteries. We have to try to fetch food, and it's so expensive, and I don't know what to do. So please, if you have any meanings to help, please do. If you can help, please don't hesitate. I don't know what else to do. Please help.
شغل. This is how we fill the tanks when we find water. And sometimes we even fill it with buckets. I have been coughing for days now, but there's no good health care, and I couldn't find like a good antibiotic. I took some, but it didn't work. It didn't do anything. Like I've been coughing for 3 weeks now, so I don't know. I don't know when this will end.
Hi everyone, this is Ahmed Sarsour. So yesterday they didn't bomb the house they threatened to, even though they asked them to evacuate, like they sent a warning, but they did bomb other 3 places, like 2 houses and 1 in the market. Like they bomb a street, and it's my 5th day being sick because of the food. So the place that they got bombed in the market, it was the same place that they always go to get groceries from. So maybe me being sick is kinda a blessing in disguise, because maybe if I had been in the market that day, maybe I was going to be among the people that been targeted that day. The area called Tirrrb, I know that I know for sure that it has been on the news yesterday. They bombed 3 places, as I said, 2 houses and in the market, like on the streets. So we are still safe for now, but as I heard from the people that our neighbors, they said that they might bomb the house as well, just that we don't know when exactly, because they said that sometimes they send these warnings and sometimes they bomb the same day or the same hour, and sometimes after 2 days, 3 days, so we don't know for sure. So for anyone who's watching me, please help us get evacuated as soon as possible. Interact with this boss and other bots in my page, and please spread the word to everyone that you know. Thank you. I took an eraser. I erased myself today. I like the idea of me vanishing into thin air, away from all of the suffering we have endured. As I am being carried away by the wind along with the leaves of olive trees, I couldn't help but think of my people. As I traveled from the river to the sea, watching all over the children who cry further parts of it back. The backpacks are filled with red roses, drawing a path for me to follow. The ashes and smoke who travel side by side with me to warn the people to run away. How the little pieces of metal flew right into me, reaching them before I do. I shook my mind out of it, frightened of the thought of them reaching the home I left behind. I found myself rushing with the southern wind to get away as fast as I could. I felt helpless. I wanted to leave all of this fear and injustice behind me. On the edge of city borders, I got stopped by a wall made out of shouts and screams, the screaming voices echoing inside of my soul, advising me to go back. I heard them saying, "This destination is out of your reach. You don't have enough on you to pass." Like the 35,000 souls who are standing by my side ain't enough. They ask for the 10,000 coins I gave along the way to the people who needed them more than I. It's funny that a year ago, I was on the other side of that wall, fleeing a similar fate. As the northern wind was blowing, I have been advised to retreat, catching my ride before I get stuck for eternity in this limbo between hell and paradise. The northern wind was ready to flee. She shook my hand, asking me to join her. I put my hands into hers, flying and soaring above all of the land that once was ours. As I got carried away by her, I stumbled on the rubble of my sister's house. I looked all over their things which were buried deep down in the ground. I found a rose that has grown from the rubble, tall, with her face facing the sun, wishing for me a happy return. As I waved goodbye, seeking refuge in the middle area of what I have always known as home, in between palm trees and olive trees, passed by their leaves with the breeze. I found my way into one of the windows I climbed ages ago. I remember how my mother was racing every time to catch me before I fall. Now, I see her face filled with tears. Her breath is racing, sitting next to an empty bed, holding the pillow of my dreams. Her prayers of mercy upon my soul, wondering if I'm ever finding my way back. I can hear her blaming herself for letting me go. How do I undo this? She asks. How can I rewrite this story so I can have all of my children around me? What paths led us to escape an awful destiny, to fall into a darker one? How can I fix this? As she inhales, lost in between cries, I get sucked by the air leading me to her lungs, into the blood to her heart. As my feet step into it, I can feel the warmth of her breath, the familiar smell of home I always wondered where it came from. As I embrace the rhythm of her heartbeat, I fight to open my eyes, hearing the sounds of my beating heart alarming me of my anxiety attack. As the story came to an end, I woke up to the sounds of demons creating new nightmares for us to endure. اشتباكات معقولة ولا هذول الهبل بتاع السجاير؟ The sky was raining hellfire on those who were seeking refuge in what is so-called a safe zone. The smell of burning flesh, the screams of tortured souls rising with the smoke to the sky, banging on the heaven doors to take them before they suffocate of the injustice of this world. Among the shouts, the cries, and the rubbles, there was I and those who were left on the ground wishing for this nightmare to end. So I am asking you, are you going to take a stand? Because if you were thinking of raising yourself today, would you take us with you, please? You can't leave us behind. I am on the roof and our relatives are sleeping and my family are sleeping downstairs, but I couldn't sleep. My mind is full of thoughts and I'm trying to just let some of them out, but I have no one to talk to. And I have been, something that I don't tell people a lot, but I have been enjoying conversations between me and myself, and I think God is listening to me as well. This is something in our religion, that God is always with us. He listens to every thought. He knows everything inside our brain, how minor it is. But I have been struggling recently a lot more than I used to. I can put my finger on the pattern. Like, this is not the first time that I am faced with such thing. I always know that these things happen to me whenever, I don't know how to say this, to be honest, but whenever I feel close to someone, like I get these effects over myself and over my body, like I feel like I can't breathe without them. Like my anxiety will hit the roof and I want to be near them. I want to stay with them. I want to smell them. This is so freaking disgusting. And I don't know why I am talking about this here, like we are in the middle of war and my mind is full of other things, and I have these projects and I have to be advocating for Sudan and for Congo and for Palestine, but I am here to think of myself. I have been escaping Sudan so I can have a better future. It was only a stop that I was supposed to be here for like a month or two, and then I will get to Egypt and will start my life. I will start another chapter of my life. I will have like a job or something else. I can't believe that I have been trapped for more than a year now, and I have 2 birthdays during war. And I know this is a test from God. Like, I know that this is my destiny, and I should be accepting, and I should be more optimistic about the future. Like, everything happens for a reason, and I believe that everything that happens to me happens for a reason. I don't know why I have never been satisfied with my life. Like, I always thought that I will be something, I will be special, I will be creating something beautiful, and I will change the world. And I am 31 and I'm still stuck. I'm trapped in the apartheid. I know that I might not be capable of love. I am not deserving of anyone to be in my life. I don't deserve to have a partner. And maybe this is the reason why I'm always sad, because I know I will always be alone. I don't deserve happiness. And I bombed something, so you know how bad it is now. The whole sky lightened up. I hope I will be out of here soon, out of this life.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah. Thank you for sharing that with us.
I almost cried watching that. I forgot that the bombing happened when I said I don't deserve happiness. The timing was insane.
Yeah. I think it's really well put together. Who did the sound design? It's very, very well put together.
Renee did all of that. The part 4.
Shout out Renee.
Like, there's so much love in the chat. I don't know. I'm speechless. Thank you, guys. We all deserve happiness, not just me. We all do. And it is time for change, indeed.
I think I guess I speak for the chat as well when I say I'm very excited to see how it turns out and to see it once it's released. I think we'll do a stream watch party, I'm sure. If that's okay.
Definitely.
If you don't copyright strike
it will be my honor. Well, you will have your own copy, obviously.
That's true. That's true. My goodness.
Did you check my GFM? Someone said that it is almost finished in the chat.
I think last I saw it was at like 57,000 out of 60,000, I think. Hey.
Wow.
I think so. I can double check it.
That's so amazing. Thank you everyone who has cheered for me or like participated or donated or just sent me prayers or wishes. I am
I'm
very
putting it on the
grateful.
screen for them now. I'll cover myself. Everybody go in the pinned comment and donate to this. It's 59,653 out of 60,000. So let's get it there. It's in the pinned comment.
Wow. My
you
mom would be so thrilled and so happy about this. I don't know if you have fully read my stories on the GFM, but part of what I am doing, why I am doing this, is because of my mom and dad. Because like they lost everything in Sudan, and my mom, she's the elder of her siblings, and she has been always like helping around the house and raising her brothers and sisters and everything. And then she was actually raising us by herself because my dad, he was in Sudan studying. And yeah, see, sometimes she's and I believe she has like social anxiety and panic disorder and some similarities to the things that I have. So, and sometimes she's just sad and reminisce about the life that we had in Sudan. Actually, we have been talking about this today. I don't think I told you, but we have a new comers, like a new guest. Like they have been evacuated from Al Garara in Khan Yunis because the IDF started targeting those areas. They were our friends in Sudan, and today we had tea together and we were reminiscing about the times that we spent in Sudan. And my mom was talking about how we used to each of us used to have his job and his own money and his own life, you know. So yeah, my mom, she would be so glad for this. Thank you guys. Truly,
I think
from the
someone
heart.
just donated 800 pounds. Oh wait, euros. Sorry. I think I think it got cleared. Wait. Yeah, I just saw 800.
Did you saw it? Or that's the top donation, I think.
Oh, it's a top donation. Never mind. Never mind. I didn't know that was how they structured it. Oh, we got it.
Yeah, and actually, that happened.
60,363.
Really?
We did it. We did it, chat.
Oh my god. Thank you guys. Thank you, chat, as they say. As Noah say. Thank you, chat.
Chat is one organism, one individual all together. Seriously, that's amazing, you guys. Thank you so much for helping out.
It wasn't even planned.
Say that again.
I said it wasn't even planned to like get up at this time and
Yeah.
talking about all of these stuff. Thank you, everyone. You have been amazing. And many thanks to Noah, obviously, because he has been always outspoken about us and supporting us. And don't forget, he might get in a lawsuit, so you should support him as well.
Yeah, I'll see you back on here if that happens. So hopefully not, but yeah, thank you for
Hopefully
coming
not.
on. I appreciate you. I'm glad.
Yeah, and it is almost 3 a.m. my time.
Oh yeah. Bedtime soon. It's bedtime for me
And
soon.
actually, I am starving. We had rice because this is and with salad, as I told you, like the main dish these days is salad, and we had rice with salad, and it doesn't like stuck in the stomach because it gets digested really quick.
Yeah.
I am so hungry, to be honest.
Mm.
Oh, and I didn't pray my last prayer for the day.
Mm.
Are you going to take a nap, or you will have your second guest, your next guest in 1 hour or something?
I have a guest in an hour. I might need to lie down.
Yeah, you should.
I worry that I'm going to be nonverbal by the time he gets on. So hopefully, yeah, I'll probably lie down. But yeah, thank you so much for coming on, and thank you. I think your work is amazing, and I think a lot of people feel the same. And yeah, I'm excited to see what happens, and I'm praying for your safety and health, and your family's safety and health, and everybody go
You too,
follow
for you too.
this man. And
Thank you. Thank you
we'll
for
talk.
hosting me and having me.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah,
Of course.
definitely.
We'll talk soon again.
Inshallah.
Good night.
Night.
Say
Night,
bye,
everyone.
chat.
Thank you for having me.
Bye, chat.
Bye. Bye, chat.
All right. See you, brother.
Bye.
Wait, I didn't refresh it. Amazing. You guys are the best. And holy shit, that movie is so good. So good. And he's such a kind soul in a situation that just none of us could ever understand. I need to go back and watch, because that was, I mean, it wasn't crazy. It's just was happening, but crazy to me and crazy to, but normalized for him, just talking and then interrupted by a bomb and then just turning around and turning back and continuing like it's nothing. I don't know, man. That is a reality I will never be able to come to terms with. Hi, kitty. I think I'm gonna lay down. We got BadEmpanada in an hour, and then we got Hasan in at 8 o'clock. So, what should I do? Should I spin the wheel? We're at 200. Can someone do the math on this? Yeah, the sound is, I don't know. I'm as a video editor, it was just so well done. I was planning on working on some of the editing for that, but I ended up just getting caught up while moving and everything. But there's no way I would have ever been able to come close to something like that with my stock footage, stock audio folder. 258,239. That's amazing, guys. What are we at? Mustache shave is in, hey, 18K. Can we do it? Let's see. Hey. Come here. Y'all thought I was finished. Stream is extended for 1 day. Come here, kitty. Yeah, how crazy is it that I was wearing that the whole time? Ugh. Hi, kitty. Come here. Come here. Come here, kitty. Come on. Nope. Not like that. Okay. She's gonna break my computer. Oh wait, you guys can't hear me, huh? Hello, kitty. Oh. Hi. Excuse me. You silly critter. Turning off noise suppression so you guys can hear the wind. I'm gonna turn the light. Come on. Come down. Oh my goodness. She gets stressed out by this air mattress. Sorry, okay. I'm so tired. YouTubers when they work a normal work day, when they are brutally forced to do work. I think the chat wait, in the description is the link to 2 live stream, and it's if you want to watch the Chris Kunzler or the Overzealots or rewind. Wait, no, they're in the description. How bad was it without mods? Or with only a couple mods? Also, Ayyrabs was rescheduled for Tuesday, which we are doing. Okay, I'm setting a timer. But what if I miss an update on what's happening on X, the Everything app? $30 35-minute timer. So I wake up with 15 minutes till I meet BadEmpanada for the first time, and then we did it. We did it, chat. This is epic. I'm reading your chat and everyone's telling me to put my phone down. Put the fries in the bag. Hey Siri, set an alarm for 5:45. Hey Siri, set an alarm for 5:45.
Your alarm is set for 5:45 p.m.
Bobby. I haven't dyed my hair yet. Are you guys mad at me? Or shaved my mustache? I don't think we're there yet, though. We're close, though. Get up. Sorry, that was enough. It's gonna be blonde soon. Gonna be blonde soon. Ugh. I think it takes a while is the issue. 20 to 30 minutes. I haven't eaten recently, but my roommate is back home and he's bringing me some delicious food, apparently. I have a friend that works at a pizza place that might bring me pizza later. If she can muster up the free pizza. As a former Papa John's worker, that was before he did all that stuff. I do know a lot of extra pizzas get made that get thrown away. Apparently, oh my god. Hold on. Hi, kitty. Hi, kitty. She just got really close to... Where's the live baby cat thing? Hello? I'm trying to put her back on the screen. Yeah, I need to cover the power button though, because she's getting dangerously close. How do streamers do it, man? How long did I sleep for? Like 6 hours? Okay, where is this thing? Hold on. There she is. What happened? Uh-oh. Freezing. What? No. Careful. Don't push the fucking button. She is fully blocking the top fan of the thing. Okay. There we go. Nice. Okay. We got BadEmpanada in a half hour. Are we back? Is this okay? Good. How do these streamers do it, man? Should we spin the wheel? Real OGs to the channel will remember Babe. Got it framed. You remember Babe? You loved Babe. Okay. Ice bucket challenge to wake up. I like it. I like that. What's your guys' favorite part of the stream so far today? R.I.P. Babe. Sorry, kitty. She wants to press the button so bad. Mm-hmm. Da, 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 da. Ahmed. Yeah. Hard agree. Hard agree. He's such a beautiful soul. And dude, and Chris happened this morning, huh? Oh. Would I get more clicks if I changed the thumbnail to be just me and BadEmpanada? Yes. Come in, cancel culturers. Ba 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 ba. Love to sleep, love to smile, love to cuddle for a while. How's the video quality? Oh, yep. We got Mike from PA coming in later. I need to message him back. Yes, I will pin the Unrwa link in the chat. Keep donating. Rashid Al Haddad, yeah. I mean, I'm down if I can get a translator. That would be awesome. I gotta message Westside Tyler as well. Dude, my brain is not built for this, man. Too many things, man. Too many things. Will this be good if I do this? Should probably do that, huh? Shit's so bright, bro. Noise suppression. I'll throw it back on. Good call. You guys are very helpful. Hi, baby. How can someone be so sweet yet so dangerous? If the stream just shuts off, you'll know why. Baby cat, no! Look how close she is to hitting that button. Isn't that amazing? Oh, she heard a noise. She jumped and bounced into the thing. Don't come in here if you don't want to be public. What? Refreshing the chat. Yeah, I'm going to be video chatting from the other room. I should get a button. Or no, I should get something to protect the button. Because she loves sitting up there.
Your food is in the kitchen.
To your safety. I was trying to protect your safety. Everybody say hello to I can just cover or I can uncover
Hi,
this.
chat.
Let me
Good job.
Everybody say good. Everybody say thanks, Kent, because Kent is the one who actually first got me on. Tell them the story really quick of how you made me famous.
What's the story?
You got me on Hasan's stream.
Yes.
He got Hasan. Yeah, you were in Hasan's chat and you sent a video, my first big video, into there and said,
video, I think.
yeah, and you said react to this shit.
And it worked.
Why did it work? Why did that happen?
Every message you send in Hasan's chat is going to be read by him. I think that's the lesson.
Is that real?
Yes. 100%.
How does he do that? Oh, he has the thing where they show up red, huh? Like all red?
Yes.
Yeah.
Essentially.
Cheating.
Okay, I have to go.
Okay. Kent brought me delicious food and a treat.
You want me to bring it in?
No, that's okay. I'll come grab it.
Okay.
Do you have a message for BadEmpanada? Nope. Nope. That's Kent. Thanks, Kent. Okay, I'm gonna get some type of liquid. I'm gonna have a bite of some food. I guess I could bring that here, right? Let me put this stuff all back on. Wait. Mm-hmm. Here's my alarm. Okay. Rev up those fryers. Dude, I don't know how we're gonna do this. I might need to take a night off, but I did do. No, I can't. No, I'll be fine. Just so we can go back over this, we have. I think we're pretty close to 260,000. We're 15K away from shave mustache. We're extending the stream. Now, if I drink coffee now, I had other energy drink. When is the hair being bleached? Who's Peter Gibbons? Is he being trolling? Nah. Wait, I spelled kefir wrong? Kefir. That's how you spelled it, though. Get it up to 260 or I won't, right now, or I won't come on. You heard the man. 239. Do the math, folks. What do we need? Someone quick with math. Oh, 275. Yeah, I think it's already at 260. Oh, wait, then do I have to shave it on stream with you? No. You don't want to be in the you don't want to be in the Discord. Okay. Be right back. Tell the chat I say hello. Oh, wait, you're the chat. This be? Hello, chat. Did we get the goal? He's not coming on till we get it. Just so you know. Thank you, Ethan Klein. You are the legend. I don't got time to bleach. But you guys should get your bread up. Yeah, if someone has the ability to do a function in a Google Sheet, or no, all it would need to be is, wait, no, it would be hard. Okay. I keep forgetting to post on Instagram. Oh yeah, no. We'll do the full Maid for this one. I'll do a be right back screen, and then things will be different. Get ready to change your life. Have your life changed. But you guys should make it to please 231. What is this stream at also for YouTube? In terms of donations. $9,749. That's right. There's also another one, by the way, that was like 2,800. Ah! Gotcha, spooked ya. I should put the dancing cat in the main parts of the stream. LeDron James. Alright guys, how far into this are we? Wait, how far? Hold on, let's check this out. Pretty good. That's spelled right. Oh, I spelled it wrong totally. My fault, OG. Yeah. LeDrom James. BadEmpanada is in a call with Hasan. I don't know what's going on. He's not home yet. We are waiting. Oh shit, Mad Lieb is interested. Nice. We need some 500k ideas. Thoughts? Wait, what happened? What is going on? Oh. LeDrom James. Why is the chat moving so fast, man? What's going on? Wait, did we get raided or some shit? Oh no. Oh brother. I don't have that. I just saw Peepo excited. There's these Twitch refugees. 500k Finkelstein interview in the Maid outfit? I don't think. What do we got? Arabic lessons. Live Duolingo, call CPS on myself. I'm waiting on. I sent him a message. I think he wanted it to be the fundraiser to get to 275K before he gets on. So please donate. Please donate to this very serious political stream with some very serious guests and political thinkers. All the best. What do you guys like it? Do you like when I say, if I said, should I be a React Andy? Or has chips or whatever? Icon has cheeseburger. Has Pog. Whoever has the concurrent viewership that just boosted this by 1,000, donate to the fundraiser your income. What do YouTubers do with all their money? We don't know. I do need to restart the stream in approximately 1 hour and 45 minutes. Because once it reaches 12 hours, it starts to cut off, if I'm not mistaken. Ugh. What's going on with the discourse? Do 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 do. Oh no 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 no. La 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 la. I'm not doing another hot chip challenge. How do I time you out for acting crazy? Being antisocial. If Empanada isn't ready, why not save VOD now? That's a good idea. Let's do that real quick. So what's going to happen here is that I'm going to... What is something you're embarrassingly good at? Guitar Hero. Which I have here, and we haven't played it yet, but... let's do that while we're waiting. Fuck it. Whoa. Stop. Crap. Never mind, we got a live one. I think you didn't see my message. I am the baby cat. Okay, one sec. Guess needs no title. Sorry for triggering the Discord settings. I need to turn streamer mode back on. Streamer. Streamer mode. That's it. Hello. Can you hear me?
I never use Discord. Yeah, I can hear you. Can you see me? Can you hear me?
I don't see you. I hear you.
I don't see myself either.
There's probably something.
It's probably me. It's probably me.
I am getting a also notification. It's partly me, I think. Give me 1 second.
I'm testing video.
Oh wait,
Nothing comes up.
I know what I need to do here.
Maybe I should have figured this out beforehand.
It's all good. Okay, I'm in. I'm restarting your camera.
No, it's on my end. My camera's just not working at all.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're good.
Am I? You see me?
No, I don't see you, but
That's okay. It's okay. I'm too beautiful for you fuckers.
you're kind of a gray screen with two blue cubes. It's kind of ominous.
Yeah, on
Kinda
my
scary.
screen, the cubes are like orbiting in a circle, like they're
Yeah.
trying to perhaps I think they're it's like a coded anti-Semitic message, perhaps something directed at Ethan Klein.
Yeah,
What do you think?
don't decode it, everyone. Don't pull out the Morse
Yeah,
code.
it's probably like a Japanese swastika or something.
Computer science majors in the H3 subreddit.
I bet there's even a couple of skulls. Yeah, I don't know what the problem is. Maybe it's because I'm like trying to record at the same time.
That's what it is.
Just so
yeah.
that
Are
I
you
can
in
make money off posting
OBS?
this.
Yeah,
Is
yeah,
it
yeah.
OBS?
Yeah.
Oh, then why can I see you? What do you have
Because
to do?
I have a second camera. It's like a little webcam. What you have to do is go in OBS and deactivate your camera, and then switch the source in Discord. And
I'll just won't record it. Goodbye.
no, you could.
I'll
set
just
it
steal
up.
the
It's all
VOD from
good.
your stream and upload it to my channel so I can make money from
Yeah.
it.
I mean, there you go. That's fine. I
That's the
forgot
plan.
to hit record.
Always make money, always grift, get bag, spend it on lawsuits against Ethan Klein. Or at least I would if I was Ethan Klein.
Yeah, it's smart.
Okay,
I
it's
mean,
still not
yeah,
working,
this
though. That's the issue.
260K. It's gonna look
What did you
good.
say to do after you? I don't know what's going on here.
So go on OBS and wherever your camera is, just
Yeah, I
click
have it
deactivate,
selected.
and then go on Discord
Just-
and switch the video
I have
input to
click
like something else.
deactivate.
If there's any other
I already
options,
closed. Okay.
and then switch it back to the main camera.
OBS virtual camera. I don't know what that is.
Yeah, if you switch it to that and then back to the other one, there you go.
Oh, hello.
I see you. What's
I'm
up?
here. I'm very pink,
A little pink.
but I'm here.
I like the
I'm
new
pink.
set. It's real. You kind of have you get some lighting set up.
You guys know you might notice that our walls are exactly the same. It's almost like we're in the same house.
Don't do too much investigating. The colors and the shades.
Yeah, just
and the
change
time
the
zone.
white balance so that no one can tell. Otherwise, they're going to figure it out.
I should do that actually. I wonder if I could do that real quick.
And remove this part from the VOD so that no one knows.
Erase history, rewrite
The
history.
whole idea is that Ethan sues you and you're gone. Okay, we can't let him know.
I'm so excited to get sued, man. Are you excited?
Yeah, it's great. It's definitely coming. He's definitely just not gonna like not talk about you at all for the rest of his entire stream's lifetime.
I love court and I love lawyers and I love lawsuits. And I love
Ethan doesn't
paying
love
lawyers.
court. What Ethan does is he pays a guy to go to court for him. I don't think he's ever been himself once.
That'd be great footage though. It'd be the next Depp Heard.
You should be
thing.
careful. You're gonna get cancelled for this. You're gonna get cancelled. You had a wanted international criminal on your stream.
Yeah, they're saying I'd get banned on Twitch if I co-streamed or if I hosted you. Is that what happens? Just your face?
I mean, are you streaming on Twitch as well? I didn't know you were.
No. I was gonna dual
People
stream, but
say
then
that,
it was too late.
but I don't know if that's actually true. I'm pretty sure they actually got rid of that rule because Hasan kept doing it. But I mean, I'm not exactly sure. Like Destiny's banned on Twitch, and he debates people all the time.
Right.
So I don't think that's true.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Like if Destiny was banned, like if that was actually a rule and people couldn't debate Destiny if they had a Twitch stream, he would be out of a job. So I don't believe it's true.
Yeah, people seemed very worried about it, but
I think it's just an excuse that Hasan made up because he doesn't want to talk to me.
yeah. So what do you want to talk to him about?
The marketplace of ideas. I'm gonna ask him why he's best friends with Bernard Sanders, right after he said that Zionists shouldn't be allowed to be the local dog catcher, And then like next month he's gonna go and sit next to Bernard Sanders, and then the next day Bernard Sanders is gonna go up and say he's gonna say like Israel has a right to exist. Israel has a right to exist, and October 7 was the worst thing to ever happen in all of world history.
Bernie does like saying that shit.
Yeah, and then like if someone protests him, he's gonna say, "Shut up, I'm speaking, bitch." That's what he always does. He loves to say that to pro-Palestinian protesters. That's
He did
Bernie
that?
Sanders for
He
you.
did that too?
Oh yeah, he does it
Kamala-
all
I
the
know
time.
Kamala did that.
I'm speaking. I'm speaking. Excuse me. I'm speaking. Take him away, police. Get him out
That's
of
a
here.
great
That's Bernard
impression.
Sanders.
That is totally him. Yeah,
And
I
then
mean,
the next day, he meets up with Hasan Piker for a 15-minute interview, and Bernie Sanders is like, to his aide, "What'd you get me in talking to this fucking pro-Palestinian Turkish man? Oh, I hate him. If only we could eliminate them."
Yeah. I feel like yeah, I don't know. I'm talking to him later. I can ask, but
Oh no, well, I'm
I
talking
didn't
to him
watch
later.
that full. Oh wait,
You're inviting him to this call. I'm gonna be here. You're gonna be like, "Hey Hasan, get in here."
This is the
It's
classic
here.
switch
This is
up.
this is why everyone's here. Everyone's here to see BadEmpanada Hasan debate live. It's gonna topple the Ethan Klein Hasan debate.
Yeah, I don't know. I think like what is your perspective on like the argument of broad appeal, popular support versus like taking the conversation with Bernie and using it as a way to, I mean, I didn't watch the full thing, but as I understand it, they didn't really talk about Gaza at all, which is obviously a problem. But I guess the other side of it being like garnering popular support by leaning into taking the opportunity to talk to them. And again, I didn't watch the full thing, so I don't even know to what extent.
Yeah, well, that's the only way that's going to work is if you disagree with them. Okay, if you just go there and agree with them, who exactly are you pulling to your side? What's going on there exactly? You know, he's not going there to be like, "Okay, Bernie, I think you're wrong on this thing," and then everyone's like, "Damn, that guy's making some good points. I'm going to go follow him." He doesn't do that. He goes there and he's like, you know, "Oh, we're best friends. We agree on everything. So good luck on your anti-oligarchy tool," which is just a tour in order to get people to like vote Democrat, basically.
Yeah, I mean, so you are a proponent of the debate and the confrontation as a way.
I mean, I'm all for.
Yeah.
Sorry, I'm just gonna say I'm all for Hasan talking to those people, but if he's just gonna talk to them and like be all buddy friend with them, he's not bringing anyone to his side. He's not like appealing to the normies. You know, he's not like bringing their audience over to him because he's not challenging them at all. All he's doing there is like, "Hello, I'm presenting my." He's like basically talking to them the same way David Pakman would. Like, give me a break.
Yeah, I do you think I guess the consideration of like him doing that being that he could potentially just never get invited back? Because I know you've talked about that as in the reason he's able to.
Well, I mean,
get
if he doesn't get
in the
invited back,
room.
then what's the problem? What's the issue exactly?
I guess the
'Cause it's not like he's using the opportunity to change anything.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what the entirety of their conversation was, but I know like the New York Times piece, I feel like it's at least, you don't think it's like somehow moving the needle as far as presenting a leftist media perspective, setting aside what you're talking about with their the Bernie and AOC conversation, because it sounds like there was no challenge done, but like I mean like broader appeal, more people. Do you think that's just the value in that is lessened if it's not like what's the word? If everything's not being challenged, or do you know what I'm trying to say?
I think to get presented in that way by them in the first place, it is firstly indicative of that the sort of thing that he's saying is not fundamentally seen as a threat by these institutions, like the New York Times, for example. And it's also indicative that perhaps the things that he is saying are not actually pulling people to be more radical or whatever it is, whatever the excuse is that he does or that he comes up with for this stuff. Because basically, if you are hiding what you really believe and preaching what you supposedly don't really believe, and these people are pulled in by that, then ultimately, what is it that you're actually doing? You're being wrong. You're just being wrong, and you are preaching wrong ideas to people that you claim not to believe in for some supposed future payoff where you suddenly be like, ah ha ha, these are my real beliefs. I was hiding them the entire time. And I guess I'm going to pull these people into that. I'm
Yeah,
not
I
sure
guess.
that is actually the case.
Yeah, I mean, there's the being wrong and then gathering a large audience of people while being like wrong on an issue, but maybe better. I mean, would you agree? Like generally, the types of issues he covers, he's better than most like liberal commentators, aside from.
I think there's actually a lot of liberal commentators who are as good or better than him. Like, what is the meaningful difference between the average Intercept writer and Hasan Piker?
You consider like I don't know, like Ryan Grimm, Jeremy Scahill, those guys to be
Those guys
liberal?
are very liberals, very liberal. If
Hmm.
Bernie Sanders told them to jump, they would ask him how high.
You think so? I haven't
Meaningfully,
read their
I don't think there's a huge
commentary on
difference between
Bernie.
them.
I
I
know
don't think
like
there's a huge difference between those two guys
a
and
lot of their
Hasan.
journalism I feel like has been pretty like consequential in terms of like, you know, I guess their coverage of Screams Without Words, just to give one example in the last couple year and a half. But
Okay, they're better than Hasan then. You're right. They're better. Hasan says rapes happen on October 7th. They
I
don't.
don't. Yeah, he's talked about the case of testimony from not October 7th, but in captivity post October 7th from a hostage that was rescued. Is that
one hostage who said that happened, and that's the only evidence for it, not corroborated by anyone else. That's the only remotely credible testimony that the Israelis have presented related to sexual assault.
Yeah. I mean, I don't. You'd have to talk to him about
Hasan
that.
said, but then
specifically, 'cause
Hasan
I don't-
also said, like, I mean, Hasan also, like, he's like, I don't deny that rapes happened on October 7th. I deny that there was systemic rape used as a weapon of war. But the thing is, you don't have to give them that. You don't have to be so, like, you don't have to take the easy route like that because they don't have any evidence of anything happening on October 7th. They made it up wholesale, you know? So why give them that even?
Yeah, I guess in one sense that makes sense, but also it's like there is a possibility of anything that could have happened, but even if it's not corroborated, you can say we don't know rather than because there's no evidence, nothing happened. I feel like those are two different
Well,
statements,
until
you know?
there is any evidence of something happening, you can just throw it out because if someone creates like this whole narrative, okay, there was rape on October 7th, before they've seen any evidence of that, then okay, what if I was to say that space aliens did October 7th actually? There's just as much evidence of that. So where is the line here? We just have to like pretend that this thing could have or might have happened because they say so, even when they have no evidence for it. I feel
Yeah.
that's just giving them way too much.
Yeah, I mean, I could see that. I guess the more what's the word? I don't even know if it's safe, but just saying like sexual violence occurs during conflicts. However, there's no evidence for this in this case, and it's being weaponized regardless to, you know, inflame the fans of genocide. Like you can, I feel like that's what I've seen, how I've seen Hasan talk about it, and I don't think, you know, I mean you'd agree that that's sexual violence is a routine part of war and conflicts, but
I mean, it's safe to think that okay, maybe it could have happened, but that's not what the Israelis have ever been saying. The Israelis
Oh,
have
of course.
always been saying we have this like inexhaustible, uncontestable evidence.
Oh yeah,
that this
I'm not
happened.
talking about.
And then when you actually look at it, it's like, here's this guy who swears this thing happened. Oh, by the way, 6 months later we found that he wasn't even actually there. Or like this totally anonymous witness who just so happened to come forward 2 months later presented by the Israeli state says they saw something happen to someone else, and it's like the most ridiculous thing you've ever heard of in your life. And I mean, when you compare that to the Palestinian rapes in custody, it's like, okay, a physician conducted an autopsy and found like perforations in a 17-year-old boy's anus. Okay. If there was anything remotely like that happened on October 7th, the Israelis had full access to the entire site within 24 hours. They had untouched full access to all of the forensic evidence, all of the corpses. Every single thing that was there was in their hands, and they found nothing. Not one autopsy, nothing. And that speaks more than enough by itself.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, I agree. Hasan, I don't know if you want to talk to him, but yeah, like you can, I guess, if there's stuff
We'll
that
see.
you've
We
he
can make
says
it a
he
donation
can
goal.
come on. He can come on he's down to come on and talk to you.
Mhm.
Or
Get him
maybe
in
the three
there.
of us. I don't know.
Can you present me?
Um,
Wait, before we bring Hasan in, I want you to put me on trial for all of the allegations against me, all my crimes.
Oh, like
Is he
your
down to wait?
your
I think that'd
internet
be fun.
crimes? Yeah,
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 all
yeah.
my crimes.
No, we talked about this a while ago. Yeah, we
Ryan
can do
Beard.
that. Yeah,
The,
yeah, I remember.
Ryan Beard was very angry at you last time. He had some accusations to levy against me.
Yeah,
he popped into my stream last week, and he was very angry at me.
What'd he
as
say?
well. I don't know. All I know about him is that once he tried to get to crowdfund a documentary about how he's fat. That's the only thing I know.
Yeah, I think he's talked about fat phobia on his channel. I think he's also in Ethan Klein's chat. I've seen him kind of doing stuff like being like,
Okay, so he's just a Zionist, and there's no way that someone
Yeah.
can be an Ethan Klein chat like that unless they're just a Zionist.
yeah, it's like what was the
Brings it.
message? I saw him saying something to the effect of, thank you for speaking up about anti-Semitism, Ethan Klein. And it's like, all right, well, there it is.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean,
Man, I'm so pink.
opinion discarded. But I mean, yeah, I remember because you sort of are the boogeyman of the internet, and I've
Ooh.
had multiple experience where you, in terms of like, he who shall not be named, I don't know, I had to keep you secret before bringing you on stream. You weren't in the first
So
thumbnail.
funny.
I'm not allowed to
That's
talk
so
about
funny.
you. Why do you think that is? And then, or I guess to start off, I've had people that I know that are normal usually send me screenshots of things that have you showed to be like faked, right? And basically saying like this guy is crazy. And my
Mhm.
argument has always been that I really appreciate your videos, and I think there's a certain consistency like over the years that's not there for many commentators. Like if you look back on your videos about Israel Palestine, it's consistent, and then pre-October 7th, and I think that's like indicative of a certain principle that people seem to ignore in favor of, I don't know, talking about like whatever you said online. What are the biggest things people confront? Like the biggest things that people, when they say that guy's crazy, what do they bring up?
Well, I mean, the origin of all of this stuff came from like Vorsh's community, like literally 5 years ago, where like Vorsh needed an excuse not to debate me. Mostly because I was actually anti-imperialist, and he was like incredibly weirdly like pro-democrat, like I'm gonna Photoshop lasers onto Joe Biden's eyes, Democrat sort of guy.
Lolicon NATO.
Yeah, and his community like sort of came up with like this sort of narrative that now Ethan Klein is going with as well. It's like this guy is insane. This guy he has like a Discord full of people running harassment campaigns. He said this, he said that.
Is that where that started?
I've seen. Yeah, it was
like
all
back with
Vorsh's
Vosh?
community, and I think
Oh,
what it
interesting.
was is like people would type like "BadEmpanada" bad things into Google, and the first result would be like a Vosh subreddit post about me or something, and they just went with it, and it became like a game of telephone from there. And a big part of it was definitely that I was saying the correct thing about Palestine instead of being like really like cowardly about it. like since the very beginning. And Vorsh's community, of course, are the people who jumped on that as well. They were early adopters of that. Like, oh my god, this guy is giving me anti-Semitic vibes because he said that Israel shouldn't exist. That sort of thing.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Vosh being like in terms of political streamers for the left at that time, he was like the most influential or one of the more influential
Yeah, he's not
people.
at the face of the earth now.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't
Good,
know
I
what that
guess.
guy's up to. He's kind of doing like Trump bad content or whatever.
I think
but
he
at
decided
the
to just
time,
stop
it was
interacting with other people at all on his stream because it got him into like, you know, his whole taxes for the controversy. And everyone talked about it. And now it's like, well, if I never talk about anyone else, they won't talk about me. And honestly, it's working. So good on him, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, get your bag, but also, yeah, I feel like that's a big part of like the influence he had over like this space of creators at the time meant that weirdly, like, you know, random people that do video essays would be like, look, this is what Vosh's community is saying, and Vosh's leftist, and Vosh's community is leftist, so BadEmpanada must be crazy. Is that kind of how that happened?
I mean, that's how, and there's a direct line into how Ethan Klein got that, because Ethan Klein, if anyone watching this doesn't know, Ethan Klein is in a Discord server called the BadEmpanada support group, the victims of BadEmpanada
real?
support group. I'm not making, yes,
That's the
I have them
name of
all
it?
in there. I had them all in there since before he was even in there.
That's awesome.
And so since the beginning, like ever since I started making videos on him, like he linked up with like Loner Box and Aristocracy. Those are two people who came from Vorsh's community, you know? And they fed him like that narrative about me. So there's a direct link there between the Vorsh stuff and the Ethan Klein stuff. There's a reason it sounds exactly the same. Like the Vorsh community made stuff up about me, and now the people from the Vorsh community told Ethan Klein about that.
What are the biggest because you said it started with the anti-imperialism stuff, and then how has that escalated? Because there's wanted sex criminal, or what is it? Wanted pedophile?
Yeah. So Vorsh, there was plenty of evidence that Vorsh was a pedophile even before he showed his child porn on stream. He's drawn child porn. He's technically drawn. Okay, that makes it, according to his community.
I get that comment a lot in the video where I mentioned it.
If he thought it was goblins, leave him alone.
Short
so those guys thought, like Vorsh had like an uncomfortable like number of like dozens of clips in which he talked about like pornography and age of consent and stuff. So I went over those clips and I said, okay, this guy sounds like a fucking pedo. And his community thought that in retaliation of that, they would like make a fake Discord screenshot where I was admitting to being arrested, and they attached that like a picture of like a guy who committed a terrorist attack in Spain with a beard like a day earlier, and claimed that was a picture of me being arrested. And I responded to that by posting like a YouTube short where I was walking in the street saying like, "Hello guys, it's me. I'm arrested. Oh no." And then that was like the end of that. You know, it was like a little funny interaction. But then after that, other people, like looking for dirt on me, would type like BadEmpanada bad thing into Google. And what would pop up was that post on the Vorsh subreddit with a fake like Discord screenshot of me supposedly admitting to being arrested. And then they would repost that. And
that was just from the subreddit?
Yeah, it was from Vorsh's subreddit. I think the original post is deleted now. I had an archive of it at some point, but I mean, it's not that big of a deal. But like, then early 2024, I started like getting targeted by this. It was like a pro-Israel Telegram group founded by a big-time like OnlyFans middleman who was outed by the Guardian like a little bit after this happened. It was called the Shirion Collective, like a pro-Israel like doxing and online stalking group. And they made like a fake screenshot that I supposedly posted on October 7th to try and accuse me of being a pedophile. And they started just spamming this everywhere. And basically that's where that comes from. And they also found the Vorsh subreddit like fake screenshot as well, and they started spamming that everywhere as well. So it's like a game of telephone that all began with Vorsh's community.
Do you feel like I guess does that feel like unfair, or like do you think about that even, or do you? I mean, I don't know that. Like when I first entered the space making videos, I feel like it was kind of like a warning, and still we were planning on, or I was gonna do a fundraising. No, you were doing a fundraising stream, and I announced that I was joining it, and then I got enough backlash to where I took down the post, and then I talked to some other YouTubers, and they're like, it's not worth it. And first of all, I want to say I'm sorry, because that's pretty cowardly.
That's okay.
At the same time, no, it's like at the same time, there's enough people who I think are good, good people, good creators that seem fairly principled, that were willing to say it's not worth it optically to do this thing, like as a point of fact for YouTube. And I think
it may not just be principled in the end.
Yeah, it's possible, I think it's like, it's the divide between YouTube and content brain, and then like actually caring about the issues and caring about being consistent on the issues. And I think like if it's presented to people, if enough people feel one thing, and enough people, I guess stemming from a large political streamer, feel a certain type of way that are strongly about someone, then it doesn't really, they're not going to go back through your videos and see what you've been talking about for a long time, because I guess just
this whole thing, it's like we come from a space that is just full of people who like imprinted on a certain YouTuber 5 years ago, and that's it. They're like dogs, basically, like love at first sight. This is my YouTuber. I will defend them to the death. They don't like this other YouTuber. That's all there is to it. If someone interacts with this other YouTuber, I will spam comments on their video in anger. So, I mean, that's the sort of space that we operate in.
Yeah. It's just not serious.
I don't really give that much of a shit about it, honestly. Like you said, you asked, like, what do I think about the people who post stuff against me? The worst part about it is that they think they're doing something. Like, they think that they're hurting me. That's the part about it that is the most annoying. But I do have like an unusually thick skin for this stuff, probably. Don't get involved into YouTube politics unless you're prepared for people to like start accusing you of pedophilia randomly. Because that's what happens when you are anti-Israel. Remember that.
How did you get a thick skin? Were you like bullied or like something, or like you're just born with it?
I don't know. I mean, I think it's just...
it's thick. I
realized really early. I realized through experience with these people that they're powerless. They cannot do anything. It feels like at times they can do something, but most of them are never going to take the plunge from spamming shit online to actually doing something. So, you might get 100 death threats a day, but not one of them is real. That's the way that I see it.
Where did you, what was your political journey like? In terms of learning about politics and starting to care about them?
I think maybe I was just kind of lucky in a way, or maybe not. Like, since I was a teenager, I thought the same sort of stuff. I just didn't know as much about it. I never really thought about it that much, to be honest. Like, I never thought about it in that, like, I never, there's a lot of people in this space who have, like, a really fucking weird origin story where I used 4chan all day, and I hated women, and I thought the Jews controlled the banks, but then I watched a ContraPoints video, and now I'm a communist. There was nothing like that for me. I don't know what to say.
You could have gotten a lot of views off. You could have made a lot of money off that. That was a big style of video for a while.
Oh yeah, that was an entire that was basically everyone for like a couple of years. That was literally every guy was like that. Our best friend Lonerbox is one of those. So
what did he talk about one time, like in doing race science in high school class or something?
I don't know, something. Yeah, like he argued with his teacher or something about World of Warcraft. I don't know. I don't remember exactly, but yeah, this is just an archetype. These guys, and they would like have arguments. I'm so glad we're past this now, for years and years, about how important it is to try to appeal to like racist, misogynistic 4chan men, as if like internet addicted incels are some sort of political force that we need to get onto our side. Oh, it all seems like so. It wasn't long ago at all. This was maybe 2 or 3 years ago. This stuff was still happening, and I'm so glad it's in the past now. But it seems like so insignificant compared to the stuff that we are talking about more often today. So I'm glad that as a space, the so-called BreadTube has matured on from that sort of shit. And like the original BreadTubers, no shade to them. A lot of them still make good content, but they're still making videos about YouTube plagiarism. And like ContraPoints is making videos where she's putting more effort into costumes than she is into thinking. So those guys haven't really evolved that much, but a lot of other people have.
The costumes are pretty good, so you know, raises the bar of
I
potential
mean,
thinking.
I would imagine the costumes come first and the thinking comes second.
Yeah, a lot of the I like H Bomber guy. I like all the old Bread, like Big Joel. I like all their videos. But you're right. You're in terms of political, like
Big
even just
Joel, hey, I got
political
some
topics.
tea. Big Joel is
Tea on Big
way
Joel?
more he's way more radical than he lets you think.
Is that true?
Mm.
Hiding power levels.
I'm just letting you all know.
I don't want to.
If you want someone who's pretending to be in the center, oof, look at that guy.
Oh, should we invite him on?
I mean,
Or
probably
get
he's
him in
probably up
trouble?
for it.
Hassan's up to hang out. He's in.
You didn't ask him. Are you in contact with him? You should have asked him already.
Yeah, I mean,
Would've-
I didn't know you guys were. I knew you guys. I know he emailed you about a
No, I
video
mean, I
you did
talked to
about
him
Kamala
once.
Harris.
'cause
Yeah.
he wanted to clarification on something, and then it was like, I told him he should make a video about Birthright because he said he went on Birthright. I think it's a secret, and I think he wants to make videos about safe stuff, I guess. Which I mean, okay. I mean, to be fair, if you want to be a normal person who makes videos that appeal to normies, okay, whatever. You're not obliged to become a political dude.
Yeah, I would say the history of BreadTube being anti-right content means that there's a significant portion of the fan base that still view people as political actors and hold on to that thought rather than, I guess, analyzing the content that is mostly media criticism. And it's great media because I love all the videos, but it was always a fandom thing first. So the lingering thoughts people have about BreadTube revolution, I don't know, people still a lot of times
I mean, you sort of do have to remember as well that BreadTube got started as people making fun of Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson. And the people who make fun of Ben Shapiro and Jordan Peterson is basically 90% of people with a pulse. So that was a huge tent, and it was bound to explode eventually because there was no similarities between anyone involved. Or between everyone involved. There was nothing holding them together except, isn't Ben Shapiro a dumbass? I mean, yeah, people are still making anti-Ben Shapiro videos 10 years later. It's literally almost 10 years later.
So you think it's rather than being somehow principled, the principles are being anti, right-wing psychotic person?
I think it got started with that. It got started with, okay, these guys suck. Everyone knows that they suck. And this sort of created a space where there was a lot of room for conflict because everyone within it agreed on nothing more than Ben Shapiro sucks. And then people found over time that oh, these other people are further left than me, but I got popular by debunking Ben Shapiro, and that makes me left. Ergo, there must be something wrong with them. And it all evolved from there. And yeah, they're a tanky. There we go. We have the word that we can throw at them to not have to actually respond to anything that they say.
Yeah, that's interesting. I remember you made some videos about the Professor Flowers Vosh situation, I think. This is way back, and that was my first debate where I got viciously owned online because I have severe social anxiety. But that I thought was a pretty good parallel in terms of what Professor Flowers was talking about as like resistance to colonialism violence being, don't compare that to oppressor violence, a very simple principle.
Yeah.
You see that a lot like now in like post October 7th, in terms of the broader discourse about Israel Palestine and violent resistance. And I mean, basically she was right and you were right, and now the people opposing that situation were liberal Zionists, and it's like watching it play out in real time. It's like it's not like it isn't predictable, but I think for me early on, it was just a feeling I had that what was happening there with Vosh and Professor Flowers was like wrong, right? But I guess that problem repeated itself here, and by the time it happened, you know, all the people that were against it are just straight up Zionists. So I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what Vosh himself is like now. Vosh was pretty anti-Israel, but he was sort of strategically pro, like not as anti-Israel as he normally was if he didn't like someone. So that's, you know, very weird. But I mean, aside from him, yeah, like a lot of these other people are just Zionists now. Like, and I don't know, maybe it was too early. Like this was like 2022 or something. And what am I saying? It was too early. Like, I think most people in YouTube politics, and at least in the space that we have operated in, like the former breadtube space or whatever, were just really dumb in the end and did not know about any of this basic stuff. And I had the misfortune of actually knowing about this basic stuff, and to them it seemed like insane because they had never heard it before, and you know, it challenged a lot of their preconceived biases. Thus, it was inconceivable, and they had to like shout at you, and they had to shout at Professor Flowers and all these other people for, you know, sort of getting it, but not on the level and without like the sort of passion for it where you could scream back at them as they were screaming at you.
Yeah. You've been in a couple debates before.
A few people don't debate me. I would love to debate, but they're all afraid. It's the saddest thing ever.
They're cowering in fear. Did you debate Lonerbox ever?
I debated him, yeah, like 2 years ago, 3 years ago. And it was literally, he wanted to defend Aristocracy, who was a small Zionist anime avatar streamer whose career I ended, which I'm very happy about. So he debated me specifically to defend her and explain how she wasn't actually a Zionist and how she's actually like a cool leftist. And yeah, that was basically
What was she
that.
saying on her stuff? Like something about there's not enough room in Israel, so we need to go to the West
Yeah,
Bank or
like
something.
there's not enough room in Israel. So like Palestinians can't have the right of return because there's not enough room in Israel. And then she's like, to justify that, there's actually so little room in Israel that, you know, if we want to have green space for our children, we have to go and colonize the West Bank. And Lonerbox nobly came to her defense and explained to everyone how I was actually a tanky anti-Semite. And yeah. Anyway,
And she was right.
Hasan's in the chat. Get him in
Yeah,
here.
let's bring him on. Hasan versus BadEmpanada confrontation debate.
Oh yes, get in here. Wait, no, we should make them donate more. We should make them donate more first. How much is it?
Yeah, wait. Yeah, okay, Hasan, we're bringing you on, but let's see where we're at. How about this?
Let's good. Let's fucking
refreshed
it.
237,000.
I'll be right back while you extort them.
237,000 plus. Somebody chat do the math on this. And then I'll decide what the arbitrary number is for what it needs to be for Hasan to come on. Because yeah, that's beautiful. If you're rich also, maybe from making a lot of money doing something on the internet, throw some money down and I'll highlight it. This is the tanky destruction stream. This is the dang red blue October. What is it? Someone that knows history, let me know. It's 278K. I have to shave my mustache at 275K. Mods? Sign us in the chat. How do I add somebody to the call? Hold on a minute. Wait, I accidentally called Hasan separately. Hold on. Yo. What up? Can you hear me? Check, check. How should we format this? And I need to add BadEmpanada. No, I didn't do this correctly. Hello? How do I add? Chat.
Hello, hello, hello.
Yo.
You hear me?
Yeah, what up? We lost BadEmpanada. I think he's cowering away in fear. He's backing out. Can you hear me? Hasanabi, can you please tell the chat to donate? Chat, please donate. Do I add you to the call?
Can you hear me?
Yes, can you hear me?
I can't hear you. I don't know why.
Streams 12
Hold
hours
on.
a day.
Let's see.
Wait, hold on. I'll create a group DM. Son.
Okay.
And this is what we're gonna do. This is so exciting. My 3 best friends, all who I fully agree with in everything that I do.
I'm here. Hasan Piker.
This is
Hasan
it.
Piker.
It's over. Should I go in the corner as like the referee or what do they
Oh,
call
wait,
it?
hold on. I bet you
Hold
thought I
on, hold
wouldn't
on. You're
come
not
for you
big
too,
enough.
Hasan.
You're not big enough.
I bet you thought I would only go after Ethan Klein, Hasan. I don't have the beard. It doesn't work anymore.
Ethan
Oh, he's
Klein's
not even in
editor's
here.
about to go nuts on this. No, he's not. He couldn't hear me.
Hello, can you guys
Professional
hear me?
streamer, by the way. Yeah.
Oh, I can hear you as well. Perfect.
Hell yeah. What up, dude?
Okay, perfect. All right.
Hasan
Wait, I
Piker.
can't see you, Noah. Is that normal?
Oh no. I'll turn
he's the moderator.
It's gonna be webcam. Yeah, I'm like the moderator.
Okay.
I guess I'm the debate. This is the clash of. This is
Hasan Piker. I bet you thought that you were safe. Ethan called you
Dude.
out for being scared of me. You know, Ethan
Dude,
was very adamant. Why
I
don't you
can't-
debate BadEmpanada?
I can't believe I'm in the presence of such a monstrous tanky who wants the America empire to end. This
They're gonna
violent
ask you this one at
tanky,
TSA. They're gonna ask you about this one at TSA.
this dangerous man. I just came in here to talk to you about the dangers of platforming people with BadEmpanada's opinions. I think in order to balance it out, you need to have just straight Hitlerian Israel defenders on. I think that's true liberalism. That would be progress, I think.
like one on
I
each side of
guarantee
me.
you.
Yeah.
Devil
I'm
and
here.
devil
Well,
and
I'm here
angel.
as a defender of the Democratic Party, specifically
We know.
Bernie S.S. Sanders.
Yeah, exactly.
And I'm here to defend the Democratic Party's position because I think that they're working tirelessly around the clock for a ceasefire, and I think people like BadEmpanada don't understand or appreciate that Kamala Harris would have been different in the way she dealt with Israel. Yeah, she would have invaded. A coalition of the willing would have been put together, and she would have invaded Tel Aviv by now. That's what I think.
I mean,
concur?
yeah, that's
BadEmpanada?
precisely what I think you believe. So next time you meet Bernie Sanders, are you gonna yell at him?
No, I'm not going to yell at him because I'm not a freak, and I'm not going to yell at.
So
I'm not going to here. If you want to have an honest conversation, or a serious conversation, I had an entry point in that conversation with Bernie, and AOC as well. But unfortunately, they were literally late to their rally to begin with, so we didn't get to talk thoroughly about it. And I don't even know if they'll give me another interview at this point, because like I have been very critical of their position on Israel, and I've been talking to other people in their like other people like Faz and numerous others behind the scenes to try to get them to engage in direct action. Aside from the rallies that they're organizing, because I thought that it would be beneficial both politically and also beneficial for, you know, bringing about humanity to the politics that they represent. But it would be politically beneficial for them to organize a protest or a rally or do something around the unjustifiable detention of Mahmoud Khalil. And that was actually in that 9-minute conversation that we had. That was my entry point into it. Like I was going to talk to him about this on First Amendment grounds and basically get a better assessment, better understanding of what his position is, and to maybe even talk to him further about like why he calls it, why he consistently brings about the issue of Israel, but like only focuses on Benjamin Netanyahu, or why he doesn't call it a genocide. Because these are, I think, valid questions to ask someone like Bernie Sanders, especially because my expectation of someone like Bernie Sanders is that he's supposed to be infinitely more knowledgeable on the situation than like the average Democratic Party politician is supposed to be, given his long history of being an out and about socialist, and even sometimes like offering critical support to, with some notable exceptions like Yugoslavia, offering critical support to even, you know, revolutionary socialists or even like anti-imperialist militancy throughout his career. I wanna like, my expectation from him is someone who has been definitely more, dare I say, radical, even though that doesn't really mean anything in American politics. My expectation from him at this point would be to be leading the charge of stopping all aid to Israel and issuing boycotts and divestments and threatening sanctions upon Israel. But he's nowhere near there. And I think that's very disappointing as someone who was a big fan of Bernie Sanders, despite my differences in opinion with Bernie Sanders.
Well, I think, as you said very well once, that Zionists should not even be allowed to be the local dog catcher. And Bernie Sanders well eclipses the point of being a Zionist by any reasonable standard, even your standard, I'm sure. AOC, I'm not exactly sure. She seems to be a lot better than him, but
Yeah, I agree.
they are absolutely grooming her to be something that she probably didn't want to be initially, and it's working. So that's kind of sad. Sanders in like 2016, he did seem to be something that was genuinely inconvenient for the party, but they have well and truly tamed him at this point. And I think it's been that way for a while. I think even in 2020, it was already kind of like that, even though, you know, he did still run for the nomination. He fell into line very quickly afterwards.
Yeah, I don't think he's, I think you're mistaking a lot of like Bernie's like genuine convictions and how wrong he is with him being a machine politician. Like I
mean, he can be wrong and still help the machine in the end.
Yeah, no,
Like,
he
can
did.
be apart from
He
it.
absolutely did. But I also think that Bernie Sanders is just he has this like old labor Zionist framework, I think, that is just utterly ridiculous, and that is something that he hasn't been able to shake away. But given what he has done in terms of offering support, in terms of being unafraid to endorse certain viewpoints, both on the activist front, but also on his also in terms of the people that he endorses, it almost feels like there's a sense of shame coming from him with regards to that contradiction that he recognizes to a certain degree. Maybe it's a little too parasocial, but I mean, I guess we are making analysis about politicians, so I guess that's not all that parasocial. But like, he's the type of person who has these opinions, but also won't get in the way of more radical perspectives. Like, he's not, I don't think he uses any amount of time, in the finite amount of time that he has in mainstream political discourse, he doesn't use any moment of that to criticize like Hamas or Hamas defenders or anything like that. and instead focuses mostly on Israel, even if his focus on Israel is not even as radical as, of course, or not even as honest. Let's not even say radical, not even as honest as Rashida Tlaib's analysis of the situation, or Ilhan Omar's analysis of the situation, or even, and I can't believe I'm saying this, AOC's analysis of the situation, who called it a genocide far before Bernie Sanders did. And if I'm not mistaken, he still has yet to call it a genocide.
Yeah, he hasn't. But I mean, I think you're very, very generous to him. I think people are very generous to American politicians who specifically get into like a position of power, as Sanders has. Like this, as soon as they become like an elected official, like the standards for them just go through the floor. Like you expect almost nothing from them, and it's excuse after excuse after excuse. I think Americans, I think I've heard you say this before. I mean, I might be incorrect. I might just be misremembering. But Americans love to say, like love to frame themselves as being like in like an exceptional situation that someone like me simply cannot understand. And therefore, our politicians need to be more shit. I don't think it's that the politicians.
That's a misunderstanding of my analysis. My job is a communicator, as is your job, right? We're trying to make a convincing argument to get people to understand our worldview. And by the way, I don't think you and I, the reason why I always will maintain the position that your video essays are brilliant, regardless of your methods or the way you present yourself online, is because I understand that you and I are on this issue and on virtually every other issue on the same side. But as a communicator, especially as a communicator that is in the United States of America, I understand the utter moral depravity of the average American, and I understand their lack of interest in these subjects. So, in order to make a more convincing argument, I always try to message to the room that I'm speaking to, if that makes sense. And I think a part of that is also to grade politicians on a curve as well. This isn't to say that they're like doing fantastic or to defend them, but there are, as you've also presented yourself, like there are certain instances where they engage in defensible actions. Like the nuance that exists between AOC and Bernie Sanders is one that you recognize as well. But if you were to ask the average person that is like against both of these people, like people that look at it and say, well, these are both politicians that exist within a bourgeois capitalist duopoly framework, they're not doing what is necessary in this situation. I apply that nuance across the board. I apply that charitability and nuance across the board to all politicians that I talk to, or all politicians that I analyze in general. Like Chris Van Hollen is a great example of this, right? He's a regular run-of-the-mill Democrat. Do I think he's a good dude? Do I think he's going to bring about like a proletarian revolution? Fuck no. But within the confines of Kilmar Abrego Garcia's return, or at least like kickstarting the conversation and getting Americans to pay attention to the immigrant detention structure that we have in the United States of America, I think what Senator Chris Van Hollen did, which was to fly to El Salvador and directly demand proof of life for Kilmar Abrego Garcia, was incredibly important. Was incredibly important because it drove the media cycle. It led to more Americans finding out about this unjustifiable detention strategy that the administration is offering. So I guess basically what I'm saying is I understand the moral depravity of the average American and adjust my commentary appropriately to that, just like I understand the lack of interest from the average American politician in addressing any of those issues, and I grade them on a curve.
Okay, but the problem is...
People, by the way, are saying, no, you got to restart stream because you're at 12 hours. Sorry.
Does it cut the end off or the start?
I don't know.
Because if it cuts the start off, which I'm pretty sure it does, this is fine. Restarting the stream will fuck it up a little bit. But maybe not.
I don't know. Everyone is just saying restart. But you're the streamer. I've never streamed on YouTube, so I don't know. I don't know how it works on YouTube.
Fixing the audio at the start.
Streams 12 hours.
Yeah, I've been streaming for like 24 even. But yeah, you do this 12 hours a day. What the fuck, man?
Right. I do it on Twitch. So Twitch
now
doesn't
it looked
have
like
that.
he wanted to die within like a quarter of a Hasan Piker stream length.
To be fair,
That was yesterday.
I ate hot chips. But
You got just so white. I mean, I am too, but
Someone said it cuts
I
the
can eat
end
hot
off.
chips.
it cuts the end. Okay, then I'm gonna restart
Well, I don't
this.
know.
Give me 1 minute. Ending stream.